Devlin Quinn was thinking about two things: his upcoming 16th birthday, and the possibility that his neighbor, Sierra, might turn over without remembering to tie her halter top so that he could catch a glimpse of her breasts. She was sunning herself on the platform next to her family's cistern, dressed in cutoffs and an untied halter top, lying on her belly with her eyes closed and her face turned this way. Beyond her was the trio of wind turbines that powered the Crocker place. White blades flashed in the sun. One was shut off and the other two were spinning in the light breeze. One time last year, when he had only been paying half attention, Sierra had been up there and had flipped over before tying her top. He hadn't had the binoculars then. Since the beginning of spring, he had kept them in the shed, close at hand. His father always said that preparation paid off in the end. Damn if he hadn't been right for once. Now Dev was ready, his neighbor's body framed in the binocular field, and if she did it again, he'd get a glimpse of "Devlin!" His father's voice registered just before the smack of his finger flicked against Dev's temple. "What are you doing?"
Nothing,"
Dev said, dropping the binoculars so they swung down on their strap and hit him in the stomach. "Nothing." His father made it sound as appealing as stepping in dog do. "Is nothing what you're supposed to be doing? Didn't I tell you to get up there and clean the solar panels?"
"Yes, sir."
"Give me those."
"These?"
Dev said, pointing at the binoculars. "Those." His hand was out, palm up, and the fingers waggled to emphasize the point. Dev stifled a sigh and pulled the binocular strap over his head, handing over the offending instrument. "For the first thing," his father shook his head. "No. The first thing is you have work to do. Bad times might be coming and we don't know when. But whenever it is, we have to be ready for them. Part of being ready is keeping up with the normal chores. You know that. I've taught you that. For the second thing, you shouldn't spy on people. And for the third thing, there are better girls for you to think about than that one."
"I'll get the ladder,"
Dev said, not wanting to hear a longer lecture. He didn't want his father to get going on the coming end times. He could go on for hours and hours once he got started. "Maybe your mother's right," his father said. "We need to get you into town more. Church activities, or amateur rodeo or something, 4-H. Let you meet more girls. The right kind of girls." As far as Dev was concerned, almost any girl would be the right kind of girl if she were still breathing. But Sierra had much better than that minimum requirement. She was pretty, with thick, long blonde hair, and she had a great body. And she was right there, not 2 minutes away. But she went to regular school and had a lot of friends. And worse, she was 17. He might not know everything about how high school worked in town, but he was pretty sure that 17-year-old girls didn't go out with 15-year-old guys. Maybe when he was 16, he'd have a chance of her noticing him. Just a few more days. "I'll get right to work," he said to his father. "Do that little thing," his father said. He was looking back over toward the Crocker place, frowning. "With this damned war, we might not have much time." Sierra Ash, née Crocker, was aware of Arch Quinn's gaze, as she had been aware of Dev's. Men looked at her, and they had been looking for a couple of years. She wasn't sure whether she entirely liked that or not. Sometimes it was irritating. Sometimes she thought about getting clear glasses at the thrift store, cutting all her hair off, and dressing in her dad's biggest flannel shirts. Make herself plain-looking, and hiding her body to shut off all the looking. If only there was a way to choose who looked and how. Not that Mr. Quinn was a problem. He didn't look at her that way, just as if he was irritated all the time by her very existence. Dev wasn't a big deal. He did look at her that way, but he was just a shy kid. They'd played together when they were small, but these days he had a hard time talking to her. The worst among the staring guys was Mark Vaughn in math class. His looks were definitely those sorts, and something about them was creepy. She could feel him looking, even if he was directly behind her, and it made her skin crawl. Terrence Hardy? He could look all he wanted. Or Rudy Doyle, if he wasn't already taken by Mia. And that guy at the hardware store, the one with the gold tooth, which was hotter looking than she ever guessed a gold tooth could be. Too old for her, her father would say. But Sierra thought it would be cool to go out with someone in his 20s. Her phone pinged with a text. She said, "Phone, read text. Message from Lisette. I'm about to leave." The phone spoke in a mechanical version of Lisette's voice. Her dad's girlfriend, texting from the house, like she couldn't walk out here and talk without making Sierra move. Sierra tied her top before sitting up, pocketed her phone, and climbed down from the cistern. Lisette was waiting for her in the kitchen. "I have to go," she said. "I know. You said at breakfast that you'll be gone more than a week. I think this show will make me some decent cash." Sierra nodded, not really caring one way or the other. "Your father is in the garden." Sierra had seen him there from the cistern perch. "Bodie is with him." Bodie was their 10-year-old dog, a Shetland sheepdog mix. "Okay," Sierra said, hoping to hurry her along to her point, if there was a point. "You'll have to take care of him while I'm gone. The dog, I mean. Your father can take care of himself. I've been taking care of Bodie since I found him on the highway, skinny and limping and half-grown. I've been doing the feeding lately, for months. I know you've been busy with school, so I'm not complaining. I just meant, you'll have to take that over again. Of course I'll feed him. I love him." She winced when she heard herself. She hadn't meant to emphasize the him quite so much. It conveyed the message that she didn't love Lisette. And she didn't. But she didn't hate her either. Lisette was fine. There was no reason to be rude. "Sorry," she said. "I'll feed him and water him and put his poop in the compost. All that." "Good," said Lisette. She rubbed her hands together as if they ached, a nervous gesture she'd been resorting to a lot lately. Probably nervous about the craft show thing, or flea market, or whatever it was. "I guess that's it. Do you need help carrying your stuff out to your car?" Sierra wanted to make up for the rudeness. A wan smile. "No, it's loaded." "Well?" Lisette looked around the kitchen. Her gaze drifted over the cabinets, the shelves filled with glass jars of staples, the hand mill for grain, and then it landed again on Sierra. "Good luck with your finals." "Thanks." Sierra didn't point out they were still 3 weeks away. "So, I guess I'll be going. Hope you sell a lot of rugs and things," Sierra said. "I'll try." She leaned forward and gave Sierra one of her brief, tense hugs. "Be nice to your father." Weird thing to say. She and Pilar got along fine, better than a lot of her friends and their parents. "Sure," she said. And with that, Lisette was out the door. Sierra had never had any arguments with Lisette, except right after she had moved in, when it was hard to adjust to having a third person in the house again, after so long with it being just her and Pilar. And Bodie, of course. Lisette had been underfoot, and sometimes Sierra had snapped at her. But they had all adjusted, and they'd all become busy again with their own interests, and they had learned to live together. For over a year, they'd been settled into that new arrangement. Sierra was happy her dad had someone. A woman. Again. Lisette's absence for over a week did mean Sierra would need to clean house once. She wasn't very good as a cook, but her father was, and Lisette had been almost that good. If he'd be cooking all the meals, it wouldn't be fair to make her father clean, too. Sierra checked Bodie's water bowl, saw it was full, and decided she wanted a shower. On the deck, she pulled one of the plastic solar shower bags out of the hinged box where they were stored, filled it, and hung it in the sun. It was a warm spring day with not a cloud in the sky. The water would be hot in 45 minutes. She'd finished writing her history paper while she was waiting. The history of Russia and the Middle East. Boring. Her teacher said it was important to know the context of the current war, but Sierra wasn't sure why. The war was thousands of miles away. What did some argument between Saudi Arabia and Iran have to do with her? It's not like she was going to be taking up a gun and fighting in it. Chapter 2. Pilar Crocker, Sierra's father, was also thinking about the war. He had on earphones and was catching up on a political e-cast he liked, one with in-depth analysis of the context and meaning of world events. The Iran-Saudi war had been the topic for weeks now, as posturing turned to yelling, and yelling erupted into skirmishes. Now it was an all-out war, with bombers and drones and missiles and cyber attacks. And Russia and the U.S. were doing their own posturing as a result. Russia was on the side of Iran, and the U.S. was of course backing the Saudis, their main source of oil ever since Venezuela had signed their exclusive deal with China. If the flow of oil from the Saudis was shut off, that would be bad. America's Alaska pipeline was down to a trickle, so Saudi Arabia and Nigeria were their only sources, with Nigeria providing only a quarter of the total imports. The war had already resulted in gas prices going up, $18 per gallon at the pump. It'd be $20 before long. It's inevitable that oil production will be affected, said the guest on the podcast. The world your listeners have known is about to change, drastically. Pilar moved from the broccoli row to the squash row. Patty pan, yellow, Mexican gray, acorn, delicata, spaghetti, small pumpkins, and at the end, gourds. Not to eat, but for containers. He hadn't planned to plant the gourds, but when the war looked unavoidable, his thinking changed and he ordered seeds. Imagine no more paper bags, the last of the plastic containers wearing out or being melted accidentally, their lids no longer fitting. What if all the glass jars were broken in an earthquake? Rare in central Arizona, but not impossible. So, gourds in his garden. Another minuscule side effect of the war. He had plenty of barn space to dry and store hundreds. They might be useful as trade goods at some point in the future, if and when the world fell back to a barter economy. We knew the end of oil was coming, said the podcast guest. We knew it in 1970. We had all these decades to prepare, which is what we should have done starting back then, and we haven't. What comes next is our own damned fault. But we have prepared, said the host, an optimist like Pilar. We've subsidized electric cars, and we've built more nuclear power plants, and half of Americans, anyone who can afford to, has alternate power sources at home. They've become more and more affordable. Congress finally found the will to make it a national law last year that power companies can no longer bribe local politicians to pass laws limiting home energy production. The right to make our own electricity is finally the law of the land. We've done the preparation. Not nearly enough, and not nearly soon enough. We're also beyond peak uranium, as I'm sure your well-informed listeners know. And how do new nuke plants get built? With oil. How do trucks deliver the parts for them? With oil. What do the trucks move along on? Tires still mostly made with oil, rolling on roads made with oil. Concrete needs oil to get it made, not to mention mixed and poured in the amounts a nuke plant requires. How do people get goods shipped to their local stores? With oil. How does agriculture get done? With oil. Road fixed? Oil. Oil is at the heart of every industrial process we rely on, transportation and agriculture being perhaps most crucial. Home power is only a fraction of the issue here. A lot of biodiesel is being used in tractors now. That's true. A quarter of the land that had been used to grow soybeans and corn for human and animal consumption is now being used to grow plants for diesel. And prices on meat have skyrocketed as a result. Red meat has been a luxury item since I left university, and chicken has increased 250% in price in this last year alone, as my wife keeps reminding me. A lot of municipalities now allow backyard chickens. Chicago just passed a law. Not enough do. And even if people break those anti-chicken laws that remain by having laying hens anyway, those living in apartments can't possibly have enough chickens or garden acreage to survive. Not if every roof in every American city is nothing but veggie gardens. When the real oil crunch comes and trucks of produce aren't crossing the country anymore, you don't want to live somewhere like New York or Chicago. Believe you me. Pilar paused the podcast. Some insect had been at the pumpkin plants. It was odd how a pest would pick a single plant, a single variety, and go for it. Why the 2 pumpkin plants but not the spaghetti squash right next to it? One of nature's many mysteries. He turned over the broad leaves one by one until he found 3 snails. He tucked them into a woven hemp sack he kept tied to his belt loop. He tossed them to the chickens when he was done. He told his gadget to play again, and the e-cast went on, with speculations on how far both Russia and the U.S. would go in the war. They both had military advisors there. Would it come to committing drones, bombers, troops? With the U.S. debt already pushing $100 trillion, would they spend billions more on this war? Could they? What were the economic implications of increasing the deficit? To the value of the dollar? To inflation? With oil as the prize in the war, and the tantalizing possibility of gaining control of Iran's oil too, did they have any real choice to stay out of it? Gardening usually soothed him, but listening to the e-cast was definitely not soothing. Pilar said, "Stop playback and archive." He stood and stretched. His knees popped, and he felt a sharp twinge in his back when he stretched. "I'm getting older, Bodie, old boy." Bodie was lying in the shade of the green bean bushes, a spot where he could keep an eye on the hens. His tail wagged, the long, coarse hair of it brushing along the ground. "I wish I could figure out a way to tie a garden fork to that tail. We could teach you how to weed." The dog lifted his head and cocked it, ready to do whatever Pilar suggested. He was a smart dog, and willing, even anxious, to work. He would weed the garden if only Pilar were smart enough to show him how. "You're a good boy." Bodie set his head back on his paws, understanding the conversation was over. He wasn't as young as he used to be either. Pilar worried that he'd be losing Sierra and Bodie around the same time. Bodie to the inevitable passing that was in store for all living creatures, and Sierra to a man and a home of her own. Lisette's face came to mind, her expression exasperated. He pushed the thought of her from his mind and returned to his weekly hands and knees work on his garden, taking comfort in the cool, rich soil, its healthy smell, and the repetitive work. When his mind tried to make him worry, he quieted it with rote words. "What will be, will be." He chanted it to himself over and over as he worked the garden. "Arch, sit down. You're driving me batty," Kelly Quinn said to her husband. Quinn couldn't help the glare he turned on her. "I'm worried. Didn't you hear what they just said on the news?" "And pacing is going to change that?" "Have a cup of coffee." She turned off the radio. "It's not real coffee." "I know," she said. "It's down to maybe 10% real coffee. I'll get more next time we're in town if they have any." "No, I should get used to this stuff," Quinn said, and sipped at the cup of steaming liquid. "It's good," he lied. "Should I put more mint in it, do you think?" "You're the expert. Whatever you think." "Is Devlin done on the roof? I don't hear him anymore." "Near to it, I imagine, if he hasn't been goofing off." "I hate him to be up there alone." "He's fine. He has good balance. I wish he had as good a work ethic." "He's 15, Arch." "A century ago, boys were men at 15, working full-time, starting families." "He works plenty. We all do." "I know you do." A stab of worry hit him. "Are you feeling okay?" "I'm perfectly fine." "No more woman Problems?
Arch, I swear, she giggled. You know the real words.
He did. That didn't mean he felt comfortable talking about it. The mysteries of women's interior plumbing quite frankly frightened him. He had vomited after watching Dev's birth, but out of sight of Kelly, thank God. You sure you're okay?
I'm fine. The herbal medicine did the trick.
I hate that there's no doctor in town anymore.
The nurse practitioner knows her business.
I guess.
And you keep saying worse is coming. We'll have to be our own doctor soon enough. All we'll have is herbs and what we've stockpiled.
That's a fact.
So at least I've learned something new from her. I ordered some seeds for that herb and soon it'll be part of the garden. I might need to pass it on to someone else 20 years from now.
I hope we're still around 20 years from now.
Can't speak for you, but I'm not going anywhere.
He dearly hoped not. He'd be lost without her.
Good, he said. Go watch while Devlin comes off the ladder, would you? Hold it for him.
He held his breath to blunt the taste while he finished his fake coffee. He pushed back from the table. We need to talk about Devlin and girls and getting him into town. Tonight, when work is done, we'll discuss it.
I like that, she said.
I'll go out and make sure he doesn't fall, and make sure he knows his next chore is cleaning the chicken coop.
Thank you, she said.
As he closed the door, he heard the radio come back on. Chapter 3. The next morning, the radio and internet were full of more bad news about the war. There'd been another act of sabotage on an offshore Saudi drilling rig, the fifth in as many weeks. The flames on the water in the evening twilight looked eerie in the news clip Arch watched on his phone. It was unnatural, as if the water itself was burning. Black smoke billowed out and was lost to the deepening night half a world away. The diplomatic language in response to the day's events made it seem as if the U.S. and Russia were poised on the edge of stepping into the war. Even the White House press secretary spoke about the importance of Saudi Arabia's oil in a way that made Arch Quinn think that gas rationing would be coming soon. He had spare diesel for his truck in a tank behind the shop, a tank he disguised poorly by building a shed around it, which Kelly said made it look like an outhouse. But the next trip into town, he'd make sure he topped up the tank, and he and Kelly would stock up on everything they might need. Top off everything. Buy all the coffee there was to be had, even if it cleaned out their savings. Not to drink, mind you, to hoard. He might need it to trade in the future. Take money out of the bank, but the bare minimum, $5,000, or whatever the bank had raised the bare minimum to last time. He'd buy more spices, all the sugar he could store. Luxury goods would be better than cash when the shit hit the fan. Or maybe he should close the bank account. It was hard, impossible, to know when the banks were going to fail forever, and it was impossible to function without a bank account. They'd weathered 2 bank failures in the past 12 years, but the government had made good the losses. Could be the next time they wouldn't be able to back their guarantees. He'd check at the junkyard for lead and cast more slug loads for the 12 gauges. Bear loads, he called them to Kelly. But she knew well he was less worried about the black bears emerging from the forest than about desperate people coming up the road one day. You never knew when the end would begin. That was his philosophy. Pretend it might be tomorrow, and prepare all you can today. Have as much as you can imagine you'll need in the worst-case scenario, plus 20%, because the worst case you can imagine might not be bad enough. And it was time to talk to Crocker again about prepping better. Arch wanted them to train together, and he wanted to be ready to tap the stream if needed. Maybe after hearing the news from this morning, Crocker would be more reasonable. He was in his garden, hauling water from his rain barrels in 5-gallon containers. "How's the garden?" Arch asked him.
"Take a look. It'll be a good year, I think."
"Here, let me take a bucket."
"Nah, I'm balanced with the 2.
"I'll get that barrel lid for you then."
"Much appreciated."
Arch glanced down into the rain barrel. The water level was low. This your last one?
No, another's full, and we're only 3 months out from the first monsoon rain.
Unless we have another dry summer.
I think it'll be fine. That was one of the man's problems. He always thought good things would happen, not bad. What if the geography of the monsoon had shifted permanently? 3 out of the last 7 summers had been dry ones. There'd been some winter rain to make up for it last year, but they couldn't count on that again. Snow in the elevations wasn't even certain, but whatever snow there was melted, and it fed the stream that ran along their dirt road, out of the mountains, through the national forest, and past all 4 properties. They weren't the first private properties the stream ran past, but they were close to it. The higher parts of the stream were on federal land, so they were among the first who had easy access to the water in it. He watched Crocker tip the bucket into the culvert he dug at the high end of the first row of tomato plants thick with bloom. He poured slowly and carefully, and the water trickled down past the green fuzzy stalks, soaking into dirt, turning light brown to dark. Best to start with something positive, right? A compliment. That's what Kelly always told him.
You have good soil.
I should. I've worked hard enough at it. Compost every year and green composted in the winter. I've been at improving the soil for almost as long as Sierra has been alive.
She doing well? Your daughter?
Very well. And how's Dev? He's a good kid.
Fine, just fine.
He cleared his throat.
You know, I watch you hauling water like this, and I can't help but think.
Crocker's head jerked up, and he made eye contact. You're not going to bring up the stream again, are you?
Well, yes, I am.
Quinn, you know that it's illegal to use that stream for irrigation. He moved to the next row in his garden.
I haven't seen a lot of law enforcement by here lately. They've had budget cutbacks, so I doubt we will see them often.
It's not about getting caught. It's about there being a good reason for such laws. When he poured the second bucket, he wasn't nearly as slow or as careful.
It's about survival.
We're both surviving. We're thriving. Compared to people who live in Africa,
I don't know any people in Africa. I know you and the Morrows and Kurt Henry up the road. We all of us need that water.
Do you need it? Right this second?
Not right now, no. The well is still working, but we might need it if it's another dry summer. And when electricity goes off, hand pumping every bucket we put on our gardens is going to be a lot of work. And one day the water table might drop and our wells will be useless.
We make our own electricity. All of us. Hard for it to go off. Let's say it does, though. Let's say it's a cloudy year but without rain, and your electricity production is low. Or it's sunny but dead still, so mine is low. In that case, we'll do the work. Work hasn't killed us yet. We each have a healthy kid old enough to do their share of pumping and carrying water.
But if we dug irrigation ditches now, to be ready,
we're not going to tap into that stream.
We don't need to yet. I get that. Just have the system laid in, ready in case we need to.
That's a lot of work for no return. What if it's 8 years before we need water? The ditches will be filled in again.
I have concrete irrigation pipes stored in the shop. We can lay them and cap them off. Then they'd be there. I only have enough for my property, but we're going to town later on today. I could check to see if there's any to be had for you. With Dev working full-time on it, we can get it done in a week.
I don't want any pipe. Arch blew out an exasperated breath and tried to calm himself. He needed the cooperation of everyone on the road to do this. Otherwise, one of them would rat the others out, and Crocker was going to be the holdout, so it made sense to start with him. If he could get him on board, everyone else would fall in line.
Did you hear the news this morning?
Crocker picked up his empty buckets and headed back to his rain barrels. I did. He sounded grim. I'm worried about the Russians.
So am I, said Quinn, surprised to find a point of agreement.
I'm worried for my kid. I hate to say it, but I'm glad remote war technology has gotten so good. At least you won't be drafted for a ground war.
Here, let me tip that barrel for you.
He pushed the barrel to the tipping point and held it by its rough rim so it didn't fall while Crocker dipped more water. When we had her, Theta and me, we started a college fund for her. But going away to college, all that, it was never in the cards for them. Not my kid, not yours.
No, not anymore. Not for people like us. Not that it would do them much good anyway. There aren't so many jobs to be had. Maybe nuclear plant jobs, biodiesel manufacture, that kind of thing. Otherwise, might as well have no college and save the money.
I wish I knew how to advise her. I don't want her to have to do agricultural work.
That's what you're doing right now, Arch pointed out.
I choose this. I enjoy it most of the time. And it's different doing this in your own yard than picking acres of commercial produce for $4 an hour in their discards. I want better for her. I want her to have a whole world to choose from.
It's not that America anymore. Not the world you and I grew up in. Not the one our parents had and didn't appreciate enough.
I know. Crocker grunted as he lifted the buckets and carried them to his garden.
I'm not saying we need to tap into the stream right now, Arch said, trailing along after his neighbor. I'm just saying we might need to.
All he needed was a yes to something, and it'd be like putting the tip of a crowbar in. I want to wait for that need before we start disturbing the soil. When we're thirsty, I'll be right by your side, shovel and pick in hand. But not now.
You're a stubborn man.
I can't hold a candle to you on that. What's this? The 5th or 6th time you've brought this up in the past few years.
And I'll keep bringing it up until I can talk sense into you.
I have sense, Crocker said. I understand the ecological balance. I understand what the stream does for every one of the creatures.
Don't give me that liberal nonsense.
It's not nonsense. It's basic biology, Bio 101. You screw up the balance of nature, you end up screwing yourself. Arch always felt Crocker was lording it over him, having had more formal education when he talked like this.
I'm part of nature too, you know.
Not the most important part.
Of course I am. Arch lost control. And you're the most important part to you. You and your daughter and your girlfriend.
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the old Crocker dog get up, looking leery, his head lowered as if he was thinking about joining in this argument. Arch lowered his voice.
Christ, Crocker, you're impossible to talk to.
I thought you weren't supposed to take the Lord's name in vain or whatever. He pushed a finger into Crocker's face.
Do not make fun of my religion.
Then don't make fun of mine.
Tree hugging is not a religion.
Of course it is, you... Crocker bit off whatever he was going to say.
You what?
Kind friend and neighbor, Crocker said, but he said it through gritted teeth.
I'm not done with this topic.
Sorry to say that I'm sure you're not.
You'll see sense one day, Arch said. You'll see I was right.
And on that day, I'll dig ditches until my hands bleed. But up until that day, I have a garden to water, and bearings to grease, and a rubber gasket to replace, and a whole list of chores to accomplish before sunset. Arch turned his back on the man and marched back to the road, then down the road to his property, the closest to the main road. One corner of his property, in fact, cut off by the bend in the road. He had 1.5 acres less than Crocker because of that, and right at that moment, this irked him too. Damned hippie. And he hadn't even been able to broach the issue of firearms training. Pilar had no idea why Quinn wouldn't see reason. Why do destructive work like that when it wasn't necessary? They were on a shared well, all 4 households on the road. They all had sources of energy, like the Quinn's big solar array and Pilar's own windmills. They'd both added a hand pump backup to their wells several years ago, though they hadn't had to use it but a couple times. Pilar had even shared his plan for that with Quinn, taken off one of those hippie holdover websites Quinn disdained. He shook his head. They said you were stuck with the family you had, but that was no less true of being neighbors on a rural road like this. The Morrows were lovely people, a pair of retired professors with plenty of money. Kurt Henry up at the innermost property on the gravel road, the highest one, almost all wooded, was a cipher, and Sierra was a little frightened of the man. But Pilar himself had never had problems with him. He was a hermit, was his only problem, but that seemed to Pilar like the man's right to be antisocial if he wanted. After an interaction like this morning's with Quinn, Pilar thought being a hermit might not be such a bad idea. For some reason, his thoughts slipped back to Theda, his first and only wife, and their time together on the land. They'd been young, with a new baby, and excited about off-the-grid living, when it only seemed like a good idea, not a necessity. And then one day, Theda had announced she was done, leaving, going to Southeast Asia of all places, leaving Sierra with him. "You're the more stable one anyway," she'd said, and within a month of the announcement, and despite his pleas, she was gone. Sierra heard from her about twice a month, but sometimes that was only a text if Theda wasn't somewhere with better access to communication. She worked on communal farms. She went to ashrams or whatever they were called, and sometimes she was out of contact for a month at a time. Theda. He sighed. He didn't like Quinn any more than Quinn liked him, but he'd say this for the man. He couldn't imagine him ever walking away from his family like that. It has to be me. Something is wrong with me. He was losing Lisette, too. That was clear. He didn't really understand why, but he had some mysterious talent at driving women away. "Hey, Bodhi. Come here, buddy," he said, his knees popping again as he squatted to the dog's level. Bodhi ran over, tail wagging, and leaned against him. Pilar ran his hands along the dog's head and ears, rubbing them just the way the dog liked it. "You like me, don't you, buddy? You won't leave me?" "No," Bodhi said, with his insistent leaning and joyous expression. "I won't leave you." Chapter 4. The men's voices had been raised enough that Dev had heard part of the exchange. He wasn't sure why his father was such a hard man, but he was. Dad often said that Pilar Crocker was nuts, but Dev thought his father was maybe 10% more nuts than Sierra's dad. More likely to start an argument anyway, if that's what it meant to be nuts. He was hard on Mr. Crocker, but he was hardest of all on his son. Dev wondered if he'd ever live up to his father's expectations of him. "Devlin?" His mother's voice came from the porch. "Yeah?" Dev rested on his hoe. He hated weeding the garden this early in the year. It was easy to knock over a plant you wanted to keep, so it was fussier work right now than it would be in a month. "Can you run over to the Morrows and ask Mitch if they need anything from town this afternoon?" They were going to town? "Can I go this time?" "You'll have to check with your father. He may want you to stay here and take care of the place." "Okay, I'm putting the hoe away, then I'll go." He stayed in the shed straightening tools until he heard his father come up the gravel drive, not wanting to pass him when he was in a bad mood, as he usually was after arguing with the neighbor. When the back door to the house slammed, Dev scooted out, down the drive, and out to the private gravel road they shared. He passed the Crocker place. The windmills were visible from the gravel, but the house wasn't because of a patch of pine trees between the road and house. No chance of catching sight of Sierra from here. The third house on the road was the Morrow place, a small log cabin they'd had hauled in as 4 pieces when Dev was a little kid. He'd watched the crew who drove it in, the 4 pieces stacked like crackers on the back of a big flatbed truck, tearing up brush on either side of their road to get in there. Knowing the Morrows now, and something about how adults interacted with each other, he guessed they'd apologize for the damage and offered to pay for it. That's the kind of people they were. Sometimes they hired him to work at their place. When he was smaller, just odd jobs. but now he was called upon whenever they wanted to carry something heavy. They had their chickens in a wheeled coop, for instance, and every week he came over and helped Mr. Morrow haul it along to a fresh spot. At his mother's insistence, he always refused to charge for such a short bit of work, but Mr. Morrow always pushed a $10 bill on him anyway. He had a bunch of them now, 10s and 20s, and a few hundreds, in an envelope taped to the bottom of a drawer. It wasn't enough to buy a car, not that his father would let him do that, and Dev wasn't sure what he was going to do with it, but it made him feel better knowing it was there, and that it was his. 3/4 of a mile from the main road, next to the driveway, a wooden sign said, "Right Side," handmade by Mr. Morrow his first year here. His woodworking skills had improved a lot since, but for some reason, he kept the old sign with all its imperfections. Dev had no idea why he'd named his place that, or why he'd named it at all. Mr. Morrow had 12 solar panels on frames separate from the house, and one of those vertical axis wind turbines that looked more like the pictures of modern art sculpture in Dev's art textbook than like a working windmill, but it made electricity all the same. Dev climbed the steps to the deck and knocked on the back door. "It's Devlin Quinn, Mr. Morrow," he called. "Hang on," came a voice. It took another few minutes, but finally the door was answered. "Sorry, I had to put in my teeth and ears," Mr. Morrow said. By teeth, he meant teeth, like false teeth. But by ears, he meant his hearing aids. His real ears were still there, though they had many brown warts on them and the earlobes were long and saggy. It must suck getting old. "Come on in, Dev. What's shaking?" Meaning, as Dev had learned from Mr. Morrow years ago, what was happening? Was there anything new? Nothing much. Mom wanted to know if you needed anything from town." "Come into the living room. Sit down. Let me get my list and ponder over it." Dev could smell the faint, sick smell coming from the bedroom where Mrs. Morrow lay dying. She'd been dying for 4 years. She was sure taking her time about it. Every year the smell changed, he thought, grew more bitter, musty, like a grave was opening up in there, wanting to pull her in. Mr. Morrow had quit inviting him to say hello 2 years back, and Dev was just as happy not to. She hadn't recognized him for a long time, and even back then on some days, she'd been confused about who he was, thinking he was someone named Randy. The house had scattered rugs over light-colored wood flooring. Dev looked around and saw the electric keyboard pushed against the wall. He'd never seen Mr. Morrow play it, and he'd only heard it when walking up to the house a dozen times ever. But there was sheet music set up on it that changed from time to time. Dev went over and looked at it. The best of Billy Joel. Never heard of him. Or her, maybe. Mr. Morrow walked back in, studying a handwritten list and carrying a printed bag of grocery store food. "Here, would you like some?" "What is it?" "Jerky. It looked good on the shelf, and I hadn't had any in years, but I realized I can't eat it anymore. Not with these teeth." Sure, thanks." Dev didn't eat red meat hardly ever, beyond their means, and having beef jerky was a real treat. "I can really have some?" "Take the whole package with you. It'll go to waste here." "What's Mrs. Morrow eat?" Dev immediately regretted asking. "I'm sorry. That was too personal, wasn't it?" "No, it's fine to ask me anything you want. Liquid meals, if I can get her to drink them, like baby formula for old people." Dev didn't want to know more. He was sorry he had asked, but he nodded and schooled his expression to a neutral one. "Anyway, anything you need in town?" "You going to the grocery store only?" "A hardware store. And the junkyard, I think." "A hardware store would be great. Here, I'll write it down." Mr. Morrow copied out a half-dozen items onto a new list, and then made careful check marks on his original list. "None of it is crucial, so if you can't find it easily, don't worry. I'll hunt it down another day, or order it delivered." "Do you have gas in your car?" My dad is worried about gas. It's electric. Dev had forgotten that it wasn't hybrid. You generate enough electricity for charging it? If I use it every day, I wouldn't, but I only go into town twice a month or so. I charge it an hour or two every sunny day at high noon, and that's enough to keep it topped off. How's your garden? It's good. It seems like a great year for growing, don't you agree? Yes, sir, Dev said. The corn is almost knee-high already, all 3 kinds. His mom ground their own cornmeal, and they always had a few popcorn plants too, for a treat. It came into his mind to ask Mr. Morrow something he wasn't willing to ask his mom. But even with Mr. Morrow, he'd come at it sideways. Could I ask you something personal? You can ask me anything you want. How did you and your wife meet? Did you know at the beginning that she was the one? I'm not sure I believe in the one so much. There are a lot of people you could be compatible with, and you always have to work at making a relationship thrive. However, I liked her from the beginning. We met at a grad school mixer, but she didn't much like me. She didn't? No, sirree, she did not. She called me arrogant and worse. But I liked her. I liked her spark, her fire. I liked that she was willing to disagree with me like she did the first time we talked. Why did you like that? Dev couldn't imagine liking to fight with anyone. His dad fought but didn't seem to take any pleasure in it. It showed me she had spirit and her own mind, and she knew it. I'd been, not sure how to say this, but deferred to a lot by that point. I was working with a top researcher at the university in my field, and I was his golden boy. He cocked his head. You know what that means? I can figure it out from context. His mother had always pushed him to do that. Excellent. And I had my own master degree students to boss around, and they deferred to me. So I needed a bit of dressing down, I think. I wasn't used to it, and I found I liked it. What were you two arguing about when Mrs. Morrow said that? I haven't the slightest. He laughed. But I kept after her despite her low opinion of me. And eventually, I won her over. How? I started with something we agreed about, and I built from there. Dev thought he and Sierra had a lot in common. They lived on the same road. They had similar chores. They were both the only child in their families. Maybe that could be a starting point for him. Do girls like it if you talk about stuff you know? Like about science, like you know? Are they impressed? As with most human beings, they'd rather have a chance to impress you with what they know. Huh, Dev said. He had no idea what sorts of things Sierra knew. How to be around a lot of kids at once. Maybe he'd ask her about that. That he was an only child and homeschooled had made it harder, his mother always said, for him to socialize. But he did okay in town, when he was left alone with a group, as long as he could find one person he could talk to, usually another guy. But Sierra made his tongue glue itself to the roof of his mouth, so he'd ask Sierra how could he, make more friends? Get a girl's attention? Would that be too bold? He came back to the present to see Mr. Morrow looking at him, a pleasant expression on his face. Thank you. You won't mention this talk to my folks? Mr. Morrow said. Our secret. And he crossed his heart like a little kid. Thanks a lot for the jerky, and I'll bring back your hardware stuff this evening before sunset, okay? I thank you for taking the trouble. And please thank your parents for me. I will. Net News broadcast, 2 weeks later. Ras Tanura was not a phrase, not a place name, that had ever been on the lips of the average American until now, but from this day forward, it will no doubt be carved in our collective consciousness like Pearl Harbor. The parallels between the two attacks are striking. Airstrikes, both bombers and drones, were launched from Iran before dawn local time and coordinated with an extensive mining operation that must have been planned and carried out weeks ago. The port is where 80% of Saudi Arabia's oil is shipped from, and that means 60% of the oil the U.S. uses originates on ships in that port. Individual ships were hit from small boats as well by missiles. Our Pentagon reporter, quoting an unnamed source, says the U.S. government suspects Russian involvement in the plot. Q2, White House spokeswoman. In the face of the reality of the limited world supplies of petroleum, this is an unconscionable act, as is the sabotage of offshore oil drilling rigs, which continues by the Iranian forces unabated. As a world, as a people, we need every drop of oil that remains, and we need to use it wisely. To utterly waste it in a wanton act of destruction will result in untold suffering. Our prayers go out to the men and women working at the port who died in this cowardly act. Mark my words, the perpetrators will pay. Chapter 5. If you really must go, Pilar said on Sunday after Sierra had cleaned the house, fill up the gas tank and grab a few things at the store. Here's $200. I hope that'll cover it. Did you look up the price online? Sierra asked. I tried, but I got an error message on the site. Okay. Can I spend the change? If there is any, sure. I hope that'll motivate you to keep it on electric. It changes over on the hills no matter what I do. I know that. Just be slow and conservative and electric when you can, and you'll have more change for whatever you want. Or almost whatever you want. No drugs. Not even aspirin? She said. Ha ha, he said. Coke, while unhealthy and drug-like in its effect, is also fine. Maybe ice cream if I can find any? The Jacksons sell that goat milk ice cream from their house. You know, off 163? Sure, Sierra said, but she doubted that's what she'd be spending her change on. I'll be back when I'm back. Before dark, Pilar said. Sierra nodded that she'd heard. I mean it. Before dark. He held the car's KE in between his fingers, not handing it over, waiting for a response. Fine. Before dark. Sierra drove down the hill on electric and stopped at Mia's, because Mia hadn't answered her text. Her mother said through a screen door, Sorry, she and Rudy are off doing something. Okay, thanks. I thought I'd just check. If her phone was off, that meant she and Rudy were probably off having sex. Sierra would check in the park by the empty library building to see if anyone was hanging out there. The weather was warm enough that some of her friends would have gone up to Ellison Creek, but if she burned gas going up there, Pilar would be pissed off. Only a couple kids she didn't know at all well were at the park. She drove by and waved, and then out to the Walmart. She walked through the store, but it was empty of any of her friends except for one who was busy working, supervising the self-checkout. In fact, the whole store was weirdly empty. On the grocery end of the store, the shelves for fresh food looked bare as well. Must be getting a delivery tomorrow. She looked around for things to buy with her change, but nothing appealed. Her dad had given her a short list of things to buy for him. Yeast, salt, and honey. She had to get molasses instead of honey and hoped it was okay. She loaded the trunk with a few groceries. She headed for the little hardware store where the guy with the gold tooth worked. She didn't know his name yet. Maybe today, if he was there, she'd find out. Going through the aisles, she didn't see him, so she peeked out the back door to the big yard with construction stuff and garden supplies. "Can I help you?" A voice came from behind her. She turned. It was him. "Thanks. I was, looking for—" Her gaze roamed his chest, looking for a name tag. There was none. "I'm Sierra. What's your name?" "Aiden." "Nice name." "So's yours." "Sierra Ash. I picked my own last name." "You did?" "Yeah." "You like it?" She touched her hair by her temple, then dropped her hand, worried he'd think she was asking if he liked her hair. "It's nice. And short. Saves time filling out forms." She laughed. "I never thought of it that way." "So are you looking for something in particular?" "Do you have any pet supplies?" she asked, the idea popping out of her mouth the instant it had popped into her brain. "This way," he said. She followed him, checking out his ass. Not half bad. A little flatter than what she'd call perfect. 7.5 out of 10. Maybe an 8. "Here you go. Not much here, but there are bowls and a couple toys. Dog or cat?" "Dog." "I prefer dogs." "I've never had a cat. My dad says they either stink up the house or kill wildlife." "I guess with your name and all, he's into wildlife." "Not in any untoward way." She was proud of the quip, thought she'd nailed the right level of flirtation with it. A sexual reference, but not too direct. But on the heels of that, she realized she talked about her dad's ideas, revealing that she was still living at home. Not sexy at all. She wasn't a kid and didn't want him to think she was. To cover her confusion, she squatted down and began pawing the pet toys. She picked up a metal dog brush and examined it, as if she cared about the quality of the tines. "Need anything else?" "No." She took a deep breath and looked up at him, trying for a smoldering look. "Do you?" She was thinking about him maybe asking her for a phone number, but then he smirked, and it dawned on her that he might think she'd just outright offered him sex. Ugh. "Not right now. I'm at work until 4. "Well, thanks anyway." She stood and brushed past him so he couldn't see her blushing. She could feel the red deepening with every step. She made it to the car and got in, leaning her forehead on the steering wheel. Way to go, dumb shit. When she raised her head and glanced at the front door to the hardware store, she was relieved to see he wasn't standing there looking at her. Only then did she realize she'd walked out with the dog brush in her hand. Great. I'm an idiot and I'm a thief. She'd return it next time she was in town. Not right now. No way. The car started at her command, and she drove to the gas station her dad preferred, but it had a sign up that said, "Out of gas, closed until further notice." And it was obviously closed, lights off, doors shut, no one there. She drove to the only other gas station in town, a Valero, but this one had a sign that said, "No gas until Thursday." The marquee with the gas prices on it showed $24.99 per gallon. The tank held 14 gallons and was just over half full, so the $200 her father had given her to cover a few groceries hadn't been enough to leave her any change. She tried making 2 more calls, but no one she wanted to be with was around. She probably shouldn't cruise around looking for something to do, but she had hoped for more than this. For friends, entertainment, a social life. Sometimes it was hard living so far out of town. People didn't stop to think to call her. As little as she wanted to, she might as well turn around and go home. Damn. She found her father at the base of one of the wind turbine towers, his multimeter in his hand. "Are you fixing something?" she said. "Routine checks. That way I won't have an emergency to repair later." "Do you need to climb today? I'm not doing anything and can watch you." "It seemed early for you to be home. Don't you have another final to study for?" "It's easy, and I know it." "I don't need to climb, but if you're bored, here." He rooted in his toolbox and handed her a wire brush. "Go attack any rust on the guy wires." She took the brush and moved to the nearest wire that held the turbine towers in place. "Let me know if there's a big patch of rust, and we'll paint before the sun goes down." "Have you heard from Lisette?" "She's probably busy," he said. "I guess that's good. It means she's selling stuff." "Oh, there wasn't any gas. The Valero had a sign that said Thursday there would be." "Price?" $25 a gallon. Probably will be 35 by Thursday then, if there is any. Maybe I should go down and get in line at dawn." "Why wouldn't there be any?" "The war." "I don't get it." She thought he worried too much about the war. For the next several months, we'll be missing something like 60% of the oil imports we're used to, maybe more than that if the war drags on. Could be years until they increase, and I doubt we'll ever again be where we were before the war. They teach you that at school, right? Some. Do you want to hear it again? From me? Not particularly, she said. She saw one little bit of rust and scrubbed at it until it was gone, leaving bare metal in its place. He'd be out here tomorrow painting over it. I mean, if you want to, but at least tell me something they didn't tell me in school. Don't bore me with the same old stuff. Okay. Has anybody ever told you about the lies some countries told about oil reserves? No? But how could anyone lie about that? Wasn't there technology that told everyone where the oil was? Satellites that can detect how much there is? It's not that easy, no. You know what OPEC was, right? The oil-producing countries. Like a club of them that disbanded a few years ago. That much she knew from her history textbook. Right. So back before you were born, they set this rule. None of them could sell more than a certain % of what they still had in the ground. Their reserves, as they were called. 10% or something like that. So it was a law? No, not that strong. And some countries cheated sometimes without getting into trouble with the other OPEC countries. But largely they held to it. But then very quickly after agreeing to that in the first place, they all did the same thing, and all within a few years of each other. Which was? Sierra got up, brushed off her knees, and moved around to the next guy wire, starting her inspection at just above eye level. They lied. About which part? How much they had remaining. Or they'd lie about how much they sold too. But a year later, that lie would be clear from the records. How much still in the ground was their secret, so they could lie without being detected. After they agreed to that rule, at least 3 countries' oil reserves doubled overnight. But the figures weren't real. It was totally made up. So the whole world, whenever oil was discussed, thought that there was more still to be pumped than there was. Everyone was off by a factor of 20% or so because of the lies. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you and I know we're running low on flour, we go buy more, right? If I rig the flour canister so you think there's some when there isn't, like put a false bottom into it, then one day you'll go to make some bread and can't. Pilar said, "A good analogy. You're a smart kid. I ever mentioned that?" A couple times. She liked hearing the compliment anyway. So why lie? So they can make more money in the short term. If the limit was 10%, and you lie and double your reserves, you can pump 20% that year instead. That's stupid. It's a kind of stupid people are, almost always, especially where profit is concerned. We think in the short term, not in the long term. You don't. She dropped to her knees to check the lower part of the guy wire. Like this, what you're doing there, what I'm doing. Nothing is broken, but you do chores today so that nothing will break tomorrow. If you let rust get worse without taking care of it, you said a turbine would fall one day. Maybe hit you on the head. I hope not. That'd do more than hurt. He sat back on his heels. I guess I'm not that particular sort of stupid. Other kinds you could accuse me of, but not when it comes to long-term thinking. And with our property, making sure you and me are warm or cool enough, or have good drinking water pumped up from the ground, that we save rainwater for the garden, making sure that the car is fueled up enough to run us into Phoenix if we get seriously injured and need emergency surgery. That's not about profit. That's about surviving. And love. I love you, so I take care of you. Taking care of the turbine is really about taking care of you. When you scrub off that rust, it's an act of love too. That was a strange way to think of it. It didn't feel like love, but like another tedious chore among the dozens she had to do every week, more now that Lisette was away. So, wait. People didn't love enough back then, right? Before I was born. They didn't love their kids or grandkids, so they didn't care that we would be living in a world with so little oil and everything expensive and wars and stuff? I guess they didn't. Selfish, short-sighted, a little stupid, preferred wishful thinking to making uncomfortable choices, preferred short-term profit and spending it on silly crap to careful management. And on top of that, the people were being lied to, like I said, by OPEC countries, even by our own politicians. Everything is fine, they said. We have plenty of gasoline. Our economy is healthy. Don't you worry your little heads over it. I don't really get economics. She'd had a 6-week unit on it, but it was complicated and freaky to think about. Her own economics, how much money she had in her pocket and what to spend it on, that was clear. Up at the level of countries, or when thinking about dollar bills having value when they were just paper or chips or pixels on the phone screen, that was confusing. So I'm still not seeing it. Did it really help those countries to lie? I mean, when they run out of oil, do they have other products to export to make up for it? No, and that's part of why there's a war right now. Without oil, Iran and Saudi Arabia starve. It's really that simple. They both have little enough left now. They think they need the other guys to stay alive. Why don't they do what we do, and the Quinns, and grow their own food? A lot of those places are like Phoenix. Desert, very little rainfall, and what they have is seasonal. Not a lot of people have access to birth control, so there are too many children. Certainly there's not enough water to irrigate crops to feed all their population. They have to import food. Oil pays for that food, and for mansions and so on for some of their leaders. So the thing that happened, that attack you were worried about this week on the news? The Ras Tanura attack, at the port where they load all the oil. That means children in Saudi Arabia will be starving soon? They already were, and for years now they've been closing down schools because they can't pay for them. But yes, it means more starving will happen. That's way worse than me not being able to fill up the gas tank here and go back into town tomorrow to see my friends. He was silent long enough that she thought maybe he'd forgotten about her. When she looked up, though, he was smiling at her, but it was a sad smile. "What?" she said. "You're a good kid." But he sounded so sad. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, honey. How's that wire?" "There's a little patch of rust here right at the ground where it connects that I'm having a hard time getting to. Want to look at it?" "Sure." He put his tools away carefully, even though he'd probably be taking them out again in 5 minutes. He was like that, meticulous. When he came to kneel beside her, she leaned over and kissed his cheek. "That was nice," he said. "What's the occasion?" "Just to thank you for bothering to explain things to me." It was more than that, but she always felt uncomfortable talking about love and gratitude and stuff like that. It was a lot easier to joke about such things. She might only have one real parent, but he was never mean to her, almost never yelled, and he treated her like an intelligent person. She knew people who had awful parents. Parents who were drunk or mean or just didn't care, or had left, or who wanted their kids to be 10 years old forever. Even Arch Quinn next door yelled at Dev loudly enough sometimes that she could hear him like he was 5 feet away. She was lucky that Pilar was her dad. Only late that night, in bed, it dawned on her to worry if Lisette would be able to make it back any time soon. She was all the way over in Prescott. There was a lot of up and down driving between there and here. She might have to wait for a gas station to get a delivery. Chapter 6. As soon as he heard the Quinn household stirring the next morning, Pilar walked over to tell Quinn about the gas shortage in town. He might know, but it was the neighborly thing to do, and Pilar felt an obligation to be neighborly. He might not be the best at forgiving and forgetting, but he was working on himself, always trying to be a better man. Quinn's rudeness the other day was something he was big enough to overlook. And anyway, it was just Quinn being Quinn. Mules had nothing on the man in the stubbornness department. Quinn might have 40 pounds on him and 2 inches on each bicep, but Pilar could afford to be the bigger man in this way. Devlin was opening up the chicken coop, letting the birds out to peck in their fenced yard. Pilar had already done that at home. With Bodhi watching them, he could afford to let his own chickens run free outside of a fence. No coyote or stray dog would get near them with Bodhi protecting them. If the attacker was too big for Bodhi, he'd raise enough of a ruckus that Pilar or Sierra could have shotgun in hand, ready to scare off any predators with the noise of a shotgun blast, or shoot them if necessary. Quinn had fencing all around the chicken coop, but limited his chickens to a quarter of the space until they'd cleared it. Then he'd move a section of temporary fencing to divert them to a fresh patch and let the bare patch recover. Quinn's method required more supplemental feed. "Hey, Dev," Pilar called. "How's school?" "Good." "Your ma keeping you on your toes?" "Always," he said. Pilar didn't approve of homeschooling, thought it wasn't good for rural kids in particular, but it wasn't his business. Sierra would be out on the main road catching the bus into school in a half hour, and he was happy she was, happy to know she had time with friends her own age, and kids of all sorts, richer, poorer, all religions and none, Indian, white, Mexican, and the kids of the Turkish family that had moved here back in 2016 to flee the political turmoil in their country. There weren't any black families at all in town, which was regrettable, but in order to buy the acreage he had wanted back when, and within reasonable distance of a town, this had been his best choice for the money he had on hand. Can't have everything. He knocked on the back door. "It's Pilar Crocker," he said. Kelly Quinn called. "Come on in. Hope you want coffee. It's part real." "Wasted on me," he said, pushing inside. "I've gotten so used to homegrown herb teas, my body wouldn't know how to handle actual coffee." "We cleared the shelves in town of it," said Quinn, who was sitting at the table. "It's too much, and it costs dearly," Kelly said. "One day, it'll trade higher than what we just paid," Quinn said. "I'm sure you're right," Pilar said, not wanting to let the man drift into his end-of-world monologue right now. "I came here to talk about that, at least in part." "About coffee?" Kelly was smiling as she gestured for him to take a seat. "The coming crunch. Coming soon, I think." Her smile faded. "What do you know that I don't?" "They're out of gas in Payson." "Entirely out?" Quinn said. "Diesel, too?" "I don't know about diesel, sorry. I sent Sierra in yesterday to fill up and grab some groceries, and she said both stations had signs up. Out of gas." "This is it, then," Quinn said, with inexplicable satisfaction. "The beginning of the end." "I don't know about that," Pilar said, "but I think we have cause to worry about supplies. While we can, we should stock up. I bet you got your coffee just in time, Quinn. There might not be any coming up here for a few months. Maybe a year, depending on how long this damned war lasts, and when they can get that port working again." "Maybe this is it. Maybe we're out of gas forever," Quinn said. "I think we'll recover some, eventually." "Damned Iranians. And Russians. They had to be behind it," Pilar said. "Poor guys working in that port. Last I heard, the death toll was up over 1,000. Kelly put a glass of water in front of him, sat at the table and said, "They may never know those numbers exactly." Quinn said, "We need to prepare, to dig in and get ready." "Quinn, you're the most prepared guy I know," Pilar said. "You're ready for World War III, for nukes, for the end of life as we know it, blizzards and heat waves both. We need to prepare for people." "People? What do you mean, people?" "People coming up here and trying to take what's ours." Pilar had a strange image of people with empty coffee mugs, wandering up the hill from Payson, banging on the door with zombie-like expressions, demanding their fix of caffeine. "Look, It might not be that bad. They may well have gasoline again on Thursday, which is what the sign said, and nothing much will happen but the prices will shoot up. Maybe the war will be over in 6 months, and we'll see something near to the old normal by the start of next year. Kelly said, Gas prices going up means all prices will shoot up. How often when prices shoot up do they ever come back down? Maybe we should have bought more rice when we were in town, Arch. Pilar said, It might be best if I do the shopping for all 3 households, or 4 rather, this week, and for as long as my gas tank holds out. Kelly said, The truck carries more, and we have some diesel stored. Pilar caught the look Quinn gave her. Was he thinking that was some big secret? Years ago, Pilar had gotten the tour of the doomsday preparations here. He had a pretty good idea of the level of preparation they'd done. Extensive. Over the top. Quinn slammed a fist down on the table, making water jump out of Pilar's glass. Don't you get it? This is it. Pilar didn't think so, but he said, Maybe so, to be agreeable. It wouldn't hurt to buy more staples in town, in case deliveries are cut off for a while. Maybe you should put in some feed corn in your garden, Kelly said, so you have some grain of your own. I have some seed if you... God damn it, don't you two get it? Quinn said. This is the end of the civilized world. There are more important things to worry about than rice and corn. Okay, said Pilar soothingly. What? Defense, said Quinn. We have to make sure we're ready well ahead of time. I'm sure you have ammunition enough to invade New Mexico, Pilar said. I'm just as sure you don't. And you don't train like we train. You should. It might be too late already, but you should start now. Pilar had more rounds socked away than Quinn might guess, but he didn't want to discuss it. Let me put it this way. I'm comfortable with what's on hand. I won't defend your house when it comes right down to it, Quinn said. I wouldn't ask you to, Pilar said. At the same time, Kelly said, Of course we would. You don't have to worry about Sierra or yourself, Pilar. Not ever. Quinn said, So what about that training? You, your daughter, us? We work on some likely scenarios. We get some target shooting in. Night training, communication training. Sierra and I both know how to use a shotgun and a rifle, Pilar said. And there's Bodhi to help. I think I have it covered. Quinn and Kelly exchanged a glance. Quinn said, I think you're wrong to refuse the offer, but it's your choice. Can I suggest something that will help keep you safer from the start, without firing a shot? He liked the idea of not firing a shot. How's that? I have equipment in the shed to reinforce the gate. We need to build a better gate and keep it locked, and mine the woods to either side. Whoa, mine? Pilar knew the guy was a little crazy, but this was extra crazy, even for Quinn. Not actual mines. Booby traps. I have some stuff. Pilar had no doubt he did. I don't want wildlife to get hurt. Nothing like razor wire, no mines. Quinn's face reddened. I can put whatever I want on my own property. Arch, Kelly said, putting a calming hand over his arm. Quinn was having none of it. He shook her hand off. And I will. But it'd be better if we all worked putting up that fence, and right quick, before anything has a chance to get going. Look, you have to know we're here to know it. The gate isn't obvious from the main road, not if you're driving fast. And from there, our road looks like a national park road, just missing the little brown sign. Your tallest turbine is visible from the gate, Quinn said. I told you to paint them green. Even then, I'm sure people would notice spinning green against a blue sky, or worse, against white clouds. You'll live to regret not doing it. Mark my words. Pilar was fighting the urge to roll his eyes. We can't change the gate anyway. It's against county regulations. The fire trucks have to... Don't you get it? Quinn burst out, jumping to his feet. There won't be fire trucks.
They won't have gas either.
No, that's just wrong, Quinn. There are strategic stockpiles for oil for municipal use. Police, fire, sheriff, rangers, they'll all have gas even if we can't buy any.
And if you're a fireman living in Payson, and the choice is between coming out here to put out a fire or saving the gas to put out your own house fire when that happens, what do you do?
In that situation, I'd do my job and respond to the fire.
Arch, honey, Kelly said.
Quinn said,
bullshit. I have concrete, I have pipes, I have a plan for the gate, I have the best locks money can buy and 4 sets of keys, one for each household on the street. If you won't help me, I'll do it myself, without your help.
It'd be too big a job to do yourself, Pilar said, keeping his voice soft.
Devlin will help me.
Pilar wanted to defuse the man. Quinn, give it a week. See if gas arrives in Payson. See if everything goes back to normal.
It won't, Kelly said.
We don't know that yet.
I know it, he said.
Maybe things will start to go south soon, but I think you're jumping the gun, Pilar said.
I think you're a soft, lefty panty-waist.
I don't even know what a panty-waist is. Pilar wanted to laugh, but he knew not to.
Think you can stop me from putting up the fence?
The belligerent tone broke Pilar's resolve, erased his good intention to come over here with a conciliatory attitude. If you do, I could call the sheriff.
You'd call the sheriff on me?
I might.
If you want to fight with me, why not fight like men? Come on out into the yard and let's settle it there.
Pilar took 3 deep breaths, trying to keep himself from responding in a way that would escalate the man even more. Part of him wouldn't mind punching Quinn right now, but that was the worst part of him, the childish part of him. He said, Kelly, try and convince him to wait until we see what happens with gasoline, would you? I'm sure you can talk some sense into him.
I'm sure I could knock you back into your own yard with one punch.
Pilar stood, and keeping his voice carefully soft, said, I always thought that fighting like a man was a ridiculous phrase. Real men find ways not to fight.
Fuck you.
Quinn! Kelly had her hand on her chest and looked frankly shocked. I'll talk to you soon, Kelly, Pilar said, and walked out of the house. Devlin was standing not 4 feet from the door, looking wide-eyed. Try to talk your father out of putting up that fence, Pilar said, but he immediately regretted it. He shouldn't ask a boy to fight his fights for him. He had to find a way to convince Quinn to act reasonably, or, if he was going to act unreasonably, to do it on his own property, not on a common road or public property. He walked back up the gravel road, fuming, trying to find the peace he'd begun the day with, and failing miserably. That Quinn, paranoid, violent, testosterone poisoned, Lisette had called him. Pilar wondered if that wasn't exactly the situation. The man was a walking battle plan, just waiting to erupt into violence. No, not waiting, longing to. Bodie, he called out as he tromped up the driveway. Let's go for a hike through the woods. The upper half of his property was beyond the stream, stretching into the shadowed pine forest. He didn't go up there often, but he needed to now, to get away from people. The chickens would have to fend for themselves without the watchdog. He left the door to their fenced area cracked open. They could scoot through if they had a half a brain. Between Arch Quinn and a laying hen, it was a close race in the brains department. Heel, he called to the dog. Bodie fell into step beside him. For 15 minutes they pushed through the forest undergrowth, moving fast uphill, until Pilar was panting. He emerged into the center of a ring of trees. Underfoot, the pine duff had suppressed all low growth. Above, tall pines stretched into the sky, leaving a clear blue coin of sky overhead. He looked up and took several deep breaths, smelling pine and normal decay and good fresh mountain air. I feel better already, he said to the dog. "Don't you?" Bodhi looked up at him and wagged his tail. Bodhi never lost his equanimity or patience. He never held a grudge. We should all be more like dogs, don't you think? Then Quinn could just piss higher on a tree and we'd be done with the dominance games. Did he really think Quinn was dominant? Well, yeah, he was. Aggression, dominance, same thing. He wondered how dogs arranged things when there was a dog who had some other talent than physical superiority. So there's a pack of feral dogs, and there was one big bully, the alpha dog. What did the clever rat terrier, who could climb into places the others couldn't, do? How did he rank? Was he thanked for his abilities, given compensation when he snuck into a concrete pipe and pulled out a rat to eat? Or did the alpha dog just bite him on the rump and steal whatever the clever little dog had found? Okay, I'm glad Quinn isn't biting me on the rump, so maybe it's good we're humans. He squatted to scratch Bodhi's ears and ruff. What you say we hike up another 10 minutes, then get back to our jobs? Bodhi was amenable. By the time they returned to the hen house, Pilar felt better. The woods helped him that way. He'd keep an eye out and make sure Quinn didn't do anything to the gate at the end of the road. And before he went into town on Thursday, he'd ask Kelly if she had a grocery list for him. Bodhi ran around to count the scattered chickens, dashing from one to the next, herding them subtly back into a tighter group he could protect more easily. The rooster spread his wings and crowed its defiance at Bodhi. But Bodhi was used to his posturing and ignored him. Probably some people wouldn't believe Bodhi could count, but when it came to the hens he could. He knew when he was short one and did not stop until he'd hunted her down and returned her to the flock. Pilar gathered eggs again, candling them with an LED flashlight before he put them in the basket, letting the routine tasks soothe him more. Eggs were being laid in earnest now, and if he had time, he'd check 3 times a day. He'd be eating omelets and frittatas every lunch for a while. He'd let 2 hens brood soon, getting him and Sierra this year's fryers and next year's hens. When the days grew longer, he would need to use the trap nests, figuring out which of the hens were so old they had quit producing the minimum he needed of them, 5 eggs per week, and needed to be retired at the end of the season, as he used to say to Sierra when she was younger. Stewed is what he meant, or turned into ground chicken for meatloaf. The meatloaf recipe they liked best used barbecue sauce. He could make his own, but commercial was so cheap and easy, he used it. Another good thing to add to his list, if Walmart or the store still had it. A case of barbecue sauce would probably last years. If there wasn't any, he'd have to look up a recipe and make sure the ingredients were on hand. Vinegar, brown sugar, tomato paste, something like that. Thursday, he'd have to go into town. He hoped there'd be gas, as promised. Not to be as paranoid as Quinn, but he worried there would not be. Chapter 7. The next morning, Arch Quinn woke thinking he'd been a bit of an ass with his neighbor the day before. It was often like this for him. In the heat of the moment, he'd sound off. The next day, he'd realize it might not have been the best strategy for getting what he wanted. But he knew, even if Crocker did not, that the gate was a good idea. It wasn't a perfect solution, of course. All people needed to do was to detour through the woods, and they'd come right onto his land. But people wouldn't move as quickly through the woods. They couldn't come up in an armored SUV with machine guns on full auto. They'd be limited to the weapons they could carry, and when they stepped from the cover of the woods, he and Devlin and Kelly could pick them off, one by one. He didn't want to turn his wife and son into killers, not really, but if it came down to it, and it was Arch's belief that it would, he knew he had trained them to do what had to be done. In fact, he needed to up their training schedule. They all kept up with target practice once a week, usually driving into the national forest, far away from any neighbors. But now, he wanted to train every day, and there wouldn't be time to drive off to do it. Straight target practice one day, move and shoot another day, reloading under various conditions the next. Mix it up, and keep them all three on their toes. Warn the neighbors they'd be hearing shots. "What are you thinking about, Arch?" Kelly asked sleepily. "I can hear your brain working."
"Military training. How we need to work harder at it now."
She said sleepily.
"I was thinking of something else."
"What?"
"This,"
she said, and she reached over to run her fingers up his thighs. All thoughts of target practice flew from his mind.
"Can you?"
he asked her.
"I believe I remember how, yes. I meant, are you well enough?" "Perfectly well, especially for this,"
she said. A half hour later, Arch was still working to catch his breath.
"Damn, you are really good at that, you know."
"I believe I might be. Still, a girl likes to hear it from time to time."
"You sound smug."
"I feel smug," she said, with a throaty laugh he loved hearing.
"Did we wake Devlin?"
He thought he might have been a little noisy.
"I don't care."
"Kelly, he's old enough to know his parents have sex. It won't traumatize him for life if he hears you scream."
"I did not scream,"
Arch said.
"No, but you wanted to."
He rolled over and gathered her into his arms, feeling a wave of fear that he'd lose her.
"I'll keep you safe. No matter what happens, I promise."
"I know you will," she said.
"I wish we could spend a whole day like this, like we did in our 20s.
"Before we owned property," she reminded him, "and before Devlin could walk."
"I know. But weren't those great days?"
"They were. I'd limp into work on Monday, sore but happy." He bit her earlobe playfully. "Now stop. We do need to start the day. What are you going to do about the fence?"
"Talk Crocker into it."
"Maybe you should let me try next."
"You think you can?"
"You know what I think we should do?" She kissed his forehead and then rolled out of bed, pulling on her robe.
"What?"
He watched her finger comb her hair, then twist it up and clip it on top of her head. Some strands of gray grew from the crown, but it was still thick and beautiful. "Have a neighborhood meeting. We need to talk about conserving gas and diesel by carpooling into town, and we can talk about the fence, too. I'll try to get Kurt to come."
"Good luck with that."
"I'll bribe him with baked goods."
"Bribe him with a promise of a short meeting, or one where no one says a word and you'll do better."
"Look, Arch, if you're right about this,
I'm right," he said.
if you're right about all this, and the shit really is about to hit the fan," she went on, "we need to be a solid unit, the whole road, all 4 families. We need to coordinate. We need to train not just as a family, but all together. We need to train them to our system of signals in case there is an incursion."
"You're right."
"And the best way to start, I think, is with food. A meal, or a big dessert table."
"What about Sybil Morrow?"
"I think Mitch can leave her alone for an hour. If not, we'll meet there. You know he'd be willing to do that. We can use their deck."
"It might be better to meet there anyway," Arch said. "Neutral territory for both me and Crocker. No home field advantage."
She gave him a curious look. "After 20 years, you still sometimes surprise me. That's a damned good point."
"Could be I get more creative when we make love."
"Probably you get all the fight trained out of you."
"Breaking training," he said agreeably.
"Let's break it again real soon," she said with a wicked smile, and she left the room. Later that day, after her chores were done, Kelly grabbed a pad of paper and pen and jotted notes. Food she should make, talking points. She'd start with the Morrows and make sure Mitch was willing to play host. She'd do all the cooking, though if someone else insisted on bringing a special dish, she'd be excited and thank them profusely. She wouldn't use the word meeting with Kurt Henry. Get together? No, too social. Brief discussion might work. Something like that would be least appalling to his hermit sensibilities. Once she had her plan worked out, she checked herself in the mirror, decided to change into a checked cotton shirt, and took her pad and stylus with her down the road to the Morrows. Mitch was happy to see her. She gave him a hug and said, "Can I look in on Sybil?"
"Sure, but she's probably asleep."
The sick room was neat as a pin, but the scent of urine and feces was still detectable. He was getting up there in years, but he was still spry enough to take care of his wife. "She looks peaceful," she said softly. "Do you think she has any pain?"
"I don't believe so," he said. "Or maybe I just hope not."
"I remember meeting her when you first moved here. Such a lovely woman."
"She was, and is."
"If you ever want me to come over and do her hair, just let me know, would you?"
"That's a kind offer, but honestly, she wouldn't know the difference. I keep it short and clean, and I think that's enough."
Kelly knew that the woman had two kinds of illnesses, one mostly physical and one mostly mental. It wasn't Alzheimer's, but some other form of dementia. She wondered if the woman she knew was here, or if she knew anything at all. Maybe it was a blessing if she didn't. "I'll see you soon, Sybil," she said to the closed eyes, and she and Mitch left the room. "How are you holding up?" she asked Mitch, as he served her a cup of tea. Real tea, too. Black tea.
"Tell you the truth, I get lonely sometimes."
"If you want, you can come over any time you wish. Have your evening meal with us, or lunch." She felt guilty she hadn't been checking on him more often.
"I like Devlin's company. Whenever he comes over to do a chore, it's a real treat for me. You raised him well, Kelly. You and Arch."
"Thank you." She felt a real glow of pride at that. "Arch thinks he needs a better work ethic."
"He's doing fine. He's what, 15?
"Almost 16. You know," she said, as the idea popped into her head, "Sierra Crocker is graduating from high school. I hadn't been planning on much for Devlin's birthday, but maybe I'll have a little party, just for us on the street, for both of them."
"Oh, that's nice of you,"
he said. "In fact, I came here to ask you to help me with a different sort of get-together. You know there's no gas in town right now."
"I heard it mentioned on Citizens Band this morning."
She explained about wanting to get together to coordinate things, leaving out anything about fences, guns, or military training. Start with the basics of getting food from town, create a stronger sense of community, and build up from there. She'd have to remind Arch to play nice, especially this first time, and keep him on a short leash.
"Sounds logical. Well, my car can always go."
"You can make it all the way up the hill?"
"Perfectly well. The problem would be more with how much I could carry."
"That is exactly the sort of thing we need to talk about. How's Saturday for the meeting?" She'd rather do it tomorrow, but that was short notice. It might be better to see if gasoline and diesel did appear on Thursday, as promised, and how quickly whatever gas was delivered might run out. If they had to wait until Friday to meet, they may as well wait until Saturday when Sierra could attend. The kids were old enough to be part of this. If the worst did come to pass, both of those kids would need to take up arms and defend their homes. They finalized the details over a second cup of tea. Mitch was not only willing to host, he seemed cheered by the thought.
"I'll take care of the beverages," he said, "and you can do the food."
"Sounds great. I'm looking forward to it." When she left, she stopped on the front walk and jotted a note to herself to have Mitch over once a week for supper. He could surely leave Sybil alone for 1 hour per week. If he couldn't do that, she'd send Dev over more often with some excuse, but really to keep Mitch company. Kurt Henry was outside. It was lucky, for at times, though he was home, he simply did not answer a knock at his door. He was a hermit, not a crazy hermit. He showered, he dressed neatly, usually in worn flannel shirts and jeans, but he either didn't like or was afraid of people. He seemed to do better with men than women. Kelly wondered if that was because of his looks. He was tall, lean but well-built, but his face was strange, and his voice was strange too, low, and it was hard to describe. It wasn't really a speech impediment, but the words were just a little off somehow, the pronunciation garbled in his throat, rather than on his lips and tongue. She had no idea if what was wrong with him was congenital, or from a childhood accident, or what. He was certainly a homely man. He had a pronounced brow ridge, a thrusting jaw, and cheekbones that made him look more gaunt than he was. His hands were big, too, and he seemed shy about that, sometimes folding them under his armpits when he spoke to you. He was tinkering with what looked to be a homemade stationary bike in his backyard. "Knock, knock, neighbor," Kelly said. "Hi," he said. The pitch of his voice surprised her every time she heard it. Not that often, to be honest. He was a basso profundo. "What are you up to there?" she asked. "Making sure my bike pump works on the well." "Oh, so that's your alternative. We installed a hand pump auxiliary a couple years back." He grunted. "This is clever." She visually traced the linkage from the bike into the wellhead. "So what kind of flow rate do you get?" "I'll show you," he said. She started to tell him not to bother, but then thought better of it. Let him show it off, praise him, and get him in a more friendly mood. It only took him a minute to switch from electric to manual, and then he dragged over a galvanized wash tub and began to pedal. She was glad she had agreed to see it. The tub was filled in perhaps 5 rotations of the pedals. "Wow," she said. "That's amazing." "Bikes are great," he said. "They can do a lot of things." "Like horsepower," she said. "Human power." "Yeah, they multiply it. I have 2 more inside that I might be using for other purposes." She'd been inside his house, cabin, really, a couple of times. He had hundreds, maybe thousands of bits of hardware in there. Gears, bikes, chains, pulleys, bits of scrap metal. He kept it all neat, some of it hanging from the walls, some of it on shelves. He even must dust it, for it was all clean. She told him when she'd first seen it that it was like a work of art, which it really was. The careful spacing, especially on the walls, where every inch was used, but nothing touched the next thing. It was as if a strange metal sculpture was hung there. And here he was, using some of that stuff to make something practical. "You heard about the gas shortage in town?" "No, I haven't turned on the radio in a month," he said. "Too depressing." "Oh," she couldn't imagine that. "There's a war. You know that, right?" "Over in the Middle East? That one? Or did we get ourselves into one too?" "The one over there. There was an attack on a strategic port, and oil imports are going to drop off a lot as a result. I'm not sure if it's a direct response already, or some sort of rationing is going on behind the scenes, but either way, they ran out of gas in town this week." He looked surprised. "Both stations?" "Both, right." "Town people won't like it." "No, I reckon they won't," she said. "So, the thing is, Kurt, we think it will keep on like this for a while, through the end of summer at least, but maybe until the end of the year. I want to get together, just a few people on this street, and talk about carpooling when we need supplies and so on."
"Crocker has a hybrid."
"Yes, and Mitch Morrow has a pure electric car that can make it up the hill. We have a little diesel stored up to put in our truck, but that's for emergencies. If this lasts, it might become quite a problem to get down there to town."
"I guess I need to expand the garden."
He had the smallest garden of all of them. He hunted a lot, and she'd seen evidence that he'd eat nearly anything, squirrels or doves or even snakes, whatever came his way. "Are you willing to come over to the Morrows on Saturday, then? It'll be outside, weather permitting, so you can come and go as you like." He gave her a strange look.
I'll think on it.
Well, good, she said, feeling suddenly awkward. Love the bike pump. Hope to see you in a few days. She bit her tongue against the urge to keep babbling and turned away, waving a hand over her shoulder. Odd fellow. Not scary odd, but awkward. Something about being around him for more than a few minutes made her feel awkward too, as if she were 12 years old again, and not quite sure how to interact in the adult world. She'd saved the hardest for last, and that was saying something, that anyone could be harder than Kurt Henry. She walked up the drive of the Crocker property and looked around until she saw Pilar. He was working at the base of the turbines. She passed through the yard and their dog ran up to greet her. She patted it for a minute before going on. It followed her part way and then turned back. As she neared Pilar, she saw him painting the guy wires of his turbines. "Hey, neighbor," she said. "Kelly," he said. "Rust problems?" "A regular upkeep, nothing serious." "You take good care of your property." He looked suspicious but thanked her. "I have a couple of things to talk with you about. If it's the stream or fence, I'm really not in the mood." "Nope. A party, and another party, and groceries." "Okay," he continued with his painting. "Shoot." "Sierra is graduating. I didn't know if you'd planned anything, but Devlin's 16th birthday is coming up about the same time. I thought I might have a little party for them next weekend. Just the people in the neighborhood and maybe a friend each." "If any friend wants to waste gas coming up here." "That's a good point. Anyway, think on it and let me know. My second point is, I'd appreciate it if you took me into town on Thursday when you get gas." "You need things?" "Well, I can get them for you." "I expect the shelves might be picked over, so I'd like to look myself." "Okay. I'll be happy to take you, but I warn you, I'm leaving before dawn." She caught the subtle emphasis on the word you, which meant he was still irked at Arch. "Why so early?" "To get in line. We might have to just sit there until gas gets delivered. I don't want to drive all that way and have them run out again before I can get to the pump." "You could drop me at Walmart and I could shop for us both and walk back to you. It's not a mile." "You know, that would be really helpful." "Happy to help. Depending on when they deliver the gas, I might be able to go to the grocery store and hardware store as well." Those two stores were right next to each other, but the grocery store had suffered from years of competition with the Walmart a half-mile away. "A lot of walking." "Not very much at all. I'll take a backpack so I won't even feel the weight of the food." "I was thinking I might buy a case of a couple things, if they have a case. That's too much to carry." "I can at least scope it out for you first and tell you if they have what you want. If not, you don't have to detour back and look for yourself. Do you have any idea when gas gets delivered?" "I phoned the Valero, and they had a recording that said between 9 and 11 in the morning." "Oh, good. So you won't have to sit there all day." "No. Arch will keep half an eye on your place while you're gone." "Will he?" His voice was flat. "Oh, Pilar, you know Arch. He's quick to say angry things, but there's not a bad bone in him." "I'm not sure he'd like you saying that about him." "It's nothing but the truth. He's a good man, and so are you. Which brings me to the third thing I came to talk about, and that's this Saturday." She explained her idea of having them all get together. "We can brainstorm what else we can do to help each other." "I suppose that's okay, as long as Arch doesn't bring up the gate or irrigation or Armageddon. I'll muzzle him the best I can." "So it's at the Morrows?" "Arch's idea." She fibbed. "I believe he thought it'd be best to meet on neutral ground." "Did he now?" "We're not your enemies, Pilar. We're friends and neighbors, and we'll need each other to get through these tough times ahead." That seemed to deflate something in him, some anger or resistance. "Of course you're right. I usually am." That made him chuckle. "You probably are. Maybe you should be elected president of the road." "Empress, I think, suits me better." She winked at him. "Well, Empress, Then yes, if you so decree, I'll be there on Saturday. What time and what should I bring? Just Sierra. Make sure she doesn't have something going on in town. I really want the kids to be part of this. They're old enough to take on adult responsibilities, I think. It won't hurt them to know how we're thinking. And worrying, and why we might say no to some request. All true, he said. I'll ask her about the graduation party. Unless you are trying to keep it a surprise? No, not enough people up here for a good surprise party. You have a date and time for that? I was thinking Saturday next, but that Sunday afternoon would be fine too. We can discuss it on Saturday too. Some fun business among the serious stuff. Okay, great. Thanks for building the bridge, Kelly. That's me, Empress and Bridge Builder. And Chief Baker. I am a busy little bee, aren't I? She said. Just beep your horn when you're ready to take off Thursday morning. I'll be listening for it. I'll drive up to your door. Ask Arch not to shoot me, okay? He had to have the last line, didn't he? But she kept the pleasant smile on her face until she turned away. Chapter 8. Thursday morning, Pilar Crocker and Kelly Quinn drove down the hill under a clear, starry sky. Look at that bright star, she said, pointing through the windshield. Venus, probably, he said. When it's out, that's usually the brightest thing up there. Are you into astrology? She said, thinking it would make sense if he was. Hemp clothes and all that. No, he said with a chuckle. Stuff and nonsense. I'm not even a good amateur astronomer. I only know how to identify a few things up there. The Big Dipper? She said. I know that one. And Orion. You probably know that one too. Right, I do. And you can find the North Star with the Big Dipper. Not sure I remember how. Maybe we'll all go out one night and talk stars. Another friendly gathering. I bet Mitch Morrow knows something about it, she said. He's quite the Renaissance man, Pilar said. I wouldn't doubt it. They talked about the neighbors and the meeting until they pulled into the Walmart 50 minutes later. It's dead-looking, she said. Are we sure it's open? Lights are all on, but we'll try the doors. Not these, those over there. They lock this side at night, she said. He pulled up to the other entrance and she said, Let me try. She hopped out, and yes, the door swung open as she approached. She went back and sat in the car, leaving the door open for the light so that she could read. You have your list? Here, on paper even, he said, handing it to her along with a wad of hundreds. She read through it and nodded. You did a good job of putting down acceptable alternatives. Yeah, and if you see anything you can think of that'll keep, mark it down if you would. If it's there in large quantities, I'll decide if it's worth swinging by to grab it on the way out of town. She'd been planning to do that for herself, actually. She counted his money. You'll get plenty of change. We'll have to see about that. I brought $400 more for the gas. You think it'll be that much? $50 a gallon doesn't seem out of the question. She whistled. Imagine what our grandparents would think of this. They probably didn't believe it would ever happen. Okay, I'll see you at the Valero when you're done. I appreciate your doing this. No problem, she said. Inside the Walmart, she could see the lack of gas had made a difference in deliveries. Some aisles still had plenty of goods. She wandered through the whole store. There were still hours until the gas might be delivered, and she may as well reconnoiter here while she had the chance. Arch would want to know how things stood. The food section was in the worst shape. Pilar wasn't going to get his barbecue sauce. She hunted for alternatives for items on both their lists and did what she could. She ran herself through a self-checkout, separating the three families' meager groceries, and fed in the hundreds to the maw of the banknote scanner. One day, and maybe not too far down the road, these pieces of paper were going to be worthless. That was the thing about fiat currency. It only had value for as long as the government was strong enough to make it have value. Or, to think of it another way, It only had value for as long as we all shared the hallucination that these green bits of paper meant anything. In truth, they had no value. Today, these slips of paper meant corn syrup and lentils and the cotton fabric remnants she'd found that she realized would be good for bandage material. In a year, the paper money might only be good for starting a bonfire. Arch had plenty of gold hidden, buried, most of it, but Kelly never had believed it'd be of much value either once things turned bad. You can't eat gold. A good laying hen, though, one that gave you 10 eggs a week in season, and who could be bred to make more hens for next year? Better than gold. Bullets? At some point, nearly priceless. She was giving herself a chill thinking about the world where that would be true, and how close at hand it might be. So she pushed it from her mind. Sufficient unto the day are the evils thereof. On the other hand, the plans of the diligent led to abundance. The Bible was pretty confusing on the topic of prepping. Sometimes it said to plan, but other times it said that planning was useless because the Lord's will would be done anyway. Whichever was the more true, Kelly was sticking with planning. Consider the ant. That was her. She loaded the backpack, slung it on, and split the rest of the weight between 2 woven grocery sacks. She stepped out into the first light of dawn, weighed down with the purchases, a comforting sort of weight. She was the ant, after all, gathering her food, and she made her way back toward the rendezvous with Crocker. 5 hours later, they had their gas, but after a discussion between a woman she recognized as the mayor of town and a man who must be the Valero owner, they announced it was to be rationed. 6 gallons, no more, called an attendant, walking along the lines of cars, warning them in advance. By the time he was doing that, the line for gas was stretched back 3 blocks on the main road, and police had been necessary to direct the rest of the line down a side street. If it were her telling people of the rationing, she'd be holding a rifle port arms while she said it. But while she heard some curses, no one erupted into violence. They were all getting full service for a change. The owners were not taking a chance anyone would sneak in an extra half-gallon. The price was a flat $350. As Pilar made it to the head of the line and handed the cash over, he said to Kelly, "Still worth the trip, I guess. I won't burn all 6 gallons getting back home." Makes you stop and think, doesn't it? The price, I mean. About if it's worth it to come into town at all anymore. Yeah. We all have gardens and staples and chickens. We have the rabbits and will be happy to trade them for something you have and we don't. We can all hunt or trap. I'm not comfortable with hunting out of season. Small game is always fine. Deer season isn't that far away. August for bow, including elk, though I haven't seen an elk in our neighborhood in years. I'll need a refresher course on dressing a deer. I generally don't butcher anything bigger than an old hen. You should ask Kurt Henry on Saturday. He'd be able to teach you every bit as well as Arch or me, and maybe it'd help draw him into being more social with us all. I'll give that some thought. He pulled into the hardware store and they bought what they could. The shelves here were also half empty. The grocery store had had a new sign up. Open evenings only until further notice. And when she looked through the windows, the shelves there looked as bare as Walmart's. When they had the hardware loaded into the back, she took a moment to look out over the view of the town. She'd not be coming back for a good long while, she believed. A twinge of guilt struck her, at failing at her plans for getting Devlin more social time with his peers when it was possible. But the world was what it was. He'd have his chance one day, somehow, she hoped. For now, they needed to batten down and prepare for the worst. People had been good enough today about the gas rationing back at the Valero, but she didn't believe that would hold. People are people, and people don't like giving up what they've been used to. That bad temper of a few in line for gas today would turn to panic and violence if food deliveries didn't resume soon. A regular city-sized yard behind a house couldn't possibly feed a family of 4 or 5. That must already be dawning on the smarter people here in town. And when it dawned on enough of them, that's when the trouble would begin. Chapter 9. The party hadn't gone as well as Kelly had hoped. The 5 ambulatory adults in the neighborhood had come with gifts for both of the kids, but the 2 friends Devlin had asked to attend had been refused by their parents, who didn't want to burn the gas. She even offered to one parent, someone she'd attended church with for several years, to meet them halfway, but no go. Sierra had a friend in attendance, and so the party had been awkward for Devlin. Kelly felt bad. The something she had wanted to do for her son to celebrate had ended up turning him quiet. And she hadn't missed the look of longing on her son's face whenever he glanced at Sierra and her friend. Kelly knew Arch didn't want to encourage a romance there, but a friendship wasn't out of order. Dev needed some social contact with someone his own age, and with the gas situation as it was, they weren't going to be driving in and out of town anytime soon. And she had an idea that would make Arch willing to let Devlin spend a little time with the girl. She worked a yes out of Arch, and broached the topic with Devlin a few days later in the afternoon, as he was helping clean up the last of the mess from canning. Dev was worried. He could tell his mother was about to bring up a serious topic. He could only hope the topic wasn't sex. "Your father and I have been talking," she said. "Here it comes. And we have an idea. It's a little sneaky. Pilar, Mr. Crocker, might not like it, but I think you might and Sierra might, and maybe Mr. Crocker doesn't need to know every little thing at first." Sierra? His interest level rose. "Have you been paying attention to the radio? The news?" "Some. I'm not inside much." "No, I guess you aren't. The gas delivery didn't come to Payson last week, and there isn't much gas in Phoenix or Tucson. What there is? $100 per gallon now in Phoenix." "Oh, that's a lot," Dev said, thinking of his hidden envelope of cash. If he had a car, he couldn't go far on what he'd saved over the years. Not to an ocean, for instance. He'd always wanted to see the ocean. "Your father thinks, and I'm afraid he's right, that things are going to get worse, that people might come up this way." "To steal from us?" "Maybe it won't be their first plan. They might simply be fleeing the city. If they see us, and if they see we have supplies, yes, they might try to take them. Hungry people are desperate people." She wasn't saying anything he hadn't heard before. "What does this have to do with Sierra?" "Your father tried to get Mr. Crocker to agree to the idea of group training, but he refused. Still, you might be able to teach Sierra a thing or two that will help her when the time comes. I'll keep working on Mr. Crocker, but you might be able to help his daughter to be more prepared." "Won't he be mad when he finds out?" Having his own father mad at him so much of the time, Dev didn't really want Sierra's dad angry too. "Probably, but he'll feel worse if she was hurt and there was something that could have been done to prevent it." "So you want me to do it? Not Dad? Not you?" "Yes." "How? If I'm supposed to keep it secret, how?" "Been thinking on that," his mother said. "Invite her on a hunting trip, just a short one the first time. Look for rabbits, squirrels, small game. That way, you can get some target practice in too. Watch what she's doing. See if there's any tips you can give her." "Okay." Dev wasn't quite sure what to make of this, but he was intrigued. A chance to spend some time alone with Sierra? Time away from his chores and his father's critical eye? Sounded good to him. Maybe it can become a regular thing, a couple times per week. Make it fun the first time, and you can keep teaching her. She might not even understand she's learning, but she'll be learning, and getting used to having her rifle in her hands. "I get it," he said. "When?" "No time like the present. When the last of these dishes is put away, you and I will go over there and chat about it. For now, the appeal is supplementing supplies on hand with more meat, right? That's how we'll sell Crocker the idea." Dev was excited and nervous and a little afraid, but the more he thought about it, the more he was proud. His folks both trusted him to teach someone something this important. That was pretty great. Pretty shocking, coming from his father. His mother trusted him more, knew him more, liked him more. 2 days later, he and Sierra were walking across the main road in early afternoon, going into federal forest land to hunt small game. He'd been thinking about what to talk to her about, what to ask her about, like Mr. Morrow had said, and he had finally come up with something. "You know what?" he said. "What?" She sounded bored. "I envy you." "You do?" More interested now. "You have such a great relationship with your father." "Yeah, Pilar's okay. My father would knock me into next week if I called him Arch. My father has never hit me. He's looked like he wanted to a few times, but he never has." "Arch does, huh?" Not really. I mean, he doesn't do more than smack me once, and it doesn't hurt. Not physically." "That's good. Maybe you can give me pointers on how to get along with my dad. I'll give you hunting pointers, and you can do that. Fair trade?" "Sure, but I don't think I can help you much with Arch. Pilar's easy because he's easy." Anyway, they had moved beyond the road far enough to look for game. It wouldn't have been far enough a month ago, when cars pulling lightweight tent trailers and trucks would have been moving along it, making noise while getting up into the rim and its cooler weather. But the gas shortage had made it a quieter world. Dev gave her pointers on her shooting. Grip, stance, pretty much everything about her technique was half-assed. She missed a squirrel and refused to shoot at doves. He took 2 doves with 2 shots, feeling pretty proud of the second. "This isn't legal," he said. "I know that bothers your father." "Are they protected species?" "No, not at all. They're not at all rare. The official season is September, so I'm off by a few weeks is all." "Seems like not much meat for the risk." "It's good meat, though. Not quite as good as quail. Winter, we'll come out and get as many quail as we can." He put the birds into his bag and said, "You want them?" "Better not. Pilar probably knows they're not in season, and he'll throw a fit." "How do you prepare them? Pluck them like chickens?" "Nope, not enough meat to hassle with. You breast them, more like filleting a fish. Fry them in butter or bacon grease. Put the rest in the compost." At the end of the day, she shot a cottontail. He was happy to see her willing to kill an animal. "You can have it too," she said. He'd have to check it for parasites and disease. A lot of them weren't healthy enough to eat. If it wasn't, he'd leave it and a mountain lion or coyote or owl or crow would come along and eat it. He wondered if carrion eaters were suffering from the lack of gasoline too. They probably relied on cars hitting animals for some of their meals. Sierra surprised him by saying, "I'd like to do this again. Not kill the animals so much, but you gave me some good pointers on shooting." Great," he said, glad she'd made that part of his job easier. "Sunday okay?" "Probably. It's not as if I'm going anywhere." She left him with the rabbit, which ended up not being safe for human consumption. Nature was efficient. By the time they were back here again, there probably wouldn't even be bones left. Over the next 2 weeks, in 5 hunting trips, he managed to impart a good deal of information to Sierra. He talked about battle tactics cautiously at first, but when she didn't protest, he grew bolder. By their 4th session, there was no hunting at all for food, just target practice. He flushed animals and tried to get her able to hit a moving target, and he explained a bit about fighting battles against humans. Surprise, mobility, training. These are the 3 principles my dad keeps driving home. He explained flanking maneuvers, waiting for the right moment to attack, finding cover and digging bunkers and traps, gaining the high ground and how to use it, But the most important part of all this is training regularly. Well, not only so that you're familiar with your weapon and other equipment, and that your aim is true and your movements practiced, but so you can calm the mind. Panic does you no good. You think it'll come to this? Needing to fight people? My mom thinks so. My father thinks so. My dad thinks it won't. She looked troubled, but I'm not sure he's right. Chapter 10. Saturday, they were meeting again at the Morrows, with Kurt Henry not in attendance. Pilar, last in line, loaded his plate with chocolate-dipped strawberries and homemade Parmesan crackers. He had just settled down and balanced his plate on his lap, when Bodhi, who had come along for either the company or the treat slipped to him, began to growl. "What's wrong, boy?" Pilar asked. "Coyotes?" He leaned back to look around Mitch and make eye contact with Sierra. "You put the chickens back in the coop, right?" "I did. Want me to run over and make sure a weasel or something isn't in there?" She stood and put her plate of food on the bench where she'd been sitting. "I'll go too," Dev said. Bodhi began barking more loudly, and the hackles on his neck were up. "Whoa," Pilar said, speaking loudly to be heard over the noise. "He doesn't do that a lot. Maybe a bear he's caught wind of." "Or worse," Quinn said, standing and staring in the same direction as the dog was facing. "I should have brought a rifle." Pilar managed to not snap out a rude reply. He and Quinn had come to a truce, which was kept only by their staying away from certain topics. Still, he wondered if maybe there might not be a real danger out there. He went to Bodhi and leaned to put his hand on his neck. The dog was quivering. "He's never like this. Never," Quinn said. "Kelly, stay here. Devlin, with me." Dev jumped up. "I'll go too," Pilar said. "Have a gun?" "No, not on me." "Get one." He shocked Pilar by putting his leg up on a chair and lifting his pants to reveal an ankle holster. He unsnapped it and handed the gun over to Devlin. "Go with Crocker. Be careful. I'll head for our house. Morrow, you should get a shotgun or rifle. Give Kelly another if you have it. Or Kelly, if he doesn't, you go inside." "I will not," she said. "I'll stand guard out here. Mitch, bring me your shotgun. Please. Then you and Sierra should stay inside." "Let's go," Quinn said, and vaulted the deck railing. A little dramatic, Pilar thought. He took the steps like a normal person and ran across the Morrow backyard, directly toward his house, while Quinn went for the driveway and rode back to his house. Now that Pilar was moving, Bodhi was running ahead of him, over the brown grass, still barking up a storm. Dev, who had started out behind him, quickly outpaced him. "Be careful, Dev," Pilar said, "in case there is something. Someone." That's all he had wind to say as he sprinted to catch up to the boy. By the time he had reached his house, Bodhi was out of sight. He was barking from the direction of the Quinn's house. Dev was climbing up the cistern platform, probably trying to get a better vantage point. Pilar resisted the urge to tell him to get down. If there was someone around with a rifle, the boy shouldn't make himself a target up there. Pilar did a quick circuit of his house, making sure there was no broken windows, and was about to turn for the chicken coop to see if this was all about a dead chicken, when he heard the gunshot from the Quinns. "Shit," he said, and he pounded up the steps to his back door, threw it open, and reached for the rifle he kept over the back door. Ammunition was in the nearest kitchen cabinet, inside a box, inside a Dutch oven. He fumbled it out, loaded the magazine, popped it in, and ran back out. Dev was already off the platform, running ahead of him. Another shot sounded from ahead of them. Another. Shit. Pilar put on more speed than he knew he had in him, vaulting the raised herb bed at the edge of his property, pounding after Dev. "Wait up," he called to the boy, but either Dev didn't hear him or was choosing to ignore him. "Dad," Dev said. He had paused by the shop and was looking wildly around. Pilar ran up and grabbed him by the shirt, pulling him over to the side of the barn and pushing him against the wall.
"Don't expose yourself. Where's my dad?" he said, struggling to break free. "Devlin," Pilar said sharply. "Think. I know your father trained you better than this. Use your head." "Shh." The boy quit struggling, could be seen to gather his wits again, and nodded. In a flash, his panic had evaporated, and he was all business as he said, "You take the shop, I'll take the house. Stay low. Use cover." Pilar had no idea why he was thinking they were dealing with a human problem, not an animal one, but that is what he thought. In fact, he was almost certain of it. Dev took off for the house, moving in spurts, staying low, using cover, and when he couldn't, dodging from side to side, not making himself an easy target. Pilar pushed his worry for the boy to the back of his mind and tended to his own task. He slid down the shop wall to the corner, peeked around, and yanked his head back, trying to think about what he had just seen. No people, nothing obviously amiss. Okay, go. He edged around the corner, and he saw the door to the shop was hanging open. Not far, just an inch or two. God damn it, he was simply not cut out for this kind of thing. But he pushed forward anyway, watching where his feet were landing, trying not to make any noise. He heard a grunt, inside the shop, then a low thumping noise. He made it to the door without making much noise. Then he took a deep breath. Man, he was shaking. But if Quinn was in there, hurt, or worse, he had to act now. It'd be dark. His eyes would have no chance to adjust. Well, screw it. He raised the rifle and took a step, then kicked open the door, hoping to get some light in there so he could see what he was shooting at. "Hands up!" he yelled at the same time. "I could shoot you so easily," Quinn's voice said. "You should have come in low." "Thank God you're okay," Pilar said, as he let his rifle down. "You hurt?" "I'm okay. This guy not so much." Pilar's eyes were adjusting. There was a man on the floor of the shop. He was unconscious, or worse. There were barrels that had been pulled out from the walls and kicked over. Dev. The thought came to him. "Shit," he said, and turned to run for the house. "What are you doing?" Quinn yelled after him. "There might be more people. Dev's at the house." Quinn caught up to him, grabbed his arm, pulled him to a stop and said, "Stop. My family has signals we know. Let me." "He might need help." "He's my kid, and he's trained. Go back in my shop and make sure that asshole doesn't get up." Reluctantly, Pilar went back to the shop. He waited for his eyes to adjust, and then he carefully rolled the guy on the floor over with his boot toe. His eyes were open and empty. There was blood on his shirt. Pilar dropped to his knees and checked the man's neck for a pulse. This guy wasn't getting up. Not ever again. He wasn't anyone Pilar recognized. He tried to close the dead man's eyes, but they were stuck open. Funny, that always worked in the movies. He had a flash of an idea, going over to get a pair of needle-nose pliers from Quinn's workbench and yanking down the eyelids with those. Then he realized how bizarre the thought was, and believed he might be going into shock. He'd seen dead people, or one dead person, but he'd never seen anyone murdered. "Don't use that term, Quinn." He nodded at the voice in his head like it was another person and spoke back to it. "You're right. He'll not see it that way. A homicide, anyway. But would the sheriff call it self-defense or justified? Was there a weapon lying around the guy? If so, who had shot first? Sheriff. Call the sheriff, idiot." He had his phone in his shirt pocket. He took it out and dialed 911. It took over a minute for someone to answer. 911, what's your emergency? "I need the sheriff." "What's the emergency?" There's been a robbery, I think, and someone was shot. The robber was shot." "So you need an ambulance?"
I guess, yeah. Sir, what is your name? He spent another 5 minutes on the phone with the woman, and she assured him a sheriff would be up as soon as possible. She got him to admit that the guy was also a dead guy, and she told him not to touch anything, to leave the scene as it was until the sheriff got there. She hung up, which surprised him. He thought they kept the person on the phone, in case they were in danger or the shooter. Then he thought about Bodie. Where was he? "Bodie?" he called. "Bodie? Here, boy." He whistled for the dog, the come-home whistle, a series of short ones, each rising a bit in pitch. After a few minutes, he tried the whistle again. He was starting to get worried enough to go look for him. No reason to guard the dead body, when the dog appeared at the door, tail wagging. "Where'd you go, boy?" If the intruder was what had set him off, why'd he leave the place where the guy was? Made no sense. Let me check you over." He kneeled down and checked the dog. No blood, no wounds, no sign he'd been in a fight with anyone. He wished the dog could talk. For now, where he'd been the last 15 minutes would have to remain a mystery. Bodie pulled away from him to check out the body on the floor. He looked at Pilar, as if asking him what happened, and Pilar said, "I don't know exactly, boy." Quinn's voice came from behind him. "I know. Exactly." "I called the sheriff," Pilar said. Quinn grunted. "I assume he was breaking in for food?" "He did break in for food. The house, too. There's a burlap sack filled with food. Some shit broken in there. Devlin is cleaning it up." "Maybe you should leave it as is for the sheriff to see, so he knows, you know." "Knows what?" "That you caught the guy breaking in. That you had a reason to shoot him." "Of course I had a reason." "Just saying. You want the sheriff to see it the same way you do. I'd stop Dev from cleaning up if I were you." Quinn pointed a finger at him and opened his mouth, ready to tell him off in some way or other, then seemed to think better of it, and turned to march back to the house. He'd grasp the danger he was in from the sheriff soon enough. Pilar wouldn't be surprised if they hauled Quinn in for questioning. He didn't really know the law. Could you shoot a person just for breaking in and robbing you? Or did you have to try some lesser form of violence first? If the guy had a gun, then it would be called self-defense, no doubt. But did he? Pilar was curious, but not curious enough to go pawing around the body any more than he had already and incur the wrath of the sheriff or crime scene team. At least he could testify that they were all together at the Morrow house when it started. It was not as if Quinn was lying in wait and wanted to shoot the guy. That might save him from jail time. Dev and Quinn came back. "What should we do then?" Dev asked. "If we can't clean up?" "Wait for the law, I suppose," Quinn said. Pilar said, "Maybe Dev should run back and tell Kelly and Sierra that we're all okay." "Right. Good idea." "Tell them to stay there, in case there's anyone else around, and try and get Bodie to go with you. I don't want him getting into a fracas with the sheriff or deputy." He patted Bodie on the rump. "Go with Dev, boy. Go on. Find Sierra." The last command did it. The dog knew what find meant. Bodie turned tail and ran off, back toward the Morrow house and the rest of his family. Quinn said, "Yeah, go on. Tell your mother we're okay. Try to get her not to come back over. But you need to come back, probably, to talk with the sheriff. We'll call or text when you're needed back here." "Okay," Dev said, and he handed his father the handgun. "Go back into the house and take a rifle with you. Take 2, in fact, yours and your mother's both. Keep an eye out. Be careful. There may be a gang of them, not just this one." The adrenaline was leaving Pilar, making him feel tired. He regretted that someone had died today. But had that someone known whose house he was breaking into, he wouldn't have even thought about doing it. He realized that was a good thing to say to Quinn, so he said it. "Damn right," Quinn said. "I told you we needed to fortify the gate." Would that have stopped this guy? I guess he was pretty hungry to risk breaking in a strange house. He had a thought. Is he a stranger? Or do you know him? Never seen him before. I wish we knew what was happening in town, but I don't really want to go down there to see if this is part of it. What if this is the first of people giving up on finding food in the grocery store shelves and breaking in here to find some? This could be the beginning of the end. We don't know that's what's happening. It might just be one random guy. He isn't dressed very well. Maybe he's homeless. You're like a kid, you know that? Thinking everything is going to be just dandy. I'm not a kid. I'd simply rather solve problems another way than shooting someone. Like how? Like offering the guy a sandwich, maybe. If he was hungry, if he was wanting to feed a family, maybe give him a bag of groceries. I have plenty of peas and beans coming in. Quinn laughed, a sour sound without amusement in it. Right. And have every asshole between here and Cottonwood coming to get another bag? How long could you survive doing that? Pilar knew Quinn was right, but hated to admit it. You could have told him to be on his way, and have him come back with 6 buddies, all armed next time? Quinn snorted in derision. Good plan, princess. You really must get over associating masculinity with violence. Talk about childish. Quinn laughed bitterly. Fuck a bunch of masculinity. Kelly would have done the same thing I did. She'd have known to protect her family and all the work we've put into preparing for this day. I'm not so sure about that. I am. You don't know her. I do. Pilar made himself bite back the next angry response that came to mind. Instead, he said, I'm just worried the sheriff won't see it exactly as you see it. Did the guy have a gun? A knife? Threaten you? He threatened my supplies, and he didn't respond to a warning shot. That's enough. I don't think the law will see it quite like that. I don't care how the law sees it. And if they haul you off to jail and leave your family to protect themselves, Fuck, Quinn said, and he turned his back on Pilar and stormed outside. Pilar let him stay there. He waited with the body, and he wondered about the man. Had he been hungry? Did he have little kids at home, crying because they were hungry? Where did he live? Was there a car he'd left out on the road? Hey, Quinn, he said. I'm going to go out to the main road, see if there's a car there or something. Maybe he left kids in a car. This kind of asshole doesn't prepare for food. I doubt he was careful with his gas. I bet he walked here. Just in case. I'd hate if there were a baby strapped in a car seat. It's a warm day and the sheriff seems to be taking a sweet time getting here. Go on. Look then. But be careful. There might also be another man waiting for him on the road. One with a gun. Then you be careful too, Pilar said. He could sneak up on you. If he exists. I'd like to see him try, Quinn said. Did the man have to talk in action movie cliches? Jeez. Pilar walked down the drive, feeling a frisson of fear the whole time, half expecting to catch a bullet in the back. But he heard nothing, not so much as a rustle in the woods. The birds were just beginning to sing again, and only then did he realize they'd been silent, probably upon hearing the gunshots and angry voices. That they sang again reassured him. Probably no one was out here. He sidled around the gate, feeling a stab of guilt. Maybe they should have reinforced it, but not even a heavier and taller gate would keep a committed person out. Anyone could slip around this gate, duck under it, or climb over it. A child could, much less a hungry and determined man. They couldn't stretch a 12-foot wall along the whole length of their property, and even if they could, they'd be vulnerable from the woods to the north and south. It might have been more than hunger driving the man. He might have been looking to steal anything he could. Maybe some of the groceries the Quinns had were so rare now in town, they had a black market value. But they also owned a computer, a radio, and other pawnable items. It could have been an old-fashioned robbery of that sort. But no. Quinn said there was a bag of food, not a bag of electronics. Pilar cautiously stepped out onto the highway. No cars were on it. Not moving, not parked. He walked downhill for a quarter-mile, glancing across the road from time to time, looking for any other sign of people. When he walked uphill, He did the same until he caught sight of something. Across the road, there was a flash of blue. He looked both ways, though there weren't cars, and there was no sound of cars or trucks coming up the road. Usually, this time of year, there was plenty of traffic. Tourists, commercial vehicles, what have you. But right now, it was dead quiet. In fact, as he looked at the road more carefully, he saw there was a buildup of dust on it, as if no one had been traveling at all for days. They really needed to find out what was happening in town. Payson wasn't so large that it had a daily news feed. There had been a newspaper when he and Theta had first moved here, but that was long gone. The high school ran the only radio station in town, and that went silent in the summer. He had been relying on news from Phoenix and the occasional text from Sierra's friends to guess at what Payson was like, but maybe he shouldn't have been so lax about it. He needed to find out exactly what it was like in town, even if it meant driving down there. Cautiously, he made his way toward the patch of blue. Probably a trash bag someone had shoved out their window. But as he neared it, he saw it was not. It was a tent, not opened and ready for use, but broken down and stored in a scuffed bag. Next to it was a forest green backpack, harder to see. He shoved it with his boot and saw that under that was a pink backpack. A child's pack. Oh no. "Hey," he said. "Little girl? Are you out here?" No answer. "My name is Pilar. I'm not going to hurt you. I bet you're waiting for your daddy, right? Is your mommy here too? Does your mommy have a gun? Is she a great shot?" He made himself sound friendly and, he hoped, not as frightened as he was. "I'm a nice guy. I have a dog and chickens. Have you ever seen a chicken up close?" He moved carefully through the brush, looking around. He wished he had the courage to drop his rifle. If a child could see him, the rifle would not be comforting. But if the man had another adult with him, someone in addition to the kid, Pilar needed the rifle. Was he becoming another Quinn? Damn it, he didn't want to be that. There was a little girl here, and her father had just been shot dead, and mean big brother or gun-toting mother or not, he needed to make sure she was okay. Feeling sick about doing it, and trying not to think how Sierra would survive if he died out here today, he laid the rifle on the ground. "I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. I'm just worried about you." Nothing. "Are you hungry? I know where you can eat." A sound, off to his right. He squatted down, trying to make himself look even less threatening. "There's a nice lady there who cooks really good food, and a nice man who's like the best kind of grandpa. And my dog, he's friendly too." A girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, peeked out from behind a tree. "Hi, hon," he said, quiet now. "I'm Pilar. What's your name?" "Is that your dog? The furry one that was here?" "Yeah, that's Bodhi. Did he come over and play with you?" She edged out another few inches and nodded. "Daddy says not to talk to strangers." "I'm not really a stranger now that you've met my puppy." "He's not a puppy. He's grown up." "You have me there. He's 10 years old. Older than you, I bet. Are you hungry?" She nodded. "Would you like something to eat?" "I'm not supposed to take food from strangers." "Oh, that's a smart rule." "Daddy said so." Every time she mentioned her father, he felt a stab of guilt. "Do you have a mommy too?" She shook her head. Great. Quinn had just orphaned this child. "Brothers? Sisters?" "No," she said. "Would you please come with me to get some food?" he said. "Please." "I can't," she said, and started to cry. Ah, shit. He was awful with this. A thought struck him. He pulled out his phone. A signal, good. He texted Sierra, "Come quick. I'm 200 yards uphill. across road in the woods, bring dog on leash. The girl would react better to a female presence, and if not, the dog should win her over. He said to the girl, "Okay, you don't have to come with me. We can just sit here and talk, get to know each other." "I'm not supposed to talk to strangers either." "Okay, but I'm going to sit and rest, if that's okay with you." He sat close to his rifle. Still no sirens. The little girl stayed quiet. Sierra came quicker than he had any right to hope for. "Pilar?" she called. "That's my little girl," he said to the frightened child, who was holding on the tree, still peeking out to give him a worried look every so often. "Her name is Sierra." Louder, he said, "I'm here." "Bodhi, find Pilar," Sierra said, and soon the two of them were crashing through the brush. "Oh, hi, kid." "Drop the leash," Pilar said. Bodhi ran up to the little girl and wagged his tail. She reached out and petted him. Pilar said softly to Sierra, "She's afraid of me and knows not to talk to strange men. See if you can convince her to go up the road to the Morrows, would you? She's hungry, I think." "Is her father the one?" Sierra said. So Dev had told them all what had happened. "Seems so. The sheriff should be coming soon, but we can get her fed at least before they take her away." "Okay, wait out by the gate for me and I'll do what I can," his daughter said. He preceded them, stopping again by the blue tent, one adult backpack, one kid's, so there was probably only two of them. One, now. It took another 10 minutes, still no sign of the sheriff, before Sierra walked out of the woods. The little girl was holding Bodhi's leash. Sierra made them stop and look both ways, though not a car had come by this whole time, and they crossed over. Pilar held his rifle pointed down at the ground, tight into his side, shielding the view of it from the girl. Sierra kept up a friendly chatter with the girl, and Pilar stayed quiet as he walked along 20 yards behind them. At the driveway to their own house, Pilar stopped. "I'm going back to wait with Quinn," he said. "See you in a bit." "Be careful," Sierra said. "You too." He backtracked to Quinn, who was leaning against his shop, arms folded.
"I wish I could clean this mess up. Where the hell is the sheriff?"
"I don't know," Pilar said. "There's a child. He had a little girl, maybe 6 years old."
"Damn,"
Quinn said, under his breath. "Just the two of them, it looks like. She's an orphan now." Quinn turned away and faced the north, looking toward his hens and rabbits. Pilar wondered what he was thinking. Was he regretting what he'd done? Too late to make a different decision now. And had the curse been for the man or himself? Quinn was quiet for a good 5 minutes before he spoke again.
"Where's the goddamn sheriff?"
"Maybe there's a lot of this stuff going on. Maybe it's a gas issue. Maybe things are worse in Payson than we've known, and there's trouble all over."
"At least the sheriff should have gas, even if no one else does."
"I don't know. There's really no way to get news. Though if the sheriff has gas problems too, they'd certainly not share it with the public, don't you think? Hey, everyone, the sheriff is nearly out of gas. Not an announcement to make if you want to keep the peace."
"You know what I think?"
Quinn said. "What?"
"This is all your fault."
Pilar looked at him in shock.
"My fault?
How is it my fault?"
"If you would have built that gate with me,
you wouldn't have shot a thief? Don't be ridiculous."
"I'm not ridiculous. You're ridiculous. You're naive and too trusting and—"
He seemed to run out of insults. Pilar stopped himself from snapping back another angry comment. Give Quinn the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was upset and guilty about killing a man, and this was simply how he expressed that. So pretend he'd spoken like an adult who knew his own heart and had said that. "I'm upset." Pilar sympathized with that feeling. He hadn't shot the man himself, but felt bad enough. "Look, I agree with you this far. I didn't think things would get bad so quickly."
"I knew."
"Of course, it's possible they haven't. Maybe this was one isolated incident.
There you go again.
I won't argue the point until we know more, but I would like to arrange things so that no one else gets shot. He made eye contact with Quinn and gave him the most serious look he had, the one he used on Sierra when he was talking with her about drugs or pregnancy. Not us, and not them. I don't want any of us turning any more children into orphans, and I don't want to put my child in a position where she has to shoot someone. Not if we can prevent it. He saw Quinn's jaw muscles tightened. Such a stubborn look. Why was he the sort of man who always turned any emotion into anger? He'd seen it between Quinn and his son. Quinn yelling when he could have been kind. He believed Quinn must love the boy, but all he knew to do was yell and order him around and find all his efforts lacking.
We'll talk about it tomorrow, when all this has been dealt with, he said.
Right now, Quinn looked mean and talked tough, but killing a person, that had to do something to you. He hoped, for Quinn's sake, that the man could be honest with Kelly in bed tonight, or this kind of thing would eat away at his soul. Chapter 11. The sheriff took forever to come, with no explanation of why beyond, "We're busy." Everyone who had been at the gathering at the Morrows was questioned, and Quinn himself was grilled longest of all. He had been rehearsing what he was going to say many times in his mind, whenever Crocker had shut up for more than 5 minutes, and he kept repeating it over and over, varying the wording hardly at all. The stranger hadn't responded to a warning shot and an instruction to get out. He had come at Quinn. No, Quinn hadn't been 100% certain there was a weapon, as the shop was dark. It wasn't his intent to kill, just to keep from being killed. When the guy lunged, he had pulled the trigger in reflex. The scene was photographed, the body was bagged, the little girl was taken away, still holding the bag of apple chips Kelly had given her, and at the end of a long day, the sheriff said to Quinn, "I'll have to present this to the prosecutor to see if he wants to call it a crime. Don't leave the county."
"I won't leave this property," Quinn said. "You can find me here any time."
"Good," the sheriff said. "Make sure of it." Quinn wondered why he'd needed to have not only the last word, but to put that kind of punctuation on it, when Quinn had already said he'd be here. Asshole. The Crockers were gone, thank the Lord, and he finally was alone with his family.
"You did okay, Devlin," he said. "You too, Kelly. Thanks for not running over here when I asked you not to."
"We'll talk about that tomorrow, Arch Quinn," she said, but she put her arm around for a quick squeeze. "You holding up okay?"
"Tired," he admitted. "We need to clean this stuff up before we go to bed."
"The kitchen can wait," she said, "but I guess we'd better get the food back in those barrels so mice don't get to it." "I can start on the kitchen," Devlin said. "Okay," Kelly said, "but be careful. I think I saw some broken glass." "I'll sweep it up first." And Devlin was gone. Kelly studied Arch in the dimming evening light. "You sure you're okay?"
"I'm tired, angry, frustrated."
"I'm sure you are. But are you okay?"
"I'm fine. Really. I promise."
"I'll hold you to that." They went into the shop and cleaned up the spilled food. It was mostly MREs and dried food out here, several 100 pounds of flour, and a couple 100 of white rice.
"Think this flour will be ruined because it got exposed to air?"
"It'd be better if it hadn't," she said. "We'll get the barrel covered for tonight, then come back and pump air out of the container tomorrow. Best we can do."
"How long do you think it'll last then?"
2 years still, I'd think. She looked around. "I guess I should try and scrub this blood up now."
"It's dry. It can wait until tomorrow. Won't make a difference."
"Might attract bugs," she said.
"I'd like to crawl into bed early. I'm wiped out."
"Whatever you want, sweetheart. You're the hero of the hour." He didn't feel particularly heroic. He'd done what had to be done, and he was bone tired. He left her to clean up and headed for the main house. In the kitchen, Devlin had cleaned up the broken glass and was putting things away.
"If you're tired, it can wait until tomorrow, son," Quinn said.
"I'm okay. It's only 8. He pointed to the antique clock on the wall, something Kelly had brought back from a thrift store. Every morning it was wound one turn, a drop or two of oil every few years, and it'd run forever, no matter what happened. The end of petroleum, an EMP, or anything short of a wildfire that burned the house down and the clock with it. In the bedroom, he stripped off his clothes and jammed them in the hamper, then took a hot shower. It crossed his mind again to worry about what was happening in town, and worse, down in Phoenix, which had 25 times as much population. But he needed sleep right now. He'd check tomorrow. He crawled into bed, and next thing he knew, Kelly was shaking him awake. Honey. He struggled to sit up.
"What's wrong?"
He had the awful sixth sense that something was wrong, something terrible. Nothing. You were dreaming. Yes, he had been. He'd been imagining coming back home to a house overrun by not one, but dozens of men. He'd been alone and there'd been 20 or 30 of them, yanking open drawers, turning over furniture, laughing, not looking for food, just destroying for destruction's sake.
"Right,"
he said, and he collapsed back into bed. Want to talk about it? He shook his head.
"About what you'd expect."
Maybe it'd help.
"No,"
he interrupted her, and then felt immediate regret at how sharp his tone had been.
"Sorry,"
he mumbled. It's fine. I'll give you a whole day to be a grump. Maybe 2. She nuzzled him. He had a strange urge to push her away.
"Need more sleep."
I know. It's only a little after midnight. I love you, Arch.
"Love you too,"
he said. But right then he didn't feel it. He didn't feel much of anything but fear and worry. They crowded out everything else. Maybe a good night's rest would cure him. Dev was up early the next morning, and he started on his chores right away. He fed the rabbits and the chickens, let the chickens out into their yard, and collected the eggs. He walked the perimeter of the property, looking for any problems, as his father had taught him. He wondered, as he walked, about what it might feel like to kill a man. For the first time, after a lifetime of training with firearms, he began to doubt himself. If it came to it, if it had been him in the shop with the burglar, would he have been able to pull the trigger? He was worried he was too much a coward. His father had told him if the time came, the training would take over. That's why they did it. Dev, who had sometimes doubted his father on other matters, began for the first time to doubt him about this. They were people, not machines. A machine you could make perform a certain action over and over again, no matter the circumstances. Machines didn't have opinions, or feelings, or bad moods. They didn't care if it was raining or snowing. Take the inverter for the solar system. It did what it was supposed to, turning DC power into AC. Dev was not like that. People were more like malfunctioning machines, or like the rooster, likely to balk at the worst of times. Nothing was wrong anywhere on the cleared half of the property. The truck hadn't been broken into. There was some trampled brush that might have been where the guy yesterday, the dead guy, his mind reminded him, might have come through from the road, but it could have also been trampled by a buck or a bear. He looked for tracks that might tell him, but he saw none. Hadn't rained in a while, and tracks weren't obvious. With time, he could probably figure it out, but it wasn't that important. Dev backtracked to the chicken coop, where he'd left the wire basket of eggs hanging on the gate. He brought them in and was cleaning them at the kitchen sink when his mother came in, yawning, wearing her robe. She said, "That's nice of you, but I can clean them. It's my job." "I don't mind." He brushed at one dirty spot and couldn't get it off, so he flicked a few drops of water on it and tried again. Success. His mother put an empty cardboard carton by him. He already had more eggs cleaned than would fit in the carton. Looks like a good day's worth of eggs. Crazy good. We didn't collect last night. The sheriff and everything. Right. I forgot. Are all the animals all right? All good and all there, he said. I guess we're having eggs for breakfast. I guess we are. And maybe supper, too. And I'll bake a pound cake today, I think, with strawberry syrup. Yum, he said. He finished with the eggs and put them in their slots, piling an extra layer in between. It still left 17 eggs on the counter. Is the brood nest okay? I didn't look closely. The hen was on it and not willing to move. Okay. Let me get in the sink and get the coffee started. Would you like to try some? Nah, that's okay. Tea? Water is good. He wished they had milk. The Crockers had a milk cow when he was little, and they brought over milk every other day to share. But when it died, they never replaced it. He still remembered how Sierra had cried. Maybe they should have gotten one before now. Maybe back when the war started. Too late now, probably. A few minutes later, his father came in, dressed for the day, saying nothing. He sat, and his mother said, "Coffee in another 2 minutes." His father only grunted. His mother said, "I think we neighbors should meet again today if you're up for it." "Gotta be done." "Okay, I'll see to it now if you like." "After breakfast." "I can go tell people," Dev said, wanting an excuse to leave. "What about breakfast?" his mother said. "I'll be back in 15 minutes. If you put foil over it, won't it still be warm?" "Well, yes, but—" She glanced to his father, and something about what she saw seemed to convince her. "Okay, tell everyone 10:30 and to meet here. I think we'll be ready by then." Dev ran out the door. He knocked on the Crockers' back door not a minute later. Mr. Crocker opened up for him. "Hey, Dev, you're out of breath." "Ran here." Mr. Crocker's eyes darted beyond him. "Is anything wrong?" No. Sorry, nothing to worry about. Mom and Dad want another neighborhood meeting today." Oops. Maybe that had come out too much like an order. "If that's okay with you. 10:30? At our place." "Good. Well, I have some news your folks will want to hear." "Oh?" Now Dev was curious. He was also curious if Sierra was around, but he didn't see her behind Mr. Crocker in the kitchen. "Anything I should tell them?" "It can wait until 10:30. You want breakfast?" "Mom's making it for me. I gotta run so I can get back there. See you in a couple hours." Bodhi ran up to him as he left the steps, and Dev stopped to pet him. Good dog. Good watchdog. Had it not been for Bodhi barking yesterday, his family might have lost a lot of good food. Mr. Morrow was awake but still in his robe. He said, "Come on in. Have some tea if you like." "I can't. I'm sorry," Dev said, and told him about the meeting. "I hate to leave Sybil. I think it will be a short one. Can you come for just 20 minutes? If not, I can always come back and tell you what happened, if you like." "No, you're right. 20 minutes alone won't do her any harm. I got to get down to Mr. Henry's." "Thank you for coming," Mr. Morrow said. Dev ran to the end of the road where the strange Kurt Henry lived. He was such an odd guy. His mother had told him not to fear the man, and Dev didn't. He was intrigued by him. Mr. Henry wasn't outside. Dev had been hoping he would be. He knocked softly on the door. Nothing. He knocked a little harder. "Who is it?" Devlin Quinn, sir. From down the road." Dumb. Like he knew a dozen Devlin Quinns and needed to be told which one. "My folks want us to meet today. After, what happened yesterday. Do you know what happened?" "I know. Hang on." It seemed like forever until the door swung open, squeaking on a hinge. He should oil that. Mr. Henry was dressed. "Sorry. Finishing up a project in there. So, what time? At the Morrows?" "No, sir. At our place. 10:30. "What are they going to talk about?" "I don't know for sure. Mr. Crocker says he has news. I'm not sure about my father, but he wants to talk about something too."
"If you had to guess."
Dev swallowed nervously, not wanting to speak for his father. "If I have to guess, I think defense. If we should do anything more about the next guy tries to break in."
"You think there'll be a next guy?"
"My father thinks so."
"But what do you think?"
Mr. Henry said. Dev hadn't had this long of a conversation with a man in, well, ever really. "I think so too. It's hard to say for sure unless we can get information from Payson. Maybe he'll be talking about that, taking a run into town. I honestly don't know."
"You may both be right, but I wish you weren't."
He sighed.
"All right then, 10:30, if I'm done here and can make it."
And without another word, he softly closed the door. Dev ran back to the road and jogged up until he was at his own place, and then he stopped and looked at it, trying to see it as a stranger might. There were warning signs like, "Trespassers will be shot," but signs didn't do much, he thought. They hadn't kept the guy out yesterday. In fact, now that he considered it, they seemed like false threats, like if you were really dangerous, you might not put up signs that said, "I'm dangerous." You'd be quietly dangerous and give no warning. He'd never thought of that before. He walked slowly up the driveway, his head swiveling, trying to have more thoughts like that. He wondered if his father would listen to his ideas. Probably not. But that didn't mean there was a law against him having some. If it was him, he'd park the truck out of sight. Or no, leave it in sight so an intruder knew there was someone home, but turn it so it blocked more of the driveway and down lower on the slope of their driveway than where it was now. That way, no one could drive right up to the parking area between shop and house. They'd have to get out and walk up the last rise. He'd been taught that high ground was important in any military action. It wasn't that much higher right by the shop, but his mother always said about work that every bit helped. Maybe that principle worked for higher ground, too. He tried to think it through. Higher ground was good because of better sight lines and because things you propelled toward an enemy traveled farther when going downhill, anything from rocks to bullets. He knew it was so from deer hunting, bow and rifle both. The opposite was true, with uphill shooting or throwing shortening your range. Hills slowed running attackers. For a flatlander, like someone from Phoenix, he would bet even this little hill of the driveway might be a struggle to run up, here at 5,400 feet elevation. So that's what he'd do. Block vehicles from approaching with the truck. Secure the highest ground. Leave the ladders stowed against the base of the house so that one of them could get up onto the roof and have higher ground still. The roof could be a sniper's nest. He thought about it all through breakfast. At some point, he came to and realized his mother had asked him a question. I'm sorry. What did you say?" "I asked if you were still hungry." He glanced down at his plate. It had a few flecks of egg on it, so he must have eaten some. But he couldn't have sworn if they had been fried or scrambled or poached. He considered his stomach. "I guess I could eat another. There are plenty of them, right?" "That's right," she said, standing and taking his plate with her. "We might have to ration sugar soon, but for the next few months we can have all the eggs we want. They don't keep very well, and frozen ones are only good for baking." "Thanks," he said, as she set his plate back down with not one, but 2 fried eggs, over easy, dotted with ground black pepper. "So what are you boys up to the next couple hours?"
"Fence,"
said his father. "You want to put in a fence?" His mom poured his dad more coffee.
"More like a tripwire. I won't use tactical wire so Crocker won't have anything to bitch about with hurting Bambi. Not that he should. I can strangle Bambi with barbed wire if I want, as long as it's on my own damn property."
"Honey," his mom said. Nothing else, just that, sort of sad and disappointed. This way she had of telling you she didn't approve of what you were saying or how you were saying it.
It worked as well on his dad today as it did on Dev. "Sorry," he said. "I wouldn't strangle a deer with barbed wire anyway. You know that. But I want to put in a tripwire. Plain wire. The animals will see it, having the sense God gave them. But someone sneaking up here might trip over it, especially at night. He might fall and make enough noise to alert us. And I want to dig a couple of spider holes for us to use if we get attacked with any force. And when we're out there, Dev, I want you to work out sectors of fire if two of us are in adjacent spider holes." "Yes, sir. Maybe we should look for a dog, too," Dev said. "We wouldn't have known about the break-in unless Bodhi had told everyone." "Too late to be thinking of getting a dog. Where would we get one?" His father waved the idea away like it was a mosquito. "Tripwire will only take a day to install along the road side of the property with you and me working together, Devlin. And the spider hole's not much longer than that. Maybe we'll dig 4, 3 up here north of the road and 1 south." "Okay. When you finish your eggs, do your morning chores and we'll get started." "They're done," he said. "And everybody is coming here at 10:30. How much can we get done before then?" "We'll have to see." His father pushed back from the table and left the house without another word. "Breakfast was good, Mom," Dev said, scooting his chair back. "Thank you." "Thanks, honey. You need help cleaning up?" "I can get it. The mood your father is in. You'd better get going." Dev agreed. He left the table and headed for the door, but his mother's voice stopped him as he was turning the doorknob. "Devlin?" He turned his head. "Be nice to your father. I think he's—" She gave him a lopsided smile. "Yesterday was hard on him." "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Go on now." Dev ran to catch up to his father. Chapter 12. Pilar found them out in the woods. "Hey, guys," he said. Quinn sat back on his heels. "You gonna scream at me for hurting your trees?" He had a manual staple gun in hand. "Nope, something as thin as a staple won't hurt these guys." He touched the tree bark. "Surprised you can get it to hold, though, without a pneumatic gun. I'll probably need to come out and redo some of these later. I'll haul it out this afternoon, probably. The air compressor and extension wire and so on." "Gotcha," Pilar said. "Seems like a good idea. Tripwire, right?" Quinn looked surprised. "You think so?" "I do. Anyway, we're all here except Henry, and you know him. He might not come at all. We'll be waiting for you two when you can take a break." He turned away and went back to where Kelly and Sierra and Mitch were talking. Bodhi had stayed home with the chickens, typically responsible about his job. "Coffee? Tea?" Kelly asked him as he walked up. "I can make up some lemonade from powdered." "I'm okay," he said. "Have a seat. The boys about done?" "They'll be here." In 5 minutes, Quinn and his son showed up. Mitch said, "I'd like to be back in 15 minutes, so if we can start with the most important item first, I'd appreciate it." "The most important," said Quinn, "and the only important point, is protecting ourselves against the next person coming in here to steal the food. We need to organize. First thing, I want to build a heavy-duty gate out there, something you can't just climb over." "I have a different idea," Pilar said. Quinn's face twisted in derision. "Look, if we build a big gate and put a new lock like you bought, that'll PO the sheriff. And," he said quickly, to stop Quinn from jumping back in, "with the way the sheriff is thinking about you right now, you really don't want to make it look like you're trying to keep him out, if you see what I'm saying." "I do," said Kelly. "So what's your idea?" "It won't help us if it's obvious to anyone, strangers, I mean, that there's a road and houses back here. So I propose we take a tree down, right at the main road. We can even fiddle with the cut, both ends of it, with axes, to make it look to a cursory examination that the tree fell in a windstorm. Pick one of the bark beetle damaged ones, and it's not such a stretch to tell the sheriff that it began to fall, and we cut the last bit to avoid an accident. But what it'll do," Mitch said,
Is hide that there's a road at all, you're thinking?
Exactly. Quinn said, I'm surprised you kill a tree.
If it's infested, it has a death warrant anyway, so we may as well use it to our advantage. It'd do some taking to hide the road altogether, Kelly said. We can do that, said Pilar. Devlin said, Mailboxes? There were locked mailboxes right out on the highway, across from their road, and any mail was delivered every Wednesday.
Quinn said, We'll take 'em down. Hardly get any mail anyway, and who cares if the post office is mad at us or not?
Pilar knew that was him agreeing, and probably as much praise for the idea as he'd ever hear from Quinn. I have other news. What? Mitch said. I'll let Sierra tell it. It was her texting several of her friends that gathered it. Sierra said, It's getting bad in town. There hasn't been a gas delivery since Pilar was in town. Everybody is walking, but like old people and stuff, they're not doing okay. The last delivery to Walmart of fresh food was small, and it sold out within a half a day. They've had town meetings twice a week, 3 of them now, and they've started a big community garden, but all the stores are out of seeds. Amazon isn't delivering and no one else is either, except a weekly post office delivery, so they can't get more seeds but once a week through the post office. So they're trying to garden, but they're starting late, and everybody is worried, even my friends. Also, I checked the news feed for Phoenix, Mitch said, and thanks, Sierra, that was good work. In Phoenix, they're still getting food delivered, but there are severe gas shortages, rationing, long lines, and they had a brownout a couple days ago.
I thought Phoenix was on all nuke, Quinn said.
Mitch nodded. But at least one website said that without gas, people were staying at home more and using appliances more, and that was the cause of the brownout. That and regular June levels of usage down there. What's the temp there? Kelly said. I didn't listen to the radio this morning. 125 yesterday. Those poor people. What if they lose electricity for a day or more?
Some will die, Quinn said. And those with gas and the means might drive up here, looking to get cooler. And what will they do when they're up here and have run out of food and get hungry?
Mitch looked worried. Pilar was too. We should take that tree down today, I think. No reason to delay. Kelly said. Have you picked out which one? Not yet. There are plenty of sick ones, unfortunately.
Quinn stood. Let's go down there right now. We can have it down before lunch.
Don't you rush the job so much you hurt yourself, Kelly said. None of you. Mitch stood up. I'm going to beg off. I need to get back to Sybil. I'm not going to be much help as a lumberjack, I'm afraid. Not at my age. But when it's down, I'll come back and rearrange small branches or whatever we do to disguise the road. When he had closed the door, Kelly motioned for Quinn to sit down again.
What?
He said. Shh. She glanced at the driveway. Pilar knew she wanted to say something about Mitch. After another minute, he said in a quiet voice, He's probably out of earshot by now. Might have his hearing aids out even, Dev said. He doesn't wear them unless he has to.
Quinn grunted. He should start wearing them more. You need to be able to hear intruders.
Kelly said. I think Sybil needs electricity to stay alive. Oxygen, nighttime breathing machine, CPAP or whatever.
He makes his own, just like the rest of us.
I know, she said. We just need to make sure he has whatever he needs for her.
You know, said Quinn, in shit hits the fan times.
Don't, Kelly said. Do not say she's expendable, Arch Quinn.
Well, she is, Quinn said. She can't shoot, she can't cook, she can't hunt.
That's not what the Bible says, Kelly said. And you know it. She's a member of our community, and we need to do whatever it takes to keep her alive, and comfortable, and cared for. If Mitch, God forbid, dies, she's our responsibility. You'll want her here? Dev said, looking horrified. I will. and you don't have a thing to say about it. In fact, you'll be helping with her diapers." "Oh, Ma," he said. "Not another word." Her gaze shifted to Quinn. "From either of you." Pilar didn't want to get in the middle of a family argument, and he did want to get going on blocking the road. He'd tossed and turned all night, thinking about the intruder, the orphaned girl, and what being an orphan in this new world might be like. If she didn't have grandparents or aunts or uncles to take her in, he shuddered to think how she might end up. If gas shortages continued, if food shortages began in big cities like Phoenix, no one was going to line up to be a foster parent. "We'll all protect the Morrows, Kelly. Mitch can use a rifle still, but he can't run fast, nor climb up the cistern quick like Dev did the other day." "That's so," she said. "Anyway, don't worry. We'll all watch out for the Morrows." "Good." Quinn, Dev, Sierra, and Pilar walked down to the road and started hunting for a likely tree to take down. There were none with advanced disease, turned totally brown, but one showed plenty of bark beetle damage. "This one, unless you guys have found a better one," Pilar said. All four of them looked as he traced the holes in the bark. "It's still green up top," Sierra said, looking worried. "It'd be dead in 3 or 4 years anyway," Pilar told her, dragging his finger over the sick-looking holes in the bark. "See? They've girdled it."
"And we have to take one," Quinn said. "There are some closer, more conveniently situated. But if you want this one, we can make it work."
"Thank you," Pilar said. "Yeah, this one. It's even leaning the right way. A bit of luck there." Dev said. "Should I get the chainsaw?" Pilar said. "Not just yet. We'll have to be careful. It must weigh a ton."
"At least," Quinn said. "Has to be 70 feet tall."
"Yeah," Pilar said. "So we'll need chainsaw, axes, ropes, safety glasses, and a plan." "What kind of plan?" Sierra said. "An escape plan, in part, if it comes down the wrong way, despite our undercutting correctly. Whoever it comes down toward needs a place to run to, a clear way out to the side, far enough the branches don't hit him." "Or her," Sierra said. "So you want to be part of this?" "Yeah. I have to learn, don't I?" Pilar was pleased she was interested. "You too, Dev?" "Definitely. We have our work crew then. Want to do it now, Quinn, or would you rather finish your other project?"
"Now," he said. "I'd hate to have another incident this afternoon we could have prevented. Let's get her done, and no stranger, no casual passerby will know we're even living here."
2 hours later, the tree was down. They taught the kids how to undercut, backcut, and push the tree down. The ropes hadn't been necessary. It fell almost perfectly where they wanted. It took the 4 of them 10 minutes to budget the last 8 inches. With axes, he and Quinn limbed it, taking off the branches that reached to the main road. After a short debate, they decided a 3-foot space cushion was about right, far enough from the road that they'd not have the sheriff come in here and demand they remove it, but still enough cover to disguise that there was a residential road. They broke for lunch, sandwiches with homemade bread that Kelly brought down, along with a wool blanket to sit on, a pitcher of lemonade and sugar cookies. She sat and ate with them. "Haven't had a picnic in a long time," said Pilar. "We eat outside all the time," Sierra said, "but not on a blanket." "That's weird, that a blanket and a table make it 2 different things. And it's different if you pull the table into the yard and leave it on the deck." "That's so," Kelly said. "You adults are weird," Sierra said, grinning. "Old people," Dev said. "We're not old," Kelly said. "Hardly middle-aged." "I think probably middle-aged," Pilar said. "We have 2 kids on the verge of adulthood, so I think we have to quit thinking we're young. Also, my body keeps reminding me whenever I do something like this." "You hurt yourself?" she said. "No, but I'll feel it tomorrow. You okay, Quinn?" The man had been quiet for the whole time they had worked, only speaking when absolutely necessary.
"Fine. Just want to get back to laying that wire.
Why don't you? Kelly said. When we're done, you can carry the dishes back to the house. Me and Sierra and Pilar can finish this job. Mom, not me, Dev said.
Don't correct your mother,
Quinn said sharply. The rest of them froze for a second. Dev had been joking, as Sierra had been about calling them weird. It took Pilar a moment to remember that Quinn had killed a man not 24 hours ago. He was probably feeling the fallout of that still. Might be for months. Or years. Quinn said, I can finish the wire myself. Devlin can stay here. When Quinn had left, and the kids had gotten back to work again, Pilar said quietly to Kelly, I don't want to pry. But you will. Her tone was friendly, though. I was thinking of Quinn, and PTSD. I doubt he believes in it. Still, if there's anything I can do, not wanting to be rude here, but I don't think you're the one to do it. No, I guess not. He doesn't see me as a friend, more like a pain in the ass. So if there's anything I can do for you, to make it easier for you to do something for him, you'll let me know, right? I will. And thank you. I think he'll be fine, but it depends on what's coming next. You think there's something coming? Sierra said. Pilar should have realized she'd be eavesdropping. Kelly said, and so does your father, or he wouldn't have had this idea. She looked at Pilar. Would you have? He said nothing. He hoped that he was preparing for an eventuality that would never come. Not only did he not want to be in harm's way, he didn't want Sierra in harm's way. He'd do anything to keep her from having to shoot at an intruder. A sick tree was a small enough sacrifice, but if it'd help, he'd kill every tree in the forest to protect her. While you're in a self-defense mood, Kelly said, let's talk about some military training for all of us, the two families, and Henry if he'll agree to take part. Shit. Henry, he said. Should have asked his permission to do this. Sierra said, I can't imagine he'd care. He hardly ever goes anywhere. Still, Pilar said, we can't make unilateral decisions for everyone. I have some apologizing to do. You do, came a voice. Chapter 13. Sierra nearly jumped out of her skin when Curt Henry spoke. He'd melted out of the woods, it seemed, right where she'd been looking not 5 seconds before. She dropped the heavy branch she'd been shifting over to disguise the edges of their road and backed involuntarily a step away. Had he heard what she'd said about him? He must have. Mr. Henry made her nervous. He was so strange-looking and quiet. It wasn't that his looks at her had any kind of sexual edge, but when she felt his eyes on her, she felt creeped out by it nevertheless. And there was a quality about his silence she didn't like either. It wasn't any of the familiar types of silence she knew from school, not the shy person or the person with a speech impediment, not the quiet of the smart, fat kid who knows to keep his head down, or the quiet of a student unprepared for the day's discussion. She had a feeling that Curt Henry had never been unprepared for a day's discussion in his life. I am sorry, Pilar said. We need to go back to yesterday to explain.
I know about yesterday.
Kelly Quinn shook her head. Not about our meeting that you...
I have a police scanner. I know what happened.
Ah, said Pilar. Good. We think there are going to be more people coming up here, maybe from Phoenix eventually. Did you hear about the brownout?
They losing electric down there? Why?
We discussed it this morning, but we don't know for sure. Mitch guessed that the gas shortage has them at home more, running more appliances. It's bad enough that they may have food shortages soon, depending on the gas situation out west. But if they have electrical problems too and need to escape the heat...
No gas to drive up here,
Kelly said. They could still walk. You figure each carries a backpack of food and water. About the time they got here, they'd be damned hungry.
I see you're thinking, Mr. Henry said. Still, I would have appreciated being part of the decision.
I am sorry, Pilar said. Terribly sorry. I think maybe we're all a bit discombobulated from yesterday. The dead man, the little girl, interviews with the sheriff.
Henry's expression was unreadable. How will you get out in case of an emergency?
I was thinking about parking my car at the next forest road, but I decided against it. Surely it would get ticketed or stolen.
You're hoping for no emergency, it sounds like.
Dev spoke up, surprising Sierra by joining in the discussion. If there is an emergency, a serious medical problem, like if this tree had fallen on me, well, I'm not sure driving to Phoenix or Flagstaff would be a smart idea. Sierra had no idea why. That's where the hospitals were, there in Cottonwood. Where else would you drive if you'd just gotten smashed by a tree? Of course you'd just call an ambulance, but she realized that ambulances might not have gas either. Or maybe they did right now, but maybe in a month they wouldn't. She became aware again of the conversation. Dev was still talking with Mr. Henry. She couldn't call Kurt Henry by his first name, not even inside her mind. He was distant, like a school principal, but he was attending to Dev as closely as he would to an adult. And that made her attend more to Dev. He was standing straight and making eye contact, not at all leaning away, seemingly untroubled by Mr. Henry's odd looks. He explained what they'd been doing and why, and finished with another apology, or not really an apology. What he said was, I know it was wrong to do this without your okay. If you want us to move the tree, we will, and you can have the firewood from it.
No, it's fine where it is, said Henry. My own fault for being late.
Without another word, Mr. Henry joined in the task, working alongside Dev, moving some of the bigger branches. It took another 90 minutes to get the tree branches arranged to the satisfaction of the adults. They split up, Kelly and Sierra walking up the hill on the shoulder of the highway, and all the males going down the hill to take a look at their work from a distance. From uphill, it didn't look natural to her. But then if a tree had fallen and road workers had come along to take branches off, they might have pulled them off the road just like that. I don't know, she said to Kelly. I know the road is there, so I can't see it with a stranger's eyes. It's okay. The danger will likely be from people coming up the road, not down it. Do you really think people will be coming up from Phoenix? Cottonwood too, maybe, though they might go west from there instead to get out of the heat, to Prescott. I would. There are more stores and stuff in Prescott than in Payson, aren't there? Yes, it's nearly 3 times as big. Higher or lower? A bit higher than Payson, about where we are in elevation. They walked back to their road. Have you been there? Sure. You haven't? No, Phoenix and Flag, and that's about it. I forget sometimes how much less you kids have traveled than we did. Our grandparents went a lot of places. Have you been on an airplane? More than once. The last time was when Dev was a baby. I took him to meet my parents. Sierra wished she could have flown, but by the time she was born it was really expensive to fly. It was part of why her mother had never come back to the U.S. again. What was it like? Crowded. But looking out and seeing the clouds and stuff. I only had a window seat once. It made me nervous, to tell you the truth. Sierra snorted. I can't imagine you being nervous. Really? I'm a little nervous right now. What about? About what's going to happen in a week or two? About if we'll be ready for it? The men came back, leaving Dev standing alone down the hill, and they did a bit of work shifting the branches around until Dev shouted that it looked good. Mr. Henry took a small green branch and used it like a broom, smoothing out the rocks next to the road as Dev walked back. What's he doing? Sierra asked Pilar. Dev answered, Getting rid of footprints. If people drive past, they never see them. But if they're walking up, it might clue them into someone being back here. Sierra turned around and looked up their road. What about the turbines? Won't they be able to see them? Pilar said, From the right angle, yes. The one in the middle. Kelly said, Maybe it's time to think about painting them. Sierra looked up at the spinning blades and thought it would be impossible to paint them just right. From this angle, the tips hit the sky, which could be blue or gray or white or black, depending on time of day and if there were clouds. From a different angle, the side two towers would be backed by the pine forest, so you need green and brown. Dev might have been thinking the same thing because he said, I know it'd cost you power, but if we think there's more trouble coming, you might want to turn that middle one off in the daytime. If it isn't moving, they're less likely to catch the eye. There's more trouble coming, his mother said. I can feel it. The group broke up without deciding anything more. Everyone had other work to do. Sierra and her father went back to their place and caught up on chores. This was the time of year there was most to do. Eggs, garden, watering the compost pile until the monsoon came, dehydrating or freezing, and keeping an eye on the baby chicks that were hatching. Bodhi ran up to her and she leaned down and hugged him, wanting the comfort of his uncomplicated love. Yesterday had been scary, and the Quinn's certainty that more trouble was coming was scary. She hoped they were just being their usual selves, paranoid and doom-casting. But her father had the idea to take the tree down. She wanted to ask him to tell her nothing else would go wrong, but she was afraid to ask him, for what he might say could be worse. Before she could formulate a question she might want to hear the answer to, he said, Help me with the garden for an hour. They weeded and tied up some vines, though the weeding didn't take long. The plants were getting big enough they'd crowded out the weeds. They harvested a variety of ripe vegetables and put them into a bushel basket. When they were done, he said, Please check for new eggs, and then can you cook? I'm willing, but I'm so bad at it. It doesn't need to be fancy. Boil up some spaghetti and halfway through toss in some of those peas we just picked, pods and all, and open a jar of sauce from last year. Boil up a dozen eggs for protein, the oldest ones in the fridge, not the ones you get right now. Can you handle it? I guess. Why not call one of your friends while you're working in the kitchen? Entertain yourself. That made cooking sound more appealing. Okay, she said, and she went off to gather eggs. The hens were laying a lot right now. It was almost the longest day of the year. She called Mia, but Mia said she was with Rudy and hung up after about 2 minutes. Mia used to be her best friend, but she didn't even come up for her graduation party. Not that it had been such a big thing, just Dev and the families and the Morrows. Honey Jarrett had come instead, and that had been more fun than she had anticipated. Like Sierra, Honey didn't have a boyfriend right now. She'd been one of the ones to answer the text this morning. She phoned her next. Honey said, 10 minutes and I'll call you back, okay? Sierra tended the vegetables. Most of the vegetables and fruit she lined up on the counter. They didn't refrigerate much from their garden, just delicate stuff like strawberries if they didn't eat them all the first day. There was enough coming in that Pilar was going to start talking about canning soon. Pickled eggs. Gugh. She didn't like them by themselves, but if you mixed them with plenty of mayo and put them on Pilar's homemade bread, they were edible. She wondered again about the man and the little girl. Maybe if you were that hungry, you'd start to like pickled eggs. She checked the bread box. Regular loaf only. A baguette would be better for spaghetti, but it didn't really matter, did it? Honey phoned back as she was splitting the peas in half. A few were big, old, and not tender, so she pulled the peas out of those and put the pods in the compost trash. Sometimes at the end of the season, when there was more time, Pilar made vegetable stock with stuff like that before putting the cooked-up ends into the compost. Another kitchen task she didn't know how to do. What are you doing? Honey said. Cooking, which I suck at. I'd rather cook than clean, but I have to do both. Pilar usually cooks. My dad would blow a gasket if I tried calling him by his first name. Sierra checked the water, bubbling at the bottom of both pans but not boiling yet. I always called them Theta and Pilar. It'd seem odd to call them anything else. Have you heard from your mom lately? I get an email once a week, or a text. We haven't Skyped in a month. The place she's at doesn't have good internet. Don't you miss her? I'm used to her not being here. Sierra had missed her a lot when she was a kid, and at other times. When she'd been bullied briefly back in junior high, and when she'd started her period. But she'd survived both with only a father. What about your dad's girlfriend? Is she back yet? No, thanks for reminding me. I should ask him at dinner what she's said. She's like a couple weeks overdue. Probably no gas to get back. We have to walk everywhere. Do you have a bike? I did, but it got stolen. And now people who have bikes to sell are charging like $500 or $600 for one that's old and rusty with flat tires. Wow. I wonder if we still have a bike. I'll have to look. Chain it up if you do. They're getting stolen all the time. My dad says people are buying back their own bikes from thieves 2 or 3 times over. She finished checking the fresh eggs and stored them, pulling out 6 old ones from the back of the fridge to boil. I think I'd try stealing it back. Really? Me too. I mean, I would if I knew where mine was. Honey went on and talked about kids from school. Some who had been headed to college were nervous that they wouldn't be able to get there. One really smart kid, Ryan, had changed from his first-choice college, UCLA, and switched to Flag, which had been his fallback choice. Must be nice to have 2 choices, Honey said. I can't go to college and I can't find a job. I don't know what I'm going to do. Babysit, maybe. Maybe people will hire me to weed their gardens, or guard them like a living scarecrow. The water in the big pot was starting to boil. Sierra broke the spaghetti in half and dumped it in. Do you know how to cook spaghetti? It's pretty simple. Boil water and put it in. That's it? Stir it twice so it doesn't stick to itself. See, I didn't know that. Or maybe, come to think of it, she had noticed Pilar doing that. Often when he cooked, she was at the kitchen table doing homework, but her years of homework were behind her. She'd have to pay better attention to Pilar's cooking in the future. She and Honey talked until the food was all ready, and then Sierra begged off. Sorry, but we're about to eat. Thanks for calling. Maybe I can come up there again sometime when there's more gas. Too long to ride a bike, even if I had one. Maybe you can steal bikes for a living, sell them back to their original owners. Ha! My dad would kill me for sure. Sierra peeled the eggs, burning her fingertips at first until she remembered to do it under cold water. She kept a lid on the spaghetti and put the steaming eggs into a blue floured bowl that didn't match anything else. She put out 2 big white plates and went out to call Pilar, saying what he always did at mealtimes. Come and get it. The spaghetti was mushier than when Pilar made it, but she liked it this way just fine. They ate in silence for 10 minutes, both of them hungry from the hard work of hauling tree branches around half the day. When she had taken the edge off her hunger, Sierra said, Have you heard from Lisette? Is there a gas problem there too? There's gas problems everywhere, as far as I can tell. Where's she staying? With a friend who has a casita, a guest house. Do you miss her? He put down his fork and rubbed his face. I think it's possible she won't be coming back. She still has stuff here, clothes and shoes. For that, maybe, when there's gas again. You mean you're breaking up? Yeah, I guess I mean we're breaking up. I'm sorry. Thanks. You must be sad. I'm over sad. Resigned, I think. You sound sad. That's just tired you're hearing. He obviously didn't want to talk about it. I'm tired too. I've decided not to be a lumberjack for a living. He smiled at her. What do you think you want to be? Not a cook, obviously. You know, maybe you can take a few cooking lessons from Kelly, if she's willing. I can barter something with her for her time. I'm not that interested. I was thinking. He mushed up some strawberries with his fork and transferred them onto a slice of bread, then took a bite. When he'd swallowed, he said, "I might not be able to send you to university, and you might not be able to find a job anywhere right now, not with the gas situation as it is. But at the least, I can teach you more about running this place. What if I break my leg or something and you need to do everything? We'll start with cooking. I'd just as soon you started with letting me climb the turbines." "I'll do that too." Her mouth dropped open. "Really?" He never let her up one before. Too dangerous, he'd always said. "Really? You're an adult now. I can trust you to be careful when I say to be careful, can I?" "Sure." "Quinn has Dev able to do pretty much everything he can do. Maybe I've been remiss in not pushing you to learn more." "Dev didn't go to school." "That's so. I know you were busy." He pushed back. "Good job with the meal." "It wasn't great, was it?" She felt guilty about not feeding him as well as he fed her, something she'd never felt before. She had been busy with school and friends, intramural basketball for a time, and later the school radio station, where she'd worked not on air, but as an engineer and producer. And the spaghetti was fine, and it fueled us until the next meal. With practice, you'll get better. Sierra flashed back to Dev, talking to Mr. Henry like he was an equal, and for the first time thought about the possibility that she wasn't advanced of Dev, something she'd always taken for granted, but was behind him now. She was out of school, and she'd be 18 in a few months and officially an adult. It was time to learn to do adult things. Cooking, blech, and talking to Mr. Henry by choice? Not if she could possibly avoid it. But climbing the towers? That would be great. She wasn't bad at mechanical stuff. Maybe she could become an apprentice in fixing turbines. Chapter 14. "Do we have bikes?" his daughter asked him the next morning at breakfast. Pilar was surprised at the question, but happy to be distracted from what he'd read on the news feed this morning. Riots in Phoenix over food in a poor section of town. He hoped it was only a hiccup, that Quinn wasn't right about this being the end of civilization. There'd been riots there before, several over his lifetime. Elections caused them, law changes, cops shooting poor people. But food shortages? That was different. It wasn't an event that would come and go. If the gas shortage meant food wasn't delivered, or harvested in the first place, then the food deliveries to cities might not keep up with the need. And then what would happen? He pushed the thought out of his mind and focused on his daughter. "Why a bike? Do you want to go into town? Missing your friends?" "Not an awful lot, but one day, maybe we'll need to ride down there, to buy parts or something. There hasn't been gas in a couple weeks now." "We do have a bike. What we're missing is a trailer for it. To shop, you'd need a trailer, and it'd be a hell of a pull up that hill, even without a trailer." "Do you think I could do it?" "I think you'd have to get off and walk about halfway." They were eating oatmeal with fresh strawberries and toast, taking a break from eggs. He'd have to make more bread today, but there was so much else to do. He was feeling pressure. Not the normal pressure of peak garden season and regular maintenance chores, but the pressure of his sense of the world out there falling apart. The trouble in Phoenix not nearly far enough away for his comfort. "Dad!" It shocked him out of his rumination. "You never call me that. I wasn't having any luck with your name." "Sorry, I got to thinking." "About what? The bike?" "No." He didn't want to answer. Part of him wanted to keep his little girl a little girl forever. He wanted her to be protected, to have a nice life. He'd give anything, 10 years off his own life, if there were a force out there in the universe who could make such a trade, to give her the start to life he'd had, with attending university, and gas still affordable, movie dates and coffeehouse discussions about philosophy. He didn't want her to think about people breaking in for their food, or worse. But if she was to be protected, she had to know. She had to be able to protect herself. Why are you looking at me like that?
He swallowed past a lump in his throat. Then, before he could stop himself, he felt a tear run down his cheek.
Damn. Sorry. What's wrong? Is it Lisette? Did you hear from her again?
He shook his head and swiped away the tear.
No, just having one of those misty parent moments.
She looked confused.
You're all grown up. Yeah, but why would that make you cry?
He had to laugh at her perplexed expression, and the tearful urge was gone.
You have to be a parent to understand, I guess.
Anyway, there's some important things to do. She groaned. A teenager's groan, not an adult's.
You're going to want to can strawberries and pickle eggs, aren't you? I knew it.
Soon, but not today. I want to start you on some defense training. He hoped he hadn't waited too late.
What, like with the shotgun? I know how to use it.
The rifle. Target practice. Some dirty fighting tactics and hand-to-hand combat. Not at all what he'd hoped his daughter would need to know.
You sound like Dev.
Then she looked away, embarrassed.
What's wrong?
He said.
Well, she said, I've been keeping something from you.
Pilar couldn't imagine what, but he braced himself.
What? I've been out hunting with Dev a few times, squirrel and rabbits, and he's been teaching me about stuff. You know, like what you said, fighting, ambushes and flanking and all that, making me shoot at running targets.
Pilar didn't know whether to be angry this had happened behind his back or relieved it had begun in time. In any case, his anger wasn't directed at his daughter.
So how is it coming for you? Okay, I think. I killed a rabbit. We did some practice with moving silently in the woods, but I totally screwed that up. I think it'd take years to learn to do that right. And he taught me how to shoot from 2 positions so that our fire overlapped, but we didn't accidentally shoot each other. Oh, and he gave me a book they had on war theory, but it's boring and I haven't read much.
Wow, you have been busy.
Are you mad?
Not at all.
Why'd you do it?
She surprised him again.
I think we will have more trouble. I hope the tree we put by the road hides us, and I feel better for it being down, but, you know, there are maps. People with maps, paper ones of the forest, electronic, satellite shots, whichever, will know there's a road here. With the satellite view, they know exactly how many houses.
The map is not the territory, he said.
What's that mean?
It means that there's more to knowing the land, to moving through the trees, than a picture or map can tell you.
I don't know about that. I think a satellite picture would help them out. I'd hope for electricity to go out entirely down there, and no one to have the internet anymore to have access to maps. But we have the internet here, so people must have it in the cities.
Sure, of course.
What if Arch is right, and there are people in Phoenix right now thinking, I need to get my family out of the city? Brownouts on top of no gas? If they are on their last tank of gas, they're looking right now at roads out of Phoenix. Do they go west or south? No, obviously not. Just more hot desert. They go towards Prescott or Sedona or Flagg, or maybe toward Payson or Williams. The smartest ones aren't even considering landing in another city. They'll understand that if it's bad where they are, it will be in other places. It'll be worst of all any place there are a lot of people living together, even just as many as live in Payson.
If they're smart, as smart as you, Pilar said.
He was impressed, and a little shocked, that his daughter had been thinking that way. Dev's influence? Or maybe they'd talked about this sort of thing in high school. He told her about the food riot.
If they aren't worried now, if they stay there and this doesn't get any better, they'll be breaking into neighbors' houses soon, looking for the last of the food. They'll tear up gardens and eat whatever is ready. If they're too poor, or plan too badly, to drive far out of town, they'll have to walk. And they might not be like the guy Quinn shot the other day.
Imagine a gang of them, 20 or 30, with guns. You're scaring me even more than I was scaring me. He was scaring himself, and with every word he said, he was certain he had to do something that he'd been avoiding. New plan. We have chores to do that can't wait today. Harvest what's ripe, feed the chickens, get the pen for the new chick set up, feed Bodie. The dog was lying by the door and raised his head at his name. But except for that, we're going to do some self-defense training. Both of us. We'll get some target practice in, and I can see what Dev's taught you. Finish eating so we can start the day. I'm done. Are you? She said. Half a sec, he said, and shoveled the last of the cooling oatmeal into his mouth before handing over his bowl. Run water in the bowls, then run to the other houses and tell everyone that we'll be shooting up in our woods later this morning. I don't want them thinking it's anything worse than that. Okay, just calm down, would you? You're making me nervous. He wasn't sure why it had hit him like this, but he was nervous. You'd think seeing the dead man on Quinn's workshop floor would have been the trigger for him, or the images of the riot police on the news feed from Phoenix this morning. But for some reason, it had taken until he was talking to Sierra about it for the fuse to burn all the way down. That's what it felt like, that a fuse had burned down the length of his throat and a fear bomb had detonated inside his chest. When the bare minimum chores had been accomplished, they climbed all the way up to the edge of their property to shoot. She had gotten better, and was at least the marksman he was. When they were done, they sat together and cleaned the firearms. They had 2 rifles, 3 shotguns, and though he hadn't brought it out, Pilar had a handgun locked in a small safe in his bedroom. Not for the first time, he wondered how big Quinn's arsenal was. Man might have a rocket launcher over there for all he knew. He hoped it wouldn't come to that level of fighting. But it might, he knew, depending on how well the government responded to the food shortages in the city. It might. Chapter 15. Arch Quinn did have quite the arsenal, and he was checking it over when Sierra Crocker, or Ash, or whatever her name was these days, came over to tell them they'd be firing weapons. She stood on the porch and spoke through the screen to Kelly, while Devlin and Quinn continued systematically cleaning their weapons. Pilar's freaked out and wants us to do some target practice. He knows that I've been shooting with Dev and isn't upset. Thought you'd want to know that too. About time he came around, he muttered to Kelly once the girl had left. At least it is in time. I'd hate to think what a gang from Phoenix might do to that pretty girl. I wouldn't let them, Devlin said. Arch threw him a look. You'd be here defending your own home. They need to defend theirs, including their own lives. Devlin didn't answer. He dabbed a drop more gun oil on a rag and went back to his work. Don't use any shortcuts. Do it right, Arch said. You want every one of these working right when you need it. Dev had heard it 1,000 times before, and resented hearing it again. He did his work. He wished his father would quit giving him orders like he was still 8 years old. And he would defend Sierra, no matter what his father said, and the Morrows, or Kurt Henry if the man needed his help. What was the point of those meetings and all the talk about working as a neighborhood and team if they weren't actually going to? His father meant something else by it than what Dev himself did, but he couldn't put a finger on exactly what his father was thinking. What he did know was that his own understanding of the term was the right one. We could cache some of these around the property, his father said. That way, no matter what we're doing when it happens, we can get to a gun. His mother said, Then so can they. You have the locked bunker hidden up in the woods, and the safe in the shop floor, and what's here in the house. That's enough. But I see what you're saying, and I would say you should carry a rifle on you at all times. All 3 of us, in fact, should. His father grunted. We need to train today, too. We'll practice going for the caches we have. We'll deploy around the property as we might be on any normal day. I'll whistle the signal for us being attacked, and we'll go for the nearest weapons cache, house or shop or woods. I want to make sure our timing is as good as we can get it. Dev thought the time would be better spent drilling with everyone in the neighborhood. He'd mention that to his mother later. "And remember, if we need to, we can fall back here to the house and lock it down. I want us to practice bringing down the shutters today, too." The metal shutters over the windows were meant for attack, for cases when the glass was shot out. They each had firing ports. Dev doubted if the metal was thick enough to keep out most rounds. Maybe if someone was shooting at them with a varmint gun or squirrel shot. The real value to the shutters, he believed, was disguising who was in here, how many, and to keep people from climbing in after they'd shot up a window. "Sounds like a busy day," his mother said. "Don't forget to leave me time to cook and clean." "Forget cleaning for a day," his father said. "We'll use paper plates, and turn on the radio to see if we can get better news out of Phoenix. If it's possible to get a read on that situation from the news and they aren't telling a prettier story than the truth. We need to know what's coming, and when." Mitch Morrow held Sybil's hand. "I hope it doesn't come to it, my dear, though it has already with Arch Quinn shooting that poor man. I told you about that. You should have seen that little girl. I know you were never fond of small children, but she was such a waif. Straight out of Dickens. Would have melted the hardest heart around, which is hardly yours." He laid her hand back at her side and checked the oxygen flow. She needed it several times per day. She'd gotten worse this past 6 months, and he feared he'd lose her before the year was out. He had oxygen on hand for 6 months for her, but if things didn't improve out there, he'd have no access to more after year's end. And then she'd die. If men like Arch Quinn were right, and civilization were about to collapse, it'd be awful. But he was almost glad she wasn't compos mentis enough to know it. Sybil was a civilized woman. It would horrify her. He changed her diaper and cleaned her up, powdered her, then lifted her head and fed her some formula with a syringe. She could still swallow and did whenever liquid was in her mouth. He was grateful she still had that, though chewing had left her around last Christmas. Her eyes moved around the room. He had her degree certificates framed on the wall, along with 2 professional awards she had won. There was a photo of them in their early 30s, together on a ferry in New York, the Statue of Liberty in the background. It was hard to say how much of it she saw, impossible to say how much of his Sybil was left in there. Dabbing at a bit of formula that had dribbled out of the side of her mouth, he said, "I love you always, but I have chores to do. The garden is beautiful this year. You would have enjoyed it so much. And your dahlias are budding. So far, the deer haven't jumped the fence to get to them. They usually did, but sometimes there was a week of bloom first." He worked in the yard alone all morning. In the distance, he could hear the sounds of gunfire from the Crocker place, as he'd been warned. Target practice, not a battle. About 11, it ended. He realized he'd been feeling tense only when he finally relaxed into the silence. He gathered eggs and went inside to make himself a quiche. He opened one of the packs of bacon and fried some up. Not a lot of bacon left. Plenty of ham, though, some canned and on the shelves, some in the big freezer. Maybe he'd unfreeze one for their next neighborhood meeting, a big spiral ham, and let everyone eat ham sandwiches while they could. "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we may die," he said, and having said it, opened himself a bottle of Riesling. He wished Sybil could share it with him. Kurt Henry had listened to the gunfire too as he worked outside in the morning. The game might still be wary from the noise, so after a lunch of canned soup and biscuits from Box Mix, he geared up and walked through his property and into the national park land, hunting for dinner. A bevy of quail served nicely, and he took 3 with his blowgun. Nice and quiet, and the flock barely noticed until he went to gather the dead birds. On the way back, at his property line, he followed it around and checked his traps. He let loose a marten, which spit and fussed and tried to bite him the whole time. There was nothing else. Not a surprise. There was plenty to eat out in the world in June, so traps are most effective in winter, when the creatures were willing to take a risk for a meal. The neighborhood was quiet when he returned home, as he preferred it. Peace and quiet and solitude were what he liked best. All these get-togethers were wearing on him, but he liked the idea of taking the tree down. The fewer people who could get to him, the better. He hated the news, hated to know what the normal world was doing. But after he'd cleaned the birds, he put on the police band radio to listen. He was able to stand it only for 20 minutes, but it sounded as if things were falling apart down there in town. A lot of petty skirmishes, warning shots fired, fighting over someone stealing food from a garden, a dog shot. He looked around his cabin. He had everything he needed here to last out his life. He wanted to stay here, but if it came to it, he had a backpack ready, loaded up with tent, bag, and bow, and could take to the forest and survive, at least through autumn. Winter would be tougher. Even with the warmer winters these days, it would still be freezing at any higher elevation. If he had to abandon the cabin to well-armed thieves, maybe in winter he could come back and retake it from whoever had driven him out. A bunch of city people didn't have a thing on him when it came to moving quietly in the woods. He could pick them off one by one. He was concerned about the way things were going, but he wouldn't characterize his mood as afraid. Not yet. For now, he was worried only about Arch Quinn. He suspected the man had been too quick to shoot, not because he knew the details of the event, but because he knew men like Arch Quinn, quick to a fight. One man could almost always be talked out of what he was doing, the food thief included. But more than one? That was another story. When the time came, Kurt was prepared to do whatever it took to stay alive. Chapter 16. Pilar was asleep when it happened. The past 4 days he'd kept busy. Not only was there the normal load of summer chores, but he'd kept even more busy with training with Sierra for an hour every morning, and one long afternoon with the Quinns, including learning their system of communicating, which included about 20 whistles and clicks. He'd still been working in the garden at sundown last night, and sundown came late this time of year. He was sleeping hard. Only Bodhi's insistent bark saved him from a worse disaster. He dragged himself out of bed, still groggy with exhaustion, and fumbled for his boots in the dark. "It's okay, boy. It's okay," he said. He was trying to reassure himself more than the dog. The words a hopeful incantation. He threw a flannel shirt over his shorts, and was reaching for the bedroom door when it pushed open. Sierra was there, fully dressed, her shape barely visible in the dark. She'd remembered not to turn on any lights. Good. "I think there's someone outside." "Okay. Call the neighbors if you can get a strong enough signal on the phone. If not, text. And stay inside, and keep the doors all locked. Get the shotgun." He grabbed his rifle from where he'd left it loaded on his dresser, and pushed past her, the dog at his side, growling now. "No, I'll go with you. I don't want you hurt. I don't want you hurt," she said. "Why'd you teach me to shoot better if you didn't think I was ever going to need the skill?" She had him there. "Damn it. Just stay close, would you?" She nodded. "Hang on, let me text everyone." It only took her 20 seconds. "Hope they went through." He eased open the back door, peering around the yard. A silvery light from a quarter moon shone on the clearing. Inky shadows cast by the pines might be hiding intruders. If someone was moving there, he couldn't see them. When he had opened the door 6 inches, Bodhi pushed it far enough to get through and ran hard for the chicken coop. Maybe it was just a fox then. He hoped so. He reached around and brought Sierra's head close to his mouth. "Stay behind me," he whispered, and he trotted after Bodhi, scanning the yard, looking for danger. He saw movement by the henhouse. It wasn't Bodhi. It wasn't a fox either. It was a human. 2 humans. "Get back to the house," he hissed at Sierra, and he ran for the henhouse. The hens were up and making noise, and Bodhi was growling, running around and trying to herd the intruders out. Pilar wished that Bodhi was a biter, but he simply wasn't. Too civilized, unlike these thieves. "Hands up!" he shouted. As he came to the range, he thought he could actually shoot someone in the dark. A shot rang out, and he dropped to the ground. "Sierra, run!" he said. Then he lifted the rifle and shot, aiming high, not wanting to hit Bodhi by accident, not really wanting to hit the people, just to scare them away. As he shot his 5th round, Bodhi went tearing by him, back toward the house. Only one thing could make him abandon his responsibility for the chickens. A flash, and another shot from the henhouse made it impossible for him to turn back and see what was happening behind him. He was stuck here, fighting it out with these two. Sierra was on her own. The thought made him physically ill. She wasn't ready for this. Sierra had turned to look toward the house, not to run, but to see if it needed defending. In a shaft of moonlight, she saw the barn door was wide open. There could be someone else here. If so, they were probably in the barn. Running on tiptoe, as quietly as she could, she made it to the back of the barn where there was a regular-sized door. She stopped and took a deep breath, trying to slow her racing heart. Impossible. It kept beating triple time. "Okay, Sierra, go for it." Surprise, one of Dev's core principles of attack. She twisted the latch that held the door closed, wincing when it gave off a little squeak. So much for surprise. She let go and backed away. The lay of the land made the weight of the door respond to gravity, slowly easing open, and she knew that. So she had her shotgun up and was ready as it gained speed. Inside the barn was nothing but blackness. Sierra was as scared as she'd ever been in her life, but she walked forward into that inky space. Her breath held, willing her eyes to adjust to the darkness. A spill of moonlight shone on the floor, and looking down at it, she realized that if anyone was in here, they'd have seen her in the light of the open door, plain as could be. Biting off a gasp, she swung herself around, out of the light, pressing her back against the wall, trying to remember what they had stored here and where. A noise, a crunch in the dark. Footsteps. She thought she'd been scared before. Now that fear ratcheted up until all sensible thought fled her mind. She stood rooted to the spot, listening hard, feeling like an animal, a mouse, knowing there was a cat out there ready to break her neck. When a hand closed around her arm, she tried to scream, but nothing came out. Her arms were pushed down, and she realized she was losing her chance to shoot, but by the time she had that thought, the shotgun was wrenched from her grasp. "So we meet again," said a voice, a male voice. "Who is it?" She tried to force the question out of her mouth, but she couldn't get out more than a whisper of breath. "Come over here into the light, so I can search you." She didn't have any other weapon. She wished she did. In the light spilling in the open back door, she saw first the height of the man, and his shape, tall and skinny. When he turned his head and she saw the glint in his mouth, she realized it was the guy from the hardware store. It made her a tiny bit less afraid. This was no stranger breaking in. It was someone from town, someone whose name she knew. What was it? When you knew a person, even a little like that, they'd not do you any real harm. You could talk them out of stealing from you, if you could manage to get a word out. His free hand was patting her down while the other kept a grip of her forearm. 2 hands in use. He must have put down the shotgun. As his hands ran around the back of her jeans, she shuddered. Then they moved between her legs, and she found her voice. But what she'd meant as an angry scream came out a squeak. The mouse again. Little, frightened mouse. She hated herself for being one, but she couldn't find her courage. Automatically, she fought to get away from his touch, but his hand clamped down. "Shh, just looking for a pistol." His hand left her crotch. Thank you. And he held her hard with 2 hands, one on each arm. His face was half illuminated by the moonlight. Hers must be too, for he looked down into it. "You're really scared, aren't you?" She was going to nod, frightened little obedient mouse, but she somehow managed to keep herself from it. Be tougher. She had no idea how to be tough when she was this scared. It's kind of exciting, seeing you this scared. One of his hands dropped down and pulled her into him, and she could feel he had an erection. She whimpered. It was louder than her try at a scream. "Yeah, I like that," he said, and he leaned down and tried to kiss her. She found her courage then, and when he tried to shove his tongue into her mouth, she let him, only to bite down as hard as she could. He tried to pull away, but she held on. And then there was a snarl, and the gold-toothed man staggered, and his tongue was wrenched from her teeth. His grip loosened. She yanked her arms back, spitting out blood. His blood. Then Bodhi was there, growling, snapping at the man, his teeth clacking together when he missed. She could catch glimpses of him as he darted in and out of the moonlight. Her eyes had begun to adjust to the dark. Vague shapes were visible in the barn. The tiller, a wheelbarrow, a stack of bags of chicken feed. The shotgun? She couldn't see clearly enough to spot it, chanting, good dog, in a harsh whisper. She dropped to her knees and began patting the barn floor wildly, hunting for the shotgun. She spun and tried another spot, trying to remember where she'd started when he'd taken it from her, spiraling out, groping, willing the shotgun to appear under her hands. A sharp sound of pain from Bodhi froze her, and it let her find her normal voice. "You fucker! Leave my dog alone!" She stood and kicked out in his direction. Her foot missed him. It found the shotgun. Sierra scrambled for it. A sickening thud sounded not a body length away. She grabbed the shotgun, realized she was pointing it at herself, and flipped it around as she braced herself, trying to remember everything Dev had taught her about firing position. In the moonlight, out of the corner of her eye, she could see her dog lying there, unmoving. She screamed then, really screamed finally, an angry, piercing sound that split the night in two, and she fired. And missed, it seemed, for the gold-toothed man came at her, fast as thought, and he clamped both his hands on the gun. She tried to hold on, but within seconds, she knew it was a fight she'd lose. He was too strong, so she kicked hard, wishing she had on something hard-toed, not just her running shoes. He grunted, but he did not let loose of the shotgun. She was losing it, losing the gun. He'd shoot her, and he'd shoot Bodhi. He might shoot her dad. She quit pulling back, and instead she pushed the gun at him, driving her legs into the ground, catching him off guard, and pushing him back several feet. They were out of the moonlight now, back in the dark, and she hoped he couldn't see her any better than she could see him. He wouldn't go down, but he was off balance, his feet moving to keep himself upright. She was close, too close to kick. She brought her knee up, hoping to catch him in the balls. He was ready for it and twisted away. She screamed again, frustrated by not being able to do anything to hurt him. Wait. Knees. Her father had said to go for the knees, not the balls. Get to the side and kick hard. Take his knee out. She was trying to figure out how to get around to his side without losing her tenuous grip on the gun, when three things happened all at once. She lost hold of the gun, and she'd been yanking at it again, so this overbalanced her. She fell back, landing half on her back, half on her side, and the wind was knocked out of her. At the same moment, a light flashed on, blinding her. There was a metallic sound, and then the gold-toothed man fell forward onto her. She found her strength and fought to get away from him, would have done anything in the world to get his weight off her. "It's okay," came a voice in the dark. Another strange man. She said, "No," to it, then louder, "Get away, you fucker, no!" She was half out from under the other man, and belatedly realized she was fighting someone who wasn't fighting back. He was dead weight. She had discovered in the last 10 minutes that she was no soldier, no hero, no kind of fighter at all. She was a coward and a flailing amateur.
"It's okay," the voice said again. "Look, it's me, Kurt Henry from down the road."
He shone the light. It was just a flashlight at his own face. But the harsh shadows made his ugly face an even more horrible thing, and she was already scared, and she flinched back from it. She was ashamed of the reaction, but it was the one she had. She made it out from under the unconscious man and made it to her feet. The flashlight beam shifted, shining on the gold-toothed man. Suddenly, his name popped into her mind. Aiden.
"Is he dead?"
"Could be,"
said Mr. Henry.
"though it'd be a hell of a lucky bang."
As his flashlight moved, she saw there was a shovel on the ground beside him.
"Jesus,"
she whispered.
"You hit him with that?"
"You helped. When you let go, he went flying back at the same time I was swinging it at his head. Hang on."
He got to his knees and checked the man.
"Still alive."
"Kill him,"
Sierra said. There was a long, long silence.
"If you want him dead, you'll have to do it,"
Mr. Henry finally said. Sierra went over to the man, shoved at him with her foot, and shoved harder. She was trying to get to the shotgun. His hand shot out and grabbed her ankle. She shrieked, yanking back her foot. A booted foot came down on the hand.
"I've a gun,"
Mr. Henry said to him.
"Another move, and you're dead."
Had he just been playing dead, or what? He moaned.
"Get off my fucking arm,"
he said. He sounded groggy, and his words were slurred. Right, she'd bit his tongue hard. She remembered Bodie and turned from the men, running to Bodie. She dropped by the dog's side. He was still. She touched his neck.
"Bodie? Good dog. Good dog."
He wasn't moving. Gently, she shook him by the shoulder.
"Get up, boy."
His body was limp. She laid her head gently on his side, listening for a heartbeat, hoping to feel the rise and fall of his breathing. Nothing. Running her hands all over him, she tried to find what was wrong with him. Maybe she could fix it. Maybe. Please. She got to his face and felt the sticky wetness around his muzzle. He had bled. From the face? From the insides?
"Oh, Bodie,"
she said, and as it really hit her that he was dead, she started to cry. He'd been trying to protect her. She'd been too weak and stupid to protect herself, and it had cost Bodie his life. What a terrible, terrible person she was. A horrible friend to her dog.
"Sweetie,"
she whispered.
"I'm sorry."
She felt the soft, silky hair behind his ears, realized it would be the last time she ever did, and cried even harder. She didn't know how long she sat there crying before she thought to look up. The lights were on in the barn now. Mr. Henry had tied the man up, wrists and ankles. Sierra sniffed hard and wiped the back of her hand across her snotty face, sucking in breaths, trying to get control of herself. When she stood, she saw the shotgun was sitting right by her, broken open. Mr. Henry was gone. Maybe there were more guys out there to take care of. He had left this up to her. Kill the man who had killed Bodie, or let him live.
"Why are you here?"
she said.
"What? I can't hear you."
She nearly shouted the question at him.
"Why did you and your friends come to our property, Aiden?"
He glared at her. She checked the gun, slammed it shut, and pumped it to get a shell in the chamber. She pointed it at the gold-toothed asshole.
"Why are you here?"
"We're hungry, okay? Everybody in Payson is hungry unless they have a garden." She went cold with rage.
"And so you thought you'd rape me while you were up here stealing our food?"
No answer. Answer me, you son of a bitch!
Hell, you offered it to me in town.
I was a child then.
And she pulled the trigger. She looked at what she had done. The shotgun blast turned his head into a mess. But he was dead, and he'd never hurt anyone again. She felt a cold satisfaction at that. Good riddance. She turned her back on him and ran outside, worried about her father and what he was dealing with. Thinking of Bodhi made her sick, and how she failed him even sicker, so she tried to shove that out of her mind. Her father was trying to push up a section of fence that had been torn down.
"Pilar," she said, "is there anyone else out here? Thank God you're okay. No, these guys ran. Bodhi is dead?"
"Oh, hon. But are you okay?" She'd never be okay again in her life, but she managed to say,
"Fine. Did Mr. Henry talk to you? He told me you'd had trouble in the barn, but it was taken care of. Then he went after the ones who got away. He said he'd check with the Quinns. I think they're having trouble over there as well. I'll go into the house, or barn, so I can see to text them. See if they've texted me. The one got away with a hen and probably a bunch of eggs. There's an off chance he circled back to the house. I'm sorry, but I have to get this fence up or we'll lose even more hens. Wait for me and we'll check the house together. I'll do it. I'll be careful," she said. She ran for the house, her head swiveling, watching for danger arriving from any direction. She checked the pantry first. When she saw it was empty of people, she flipped on its light. No reason to hide that they were home and awake now. Everyone on the road must know it. Sierra did not want someone sneaking up on her from behind, so she checked every room in the house, every closet. When she saw the old rug that Bodhi usually slept on, her heart fell, and she wanted to lie down on it herself, curl up, and have another good cry. There'd be time enough for that later. Once the house was secure, she checked texts. Only one had come in, from Dev, seconds after she had sent hers. Same. So they had troubles too. Chapter 17. Dev slept in a t-shirt and only needed to pull on pants and shoes when his father rousted him out of bed. "Who are they? Where are they?" "Don't know. Crocker's woke us up with a text." "Ready," he said. "Tie your shoes. I'll meet you at the back door." His father touched the curtain and peered out of Dev's window, then ran out as Dev tied his laces. In the kitchen, his mother was at the door, leaning against the wall, rifle in hand. "Be careful out there," she said. "Signal if you need me. If you do, I'll go watch at the front door, so don't shoot me." "I won't," Dev said. "I love you," she said. "We'll all be fine," he said. His father came from the front of the house and said, "Turn on your night scope once we're out there. I'll take the left side, you take the right. That includes the workshop. It's your responsibility to clear it." "Yes, sir." His mom opened the door for them, and they slid out, his father first. Dev went to the right side of the porch and lifted his rifle, flicking on the night vision scope. The black world lit up in shades of green. No human forms close, none around the shop. The doors to the shop looked to be closed. He scanned the property. A flash of white by the truck. A human head poking up. He clicked to his father, a signal he'd sighted someone. Dev felt his father's hand on his shoulder, and then a single tap. More silent communication. It told him to take his man. He heard a shot from the Crocker's place, then two more in quick succession. They had intruders too. Not hundreds, or he'd be seeing more lit-up forms. But he had to assume a dozen or more people were in the neighborhood. He hoped they weren't at the Morrow's house too. Realizing he was letting his mind drift from his job, he bore down and focused. The head had ducked back down before his father had told him to shoot. Either the person was trying to steal diesel fuel from the truck, or was just hiding there. He heard his father take the steps and crunch on the bark mulch at the bottom of the stairs. Then he ran for the hens and rabbits. Dev had to move from where he was to take his man. He swung through the porch railing and held himself back so that he made not a sound when his feet touched the ground. He knew it was his mother's herb garden he was trampling, but he was pretty sure she'd rather have him do his job than protect the herbs. A scent of something minty hit his nose. Keeping low, he ran forward and swerved around the truck to the right. Nobody. Where had the guy gone? He heard him. Under the truck. Maybe he knew he was being hunted. Maybe he was stealing something. But what? An oil filter? If there was no gas, why would car parts be of any use? He had to be hiding. A triple click from his father told him he had sighted 3 people. Dev could easily shoot under the truck, but his father hadn't used his rifle, and he debated. Shoot and alert the people his father was after that they were onto them? Wait until his father fired? His father had said to take the man, so he would. Dev decided not to make himself a target. He held the rifle low and shot without aiming, trying to aim between all the tires. He heard gravel spray and then the sound of someone getting up and running. Flush the bastard. Scope to his eye again, he saw the intruder, running down the driveway, moving fast. Dev had little time to set up his shot, but he had experience with moving deer. He fired, and missed. God damn it, he never missed. He ran after the man, or woman, impossible to tell, half expecting the person to shoot back. But he didn't. He put on a burst of speed and was out of sight. Yelling from his father coming from behind distracted him, made him hesitate a second longer. No, his father said to get his man, not back him up. Dev took off running after his quarry, down the road to the main highway. He had to stop and look through the scope to spot the man again. He was climbing over the tree they'd taken down. Fast runner. Dev stopped, took a breath, set up the shot, and fired. The man dropped, slithering over the far side of the trunk like a snake. Dev had no idea if he'd hit him or not. He'd hit something. Trying to think what the impact had sounded like. He thought not. It sounded more like he'd hit the tree than flesh. Again, he debated. Pursue the man, who was over into the yard, maybe across and into the national forest? Or go back and help his father? Knowing he'd catch it from his father for the choice, he retraced his steps. When he was up the drive, he heard voices. Several voices. His father. I can't believe you do this to me. To my family. We're hungry, Arch. We're all hungry. It wasn't a voice Devlin recognized, but it was obviously someone his father knew. You should have planned better. A third voice. You shouldn't have bragged about how well you had planned. Not if you didn't want the whole town to know you had supplies up here. Did I ask you to talk? The second voice. The one his father knew, angry at his buddy. Dev thought the third voice had a good point. His father did go on, if given a half a piece of encouragement, about his prepping and the end of the world. He'd heard him do it at the church and at the hardware store. And now the end of the world seemed to have come, and so everyone knew his father had prepped. And so here they were. I know the smart thing to do is shoot you. Arch, I have a family. You should have thought of that before you turned criminal, his father shouted. Dad, Dev said, I'm coming up behind you. You get your man? No, I'm sorry. He made it out to the road, and I heard all the yelling so came back. Damn it, Devlin. It's my other son out there, said the man who knew his father. You can't shoot my other son. I swear, I'd shoot the lot of you with about one more excuse. Dev believed he'd likely shoot them anyway. He pointed out what his father must already know. They'll go back to town, and they'll come back with more men next time. It won't be a half-assed raid we can fight off like tonight. It'll be worse. He was up to almost his father's side now. His father held 3 people at gunpoint. Then you shouldn't have missed your man either. I know, Dev said. So what do we do now? Call the sheriff again? Sheriff won't come, the man said. His voice sounded vaguely familiar, but Dev still couldn't place it. Someone from church, maybe? Too little gas, and too many crimes.
So if I shoot you all dead, I won't be in trouble.
You will be. First time, maybe not. Shoot 5 people? You'll end up in jail. I hear you already shot one man.
You heard right.
His father said nothing for several seconds. Then he said,
Does your other son have a weapon?
Just a handgun, said the man. An old Smith & Wesson.
How much did he take?
The man said nothing. His father fired his rifle over their heads, and one of the men squeaked in fear. Dev himself had jumped at the noise.
How much?
His father.
Pretty much all the fish.
The smokehouse. They had trout in the smokehouse, and that's what these guys must have hit first.
So you're willing to let my family starve so yours can eat?
You'd feel the same.
I would not. I'd have planned better, and wouldn't steal from a man who had done it right.
Look, maybe you can take us in. We'll work for our food, we'll do anything.
Like stab us in our sleep. A man who'd steal from a friend at night would do anything. How many are up here? At the Crockers, down the road, waiting in a car? How many?
We walked all the way, the man said. Dev spoke up. I bet the other one I saw is waiting for them then. We can get our food back if we have this one yell for him.
And then kill all 4?
Yes, probably so. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. It was the smart thing to do. But was it the right thing to do?
Arch, the man whined.
Ask him how many people knew their plan. How many are here, and how many back in Payson knew? Dev suggested.
His father said, I got this. You go hunt down your man. You have your scope.
Okay. Kill him? Or let him live?
You'll know by what I do.
That meant if Dev heard shots up here, he should kill his man as well. As Dev left to track down his man, he heard the fellow begging his father for his life and the life of his sons. He'd begun to cry. Dev could have told the man that was not a good strategy, not with his father. It was only a way to piss him off more. His father loathed weakness. As Dev hunted his first human prey, he thought that the crying guy had been right about one thing. His father should have made more of a secret of what they had up here. If these men had talked, probably half of Payson knew there was a neighborhood up the hill with plenty of food. This might be only the first of many attacks they need to fight off. Maybe if no one went back into town tonight, anyone in town who had known the plan would understand it was far too dangerous to try anything else up here. He crawled through the bush at the edges of the downed tree, scope on, hunting for the green-white light that told him where his prey was. The rifle had a hell of a lot more range than a handgun, but he didn't trust that's all the man had, and he kept alert. His mother would kill him if he let himself get shot. After 10 minutes of hunting, he heard 3 quick shots from the direction of his house. Then a pause. Then more slowly 3 more. He knew that his father had executed the men, so Dev would have to do the same, if he could find the guy, that is. Though we worked at it for over 2 hours, keeping to the shadows, he never did see a glimmer of life through a scope, except for some mice on the hunt. Never heard a sound either. The man must have been telling the truth about them being on foot, for he never heard a car engine or tires from an electric moving on the highway, and he thought he would have in the still night. The man must have run back down the hill as soon as he got away the first time, turned his back on his father and brother, and run for home. It disgusted Dev. First a thief, then a coward who'd leave his own family to die while he saved himself. Pretty low behavior. He'd probably eat everything he'd stolen before he made it home to his mom, too. If there was a mom back in Payson. People like that would. His father would yell at him for missing. Dev felt bad enough about it. He believed he had shot high in the dark. It was a common mistake, and he'd forgotten to adjust his aim. Still, a small part of Dev was relieved he couldn't find the man. He knew his father had killed the other 3, but no matter how despicable he found the thieves, Dev worried that he'd have still hesitated when it came to kill a man who was looking at him with hands raised, caught in the act, but begging for his life. He was afraid he'd never become the man his father was. Chapter 18. No one called the sheriff. At dawn, the neighborhood met, everyone short on sleep, everyone still dazed by the attack. Dev leaned on the railing of the Morrow's deck and listened to the adults talk about it. A stranger is one thing, but this, Crocker said. People we knew. People from town. His mom said, I'll bet you even if they didn't know about us, and it sounds like they did, they'll be systematically going through the roads up here soon enough. She was excusing his father's role in making them the target of the attack, Dev thought. His father said, I hope they understand now that this is one road to avoid. He talked tough, but he looked tired and troubled. Dev would be too if he was responsible for the 3 lumps under the tarp back by their smokehouse. Mr. Morrow said, What have we lost? Mr. Crocker answered, Eggs, 1 hen, and they trampled some chicks. I'll have to start again on breeding next year's hens. His mom said, Lucky it's still early in the summer. We only had 10 pounds of smoked fish gone, but it could have been worse. His father said, At least 3 men got away. Mr. Morrow, I lost 2 hens too, though that might have been by the same men that hit Pilar's hen house. His mom said, You can have a couple of ours, Mitch. We have plenty still, and the rabbits weren't bothered. Not necessary. With only me eating the eggs this year, I still have enough hens to see me through the summer. More than enough. The offer is always open. You only need to ask. Sierra was silent for the whole conversation. Dev felt awful for her, that she'd had to kill a man, but even more, that Bodie had died. She loved that dog. So did Mr. Crocker. Dev was fond of him too. He cleared his throat. Mr. Morrow looked up. You have something to add, Dev? I'm sorry about Bodie. I don't mean to hurt your feelings or seem cold about it, but I think Bodie might be our worst loss. We can catch more fish. We can breed more hens. But twice, he's alerted us to danger. We've lost our best possible warning system. We need another dog. Mr. Crocker said, I have no idea how we'd find one. It's not as if we can go into town now or that people will have signs up about puppies for sale. His father said, If they have puppies, I'm sure they'll be thinking of eating them soon. Sierra made a sound, jumped up, and ran off the deck. She made it to the edge of the Morrow property, and then she stopped. Dev wished they were closer friends. He'd follow her and try to say something kind to her, something comforting. But even with the 4 sessions of hunting and training out in the woods, they still hadn't become the best of friends, and he felt awkward intruding on her grief. Poor kid, his mother said. I hope she'll be all right. She has to be, Mr. Crocker said. We all have to be all right, and ready for the next time. Though I hate to think there will be a next time. I can't deny it any longer. There will be. There was a long silence. Finally, it was broken by Mr. Morrow. I've been thinking lately on the tragedy of the commons. Dev said, What's that? In England, in centuries past, there'd been a common area, owned by everyone, and they could use it to graze sheep or cows. There was an honor system, an unwritten code about how you'd use it. An economist wrote about how that system could never work for long, that given the opportunity, someone would cheat on the code, use the land a little more than his fair share. Seeing this, the next guy would tell himself he had to up his use to keep things fair, and so on, until the common ground was entirely ruined and of use to no one. My land is not owned by everyone, his father said angrily. It's owned by me. That is true, Mr. Morrow said, unperturbed by his father's tone. "But I was thinking more that in town, a town as small as Payson, they might have been able to use parkland and empty lots, and plant gardens back in May when they heard about the port being destroyed, and they'd have enough food now, at least enough to get by, and maybe they did that to some extent. But when the tragedy of the Commons would likely have come into play," he went on, "not only that, I was thinking about oil itself, a common resource for the humans of this planet and how its misuse applies. And two," and here he looked around, catching the eye of everyone who was watching him, "I was thinking of us as a neighborhood. Yes, we each own our own land, but right now it might be better to think about our resources as things we can pool, all use and use wisely. That includes human time, human hands, human eyes and ears to watch for possible attack." Dev said, "You're saying we need to hang together, or we'll all surely hang separately." He made a face. "I don't think I got that quite right." "Close enough," said Mr. Morrow. "I'm sure Mr. Franklin would forgive your inaccuracy and applaud your good sense. Yes, I believe we need to act as a team, compromise, put our own individual needs aside." "Things will get worse before they get better," his father said. "Exactly," Mr. Morrow said. "All the more reason." Kurt Henry said, "Are you thinking about anything in particular, Mitch?" "I think we might patrol our perimeter. I'll take my turn, same as everyone. And while I'm not entirely comfortable with what happened last night, with the fact that men died, I'm willing to go along with not involving law enforcement. I know I'm outvoted on that matter, so I'll go along for the common good." His mother said, "I don't think any of us are entirely comfortable with it, but if Arch, and he seems the most likely to be, is hauled away to jail, we're going to have a much harder time defending against the next attack. We can't lose anyone, not for any reason." Kurt Henry said, "I'm not sure you'll get the sheriff out here anyway. He has lost 2 deputies. They resigned and left, and it sounds like they took off for mountain land they had set aside for this sort of event. They're short-handed enough that they can't, or won't, respond to minor calls. If someone calls them while there's shooting going on, well, that's the only case where I've heard the dispatcher promise immediate response." "We're seeing the end of the rule of law," his father said, "so we have to make our own laws." "That's a grand scheme, and I support it in theory," Mr. Morrow said. "But for now, I think we have some immediate needs to take care of before we convene our constitutional Congress." Mr. Crocker said, "Like what to do with the bodies? I guess we should bury them." His mother said, "Not here, not on any of our land." "Why not?" Mr. Crocker said. "Why invite trouble? If the families of the missing men report them missing, and the police investigate, and they hear they'd planned a raid on us, I don't want 4 fresh graves sitting up on a hill. We might all end up in jail. Not you, Mitch, but the rest of us. And everything we've worked so hard for so many years will be lost to marauders. I don't feel any better about it than you do, but we need to hide what we've done." "We didn't start it," his father said. "No, but we finished it, Arch." She held a hand up. "I'm not second-guessing you. I'm just being practical. We need to bury the bodies, but first, we need to move them." Mr. Crocker said, "I should have left my car parked somewhere in the forest, beyond the tree." Dev almost groaned when he realized what this meant. "We'll have to move the tree." "We can do that," Mr. Crocker said. "Hang on. I need to make sure Sierra's okay. It'll probably help her to have a job to do anyway." He rose and went to follow Sierra, who was still standing, looking up at the wind turbines, thinking who knew what. "We'll have to use our truck anyway to haul the bodies," his father said, rising. "Come on, son. We need to put them in the truck.
We'll drive over for the one in the Crocker barn last thing."
He got up and left. Mr. Morrow said, "I'm not sure how much use I'll be in moving that big tree." His mother went over and put her hand on his shoulder. "It's fine, Mitch. If you think you can manage it, I'm sure the Crockers would appreciate it if you started a grave for their dog." "That much I can do. I'll ask them where they want it, after I check on Sybil." He went inside. His mother said, "Are you doing okay, Kurt?"
"I'm mixed. Glad I was there to stop that guy last night. Stop him from raping her."
His eyes flicked to Dev.
"But I'm horrified at what we've been reduced to. A month without oil, and we've already descended to this."
"I know what you mean. It's sliding fast. Come on, Dev. Help your father, and I'll get ropes and straps for moving the tree again." Dev had never touched a dead body before, and by the time he had helped his father load 4 of them onto a tarp laid in the bed of his pickup, he profoundly hoped he'd never have to do that again. They were unwieldy and heavy, and they stank of shit. It was hard to have any room in his mind left to feel bad about them, or guilty, or wonder about the moral implications when his mind was filled with the gross, practical side of it. But they finally had the truck loaded with bodies, 3 shovels, a push broom, and a pick, and his father left it in the road halfway between their driveway and the main road. All of them, Sierra included, though she didn't say a word the whole time, worked to haul first the camouflaging branches and then the main tree out of the way, just far enough so his father could drive around it. Dev, Mr. Crocker, and his father went together in the truck, leaving the women and Mr. Henry behind. His father asked Mr. Crocker if he had any better idea than his suggestion for the gravesite, a particular forest road up the hill about 15 miles that wasn't well traveled.
"It peters out about a mile in. I figure we go to the end and pick a place."
"Fine by me." Devlin would remember those hours of work until the day he died. It was hard work and disturbing work, and all the time he felt fear that a sheriff or ranger would come and arrest them all for murder. He was pretty sure that by burying the bodies and trying to hide what had happened, they were all guilty of it, or of breaking some law almost as bad. The ground was hard from months without rain, and the work was harder. The man who had gone after Sierra was tall. His head, or what there was left of it, hit the edge of the tailgate on the way out, leaving a smear of goo. Instead of digging a longer grave to accommodate his length, they folded his legs under him, and the body looked misshapen, almost alien lying there. Dev was happy when he was able to throw the first shovelful of dirt over the messy head. They replaced the forest duff they'd scraped off before digging, and if you didn't know they were here, the graves would not draw your eye. Dev's last job was taking the push broom and following his father down the road, brushing over his tire tracks, so that if the graves were found, they couldn't link the tire tracks directly to them. Dev thought that was kind of stupid. If one of the wives or kids of the missing men called the sheriff, told where the men had been headed, and the sheriff ever found the bodies, he'd know who had killed them. It wasn't like his father could afford to ditch the rifles he'd used as well, nor Sierra the shotgun. On the short drive home, the truck cab stunk of all their sweat, sour smelling. Dev wondered if it smelled more bitter than usual because of their nervousness and guilt. He barely had the energy to help replace the downed tree and branches, disguising again from strangers where their road was. Funny, though, it hadn't been strangers last night, had it? His father had told Crocker that the man he knew and killed was the junkyard owner. His younger son had been the second man his father shot, and the third man his father didn't know.
"Could have seen him around town, I guess, but I don't recall."
Sierra had killed a clerk from the hardware store. Dev might have even known the guy himself, but with the damage her shotgun blast had done to his face, his own mother wouldn't have been able to pick him out looking like that. They all attended a brief ceremony for the dog at the grave Mr. Morrow had dug among the wind turbines. He'd collected field stones too, and after the funeral they left a white-faced Sierra and her dad alone, building a cairn on top of the grave. Dev could have fallen down and slept on the porch, he was so tired, but there were still chores to do, though his mother had done the crucial ones involving the animals. The lock on the smokehouse had been busted, and his father insisted on fixing it before night fell. As they worked, he kept expecting his father to tear into him for missing his man, but he seemed preoccupied. When they were done, Dev wanted to go straight to bed, but his mother insisted he shower and then eat first. While they ate, his mother did laundry. It wasn't until he woke up in the middle of the night from a nightmare about being buried in the bed of the pickup truck under dozens of smelly dead bodies that he thought of his mother washing their clothes like that, in the evening, when she hardly ever did laundry that late. He understood that it had been her attempt to get rid of evidence. Chapter 19. Not a day dawned for the next week that Sierra didn't start the day remembering that Bodhi was gone. She inevitably cried, but she always did it into the pillow so she didn't upset Pilar any more than he already was. She'd fallen into a habit. Before she went to sleep, she thought about the gold-toothed man and his hand between her legs, and his disgusting cigarette breath, and the sound of the boot tip landing on Bodhi that had killed him. It kept her awake until long past midnight. Nights were reserved for that memory and the fear she still felt. In the morning, in the light of day, it didn't haunt her so, but Bodhi did. She'd failed him. He'd never been anything but loyal and loving and good to her, and she'd let him die. If she'd have given in to the man, disgusting as the thought was, maybe Bodhi would still be alive. She shouldn't have fought, or she should have fought harder. There were probably a dozen things she could have done differently that meant that at the end, Bodhi would still be alive, and here, and wanting his morning head-scratching. She felt sick about it, disgusted with herself and angry, and so very, very sorry. Kelly had said at the grave the dog was in a better place now. Sierra believed that anywhere away from Sierra herself had to be a better place. What dog would want a useless person like Sierra in its life? She dragged herself from bed, still tired, aching from all the work they'd been doing. Not sleeping right wasn't helping. She moved around the place like a robot, doing whatever her father told her, not really caring one way or the other. And Arch had them all training harder as a group. He had them play-acting as if someone was attacking, using the whistles and click signals he'd devised. He made Sierra sit in a closet and load and unload every firearm she and her father owned, over and over again, until she could probably do it not only in the dark, but in her sleep as well. And he had them shooting more at night. Dev had admitted to missing his target at night, shooting high, and Arch wanted to make sure that didn't happen again. In addition, it was the high season for a lot of the vegetables, and she had to help Pilar harvest and can or freeze them. The regular garden work, plus the hens, plus rebuilding the fencing that had been torn down, all that was enough to fill her day. But there were all the rest of the tasks, and then she had to take her daily turn at guard duty. She hated guard duty. She asked her phone the time, and it told her. That's about all it was good for. In the weeks since the attack, they'd lost first the internet, and then the ability to make phone calls, and finally, just yesterday, even the ability to text. The adults had discussed it more than once. Arch was angry about it, her father worried, and Kurt Henry shrugged it off. Last night as she ate supper, her father had worked on a device to plug into the computer, made of a wok and some wiring. He made her go out with him, and they climbed up to the cistern platform, and he aimed it toward town. "Antenna," he explained to her, though she hadn't asked him about it, just did whatever he told her. If the WiMAX is still operating, it should catch something. But it didn't. He said, "I wonder if it's the power grid." She hadn't cared enough to ask him for more explanation. Time to start the day. Only 20 minutes until her guard duty. She had to move fast in order to collect the eggs and feed Bodhi. Shit! Collect the eggs. She threw on clothes in dull, dark colors and ran past her father saying, "I'm late," and walked to the barn to get a wire basket. The thieves had taken one of the best hens, and while there were still plenty of eggs being laid, she noticed the change. They'd miss her, and whatever gene she might pass on to the next generation of layers. Sierra walked back to the house with the eggs, saw the time, and said, "Gotta go." She grabbed her rifle from the rack her father had put up by the door the night after the attack. "Eat breakfast first." "I'm not hungry." She turned to go. "Sierra!" Her father's stern voice, hardly ever used, stopped her at the door. His chair scraped. He came over, pulled her around to face him, and she flinched at the touch. He pulled his hand back. "I'm not him. I'm not going to hurt you. I'd never hurt you." "I know." His kindness made her want to cry. "You have to eat more. You're burning off a lot of calories right now." "I'm not hungry." He blew out an exasperated breath. "You need the fuel to have the muscles to defend yourself. You need to be able to run from, or run at, or climb, or hide, or kick and punch. That takes energy." He was explaining the function of food as if she was a kid. "I'll take some bread." "With peanut butter." Okay. I have to go." She waited impatiently while her father threw together a PB and strawberry sandwich on a whole wheat roll for her. "Thanks," she said, and ran back outside. It took her 2 minutes to run up the road. Kurt Henry was on duty. He seemed unperturbed when she ran up and apologized to him for being late.
"It's not even 5 minutes. I'd have stayed here until you came."
He handed her a silver whistle on a leather necklace. That was for emergencies only, when you were certain there was an attack coming. If you blew it loud enough, even Mitch could hear it. She slipped it over her head. "You must have work to do?" He grunted, an affirmative sound. Then he stood and gathered his things, an old-fashioned thermos, binoculars, and rifle. He started to go, making it a dozen yards up the road before she gathered her courage. "Wait, Mr. Henry." He looked back over his shoulder at her. "I never said thank you properly for helping me in the barn. He would have hurt me, maybe killed me, if you hadn't come along and hit him just then."
"No biggie,"
he said, and turned away. "Wait," she said. "Please. I mean it, really. I know I've never bothered to make friends with you, and I'm sorry for that, and grateful for the other, and grateful for you not calling the sheriff when I murdered him."
"Murder's a pretty big word."
He finally turned to face her, but he didn't make eye contact. "Only 6 letters, she said. He didn't crack a smile, but then it hadn't been much of a joke.
"I'm not sure the sheriff would have seen it as murder. Maybe manslaughter at worst. Maybe even justified homicide, as long as we removed the ropes before he got here."
"I don't want to find out."
"No, I imagine not."
"If the sheriff shows up, I'll say you weren't there if you want."
"You don't have to lie for me. The truth about what I did will work just fine."
"It's the least I can do, Mr. Henry." He studied her from under his sharp brow.
"You know, now that we're co-conspirators and all, you could call me Kurt. You call Quinn and your dad and Mitch Morrow by their first names."
"Kurt," she agreed. She hesitated, and then stepped up to him and offered her hand. He looked at it a second, seemed to think about it, and then shifted his rifle to the other arm and shook.
"You're welcome,"
he said. He looked at her face again and said,
"You going to be okay out here alone?"
"I have to be, don't I?"
"You know what to do if there's trouble."
She nodded.
"And you can keep to the woods, stay hidden, move up and down the line of the road. In fact, you should. not just sit here in one place. They could come in anywhere, so patrol through the woods.
Most likely. They'll arrive on the main road, though, right? She could feel her heart speed up as she imagined it, pictured a bunch of men slipping through the woods, maybe coming up on her from behind. She could even imagine a hand reaching. No. Stop. She was scaring herself.
If they're city people, almost certainly they would be using the road, and we're all patrolling our own property a few times a day up into the woods in both directions. You know that. You've done that with your dad, right? You have your phone?
I do, but there's no signal at all today.
Feeling more comfortable with the rifle?
I prefer the shotgun, she admitted. That way, even if I miss a little, I still might hit them with something.
The rifle has more range. I've seen you hitting the targets. You'll do fine. And it's unlikely anything will happen at all on any one watch.
Okay. She watched him as he turned up the road. About at the Quinn's driveway, he turned and said, not loudly, but loud enough for her to hear him,
"You're stronger than you think."
It was a kind lie, but she'd take it. She lifted her hand in farewell. 3 hours later, after an eventless watch, Dev came to relieve her. "Hungry?" she said, offering him the peanut butter sandwich. The bread was a little stale, she realized, as she held it out and felt the dry edges. "No, thanks. I'm good," he said. "Any trouble during your shift?" "No. Quiet. Didn't even hear a car on the road. Probably won't for a long while, if ever. Just not enough gas out there." "Did you hear anything? Get anything on the internet this morning? A cell signal?" "I didn't even look, to tell you the truth. My mom's almost given up on the radio. Stations are still working in Phoenix, but you know how they are. Some days you can't get much more than static except at night. She says it's good news they're still on the air. When they go off, oh, that means real trouble." "Will people come up from there, do you think?" He hesitated. "You don't have to lie to make me feel better. I wish people wouldn't do that to me. I'm an adult now, and I'm as much a part of this as you are. I can take it." "Okay," he said. "Yeah, I think they will. From Phoenix, or maybe some from Cottonwood. Though the Cottonwood people would probably hit places like Strawberry first. Whoever it is, they won't know us at all, like this last group did. They won't hesitate to shoot. It's possible they'll come in huge gangs, 100 or more." Her throat went tight. "Can we fight off 100? If we get the high ground, use cover wisely, have more training than they do, possibly. We know the land. They might have maps, but the map only tells part of the story. We have the spider holes dug, the tripwire, and we know our own land. If we're lucky, I think the 7 of us can survive against 50. Remember, what is the object of defense? To preserve. To preserve is easier than to acquire." "What's that from?" "The book I loaned you. Didn't you read it?" She was ashamed to admit she hadn't. "It's slow going. I guess I haven't gotten to that part yet. Basic principles. But 100 armed people might be impossible to fight off." It made her sick to think of it. She looked at Dev and thought how just a few months back he'd seemed like a kid and she'd felt like she was almost an adult. Somehow, their roles had been reversed. Now she felt like a kid, and he was another adult who knew about guns and warfare and had a more pessimistic view of human nature. The right view, as it was turning out. He said, "Anyway, I've got it. You can go now." "I know you guys have been covering the nights." Her heart was in her throat as she said it. "I haven't taken my turn. I can. I'm ready." If they were going to lie to her, she'd lie to them too. "I'll tell my dad you say so. We'll see what he says about the schedule." She turned to leave. "Sierra," she turned back. "I'm really sorry about what happened to you." "It's okay." I'm alive, he's not. That's all that matters, isn't it? No. He sounded certain of it. It's not all that matters. If you ever need to talk, I'm around, okay? Okay. Thanks. The last thing she wanted to do was talk about it in the light of day. Nightmares, even the waking ones, belonged in their place, in the dark. She knew she was being weak. Arch had shot 4 men now, and he didn't fuss about it or probably stay up at nights worrying or reliving the moment. Sierra gave herself a stern lecture on the way back home. You're going to have to toughen up, girl, or you're not going to survive this. And what if next time her weakness got her father killed too? Not just her dog, but her dad dying because she wasn't tough enough. No, she couldn't let that happen. She wasn't sure what made her do it, but she detoured back through the properties to the Quinn's place, whistling the all-clear friend signal as she crossed the boundary, and whistling it again as she drew near to their house. Kelly was out with their rabbits, cleaning the hutches. Hey, Sierra said. It's me. I heard you coming. Can I help with that? Nearly done, but I wouldn't mind some help with harvesting if you really have the time. I came to talk, but I can work and talk at the same time. Let me haul this over to the compost heap first. Kelly carried a basket of used rabbit bedding. Sierra met her halfway back. Rabbit droppings make good compost? They do, full of nutrients, and they break down in no time. She opened the gate to their garden. Broccoli and cauliflower and cabbage are coming in, all at once, of course. First of the squash is coming too, Sierra said, spying a row of yellow crooknecks. I think I'll wait on picking that until the end of the week, Kelly said. May as well let him get a touch bigger. She led Sierra to a row of broccoli and said, You have a knife on you? No. Here, take mine. Easier to cut them than to try to snap them off. Sierra took the red folding knife and cut through the first green stem. You leave the plants after you harvest? Yeah, this year in particular. We'll need all the food we can get, so I let those secondary stems develop. You don't get much of a head, but it's something. Okay, Sierra said. For a time, she worked in silence. Kelly was moving down another row, and not until they had moved close to each other again did Sierra say, I'm worried. About? Myself? Sierra said. I don't know if I can do this. Pick broccoli? No, she said, knowing Kelly knew full well that's not what she meant. Survive. Live in a world where people can attack you at any moment, where you have to shoot people to defend your home, where this, and she waved a fat head of broccoli in the air, is worth killing over, or dying over. You die without it, Kelly said, her voice calm, gentle. She wasn't lecturing or trying to shame Sierra. It's a good thing to want to keep on living. Is it? She could barely get the next words out. I'm not sure I do. Kelly stood, came over to her, and kneeled down in front of her. Without touching her, she said softly, You've had a hard week. I know losing your dog just about broke your heart, and a man attacked you. I flirted with him, in town once. Do you think that's why? No. That's not why. You didn't bring any of this on yourself. None of us did, unless you count working hard to build up our land, and I don't count that. That's not an invitation to attack. It's a good model for sensible people to follow. If they didn't follow it, that's on them. Not on you. Not on Pilar. Not on me. It's not that I don't agree with you, Sierra said. I just feel so scared. I'm afraid I'll let everyone down. You won't. She half laughed, a strangled noise that was part way to crying. But she wouldn't cry, not in public like this, humiliating herself even more. Kurt said something like that. Did he now? He said I was stronger than I knew. He's got some insight then. I don't know him at all, Sierra said. He doesn't know me either. He was there with you in the barn, wasn't he? I imagine he saw you fighting, and based his judgment partly on that. Don't you think? Sierra hadn't considered that. I thought he was just being nice. I'm not just being nice either. You keep training. You watch those of us who know what we're doing, and you follow our lead. You're smart. Maybe the smartest of any of us except Mitch Morrow. Use your head. You'll make it. And I know you're hurting right now, but you want to live. When the time comes, you'll fight to protect yourself and your dad and your home. Will it ever be over? It will be. Either gas will come back or it won't. And if it doesn't, in a few months, maybe a year, a lot of people will have either figured out how to live or... Sierra realized what came after that. Or they'll be dead, right? That's right. What will kill them in the cities is taken care of for you. You have food and electricity and 4 solid walls, neighbors who care about you and will never turn on you. All you need to do is find within yourself the will to go on. You give yourself time to find it, and don't give up until you've had a chance to move beyond this past week. Sierra thanked her and returned the knife. She left and detoured to the hens to feed them her stale peanut butter sandwich, and then she hunted for her father. She'd eat lunch with him, no matter how little she wanted to eat. Cook it, too, if he hadn't already. It might not make her feel better, but it would make him feel better to see her eat something. She had to remember he'd lost his dog, too, and he'd buried the bodies, cleaning up her mess. It was time to quit being such a burden on him and grow the hell up. Chapter 20. Arch Quinn had always told people this day would come, and his predictions were coming true. The gasoline shortage was the trigger, but the trouble spread out fast and hard from there. Food deliveries slowing down or stopping had been the worst ingredient of this foobar situation. What Arch hadn't anticipated was that communications would go to hell too. None of them had ever wasted money on satellites for television, not even the Morrows who had the money to burn, but they had shared the costs of the internet repeater halfway up the hill. Living far from a big city made sense, but it also meant the radio stations they could get were limited, particularly here in mountain country, and now the cell phones weren't showing any signal. Had some damned vandals pulled down a crucial cell tower, taking out a cell? Were power lines in town down or what? He had no idea. Without the news, he couldn't know why the news wasn't getting to them. A catch-22. It made him nervous to have so little idea of what was coming, and when he got nervous, he grew short-tempered. Kelly said, "We just do what we always did, prepare for the worst, and hope it doesn't come. Phoenix has almost 1 million people in it. It had a much higher population back when they bought the land up here, but since the summers had gotten up to 135 or 140 degrees every year, with the low, most nights staying above 100, a lot of people had fled Phoenix for places like Flagstaff or Albuquerque, which had surpassed Phoenix in population 6 years ago. "That's true," Kelly said. "More coffee?" "No. I want to know what's going on out there." "I suppose you could take the truck out again and go see, or at least drive over the ridge to get Phoenix radio on your truck." She put the coffee pot back and sat across from him. "But I'd rather you didn't." "I can't leave you two alone." "I'm more worried about you. I think we have to assume there are people out there. We know they're hungry in Payson, and some must be out on the roads. Desperate people, and marauding gangs at worst. Hungry people will do anything. They wouldn't hesitate to jump your truck at a stop sign and turn it over, hoping you had an apple in your pocket." I know.
I'm not going anywhere. I know it's too risky. I just feel so blind.
We are, she said. We can't know what's going to happen until it does happen. Isn't that why we set a guard?
So we get 3 minutes warning? Just enough time to throw on shoes? I want more.
Look, she said. It's not as if the radio or net would say, "Hey, Arch, there are exactly 82 people headed up the state road that goes by your place."
I'd pay a surcharge if it did.
With what? I bet you that our money isn't worth much right now. Food, bullets, those will be the only currency that matters in the near future, if we're not there already.
In which case, I'd like to know if the bank that has our money has failed.
It doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
Damn it, Arch, she said, stunning him. She almost never cursed, and she never ever cursed at him. We're okay. We have food. We have thousands of rounds for our weapons. We have the will to use them. We have everything we need because we've been preparing for years. Since the trouble up here, the Crockers have gotten on board with our defense plans. And yes, our prepping has made us targets for people who don't have those things. But what other choice did we have? The little bit of money we had in the bank isn't important at all compared to that. You, me, Devlin, we're alive. Try to focus on what we have and what we can control.
I know, he said.
If you have a specific plan, a way to improve our defenses, a training exercise to suggest, if you want to bury more of our food staples to hide them from thieves, something like that, I'm all for it. You decide. And unless it's a totally crazy idea, I'll do it.
I'm properly chastened. You can stop lecturing now.
Arch, she said, and she kissed his forehead. You know, I think your hairline is receding.
The stress of being married to you, no doubt.
She smacked him playfully. Watch it, Buster. He knew he had been handled, and effectively, but he loved her for it. It was part of what she brought to their partnership, a counterweight to his quick temper, a clear eye always focused on the big picture, a solid base that he could count on. She was moving off to do dishes, but he grabbed her and reeled her back in, pulling her onto his lap.
Next time Devlin is on watch, I want to see you in the bedroom.
That's not a very good defensive plan.
Just in case it gets worse, while we can, I want to enjoy your company one more time.
Her playful manner fled. Don't say that. It sounds like you're planning on getting yourself killed.
No, nothing that serious. I was thinking we'd be too busy. Maybe we'll have to double up on night watch. That's all I was thinking. I won't get hurt.
Make sure you live up to that promise. She kissed him gently, a lingering kiss that wasn't about sex. But he felt it, felt what she was saying to him, her love pouring into his body like a magic elixir, and by the time she broke, he was fighting down emotion. She'd better keep herself safe too. Arch knew he couldn't control everything, couldn't be everywhere at once, and if the next attack was worse, with more people, and better organization, and more skilled marksmen, she would have to wade out into the middle of it as well. Time to go over to the Crockers. He'd promised them night vision goggles, which they didn't have. Before it was all over, he'd be supplying them with ammunition, no doubt. Frustrating they hadn't planned better for warfare, but it was worth supplying them to keep the whole neighborhood safe. Morrow had been right about that. Crocker wasn't a bad shot, and Henry was downright good. Having trained people to watch his back was crucial, and having his property on the front line was more dangerous for his family. But all things considered, it was probably best he was next to the road with his superior arsenal and training. If they could hold, everyone else behind them would be safe. If they needed everyone to rush forward and supply support, there was a signal for that. Text signals, if the phones were working, and the silver whistle if the phones were down. Light signals from flashlights were a last resort, as they'd interfere with the night vision goggles and scopes. but he taught everyone those signals too. He found Crocker only by chance when he glanced up to see him up on one of the wind turbines. He whistled louder, an all-clear whistle, and after trying it twice, finally he got Crocker to look down. Seeing Arch, he raised a hand and signaled 5 twice. Arch took the time to go check out the new chicks that were making a fuss in their pen. Crocker had chicken wire over it, so no hawk could swoop down and get them. They were growing up, entering that awkward stage. Kelly would have new chicks any time now as well. And the rabbits were breeding up a storm, living up to their reputation on that count. The rooster fussed at him, probably knew he'd failed to protect his harem last week and was trying to make up for it now. The hens and rooster were all cooped up now that the dog was gone. They really did have to find another dog, or 2 dogs, or more. Arch sent up a prayer for a pregnant stray to come along before too long. Pilar came down the tower as quickly as was safe. He'd kept Quinn waiting for more than 10 minutes. "Sorry," he said, when he had unbuckled his harness. "Problem up there?" "Looking at what it'd take to bring the turbine down part way." "Can you?" "I don't want strangers to see it. If they have maps, they might know we're here. But if they don't, and they're passing by and this catches their eye, we're in trouble." Arch kept himself from pointing out it had been him mentioning this weeks ago. "So can you take it down?" "I can lower it on the tower. To shorten the tower, I might need to haul up welding equipment." "Sounds dangerous." "It would be." "How about your electricity? Will it affect that?" "I'll lose some. The height of the blades is determined by the ridge height and the tree height." He pointed up the hill. "Lower it beyond that ideal range, and what you get is more turbulence." "Less electricity?" "Less electricity, maybe half, plus more wear and tear on the components. Turbulence means it will be shaken around more." "So you going to do it?" "Yeah. I can't right this minute, though." Arch was glad to hear it was in the works. He wouldn't push today. "Just ask if you need a hand." "I'll probably take you up on that." "Imagine you can see a good way from up there. Down the road?" "A very short way. The trees cut off part, and then the curve leaves you blind." "Still, it might be a good place to reconnoiter a developing situation. How long does it take you to get up and down?" 10 minutes up, 5 down, going fast. I suppose in an emergency I could cut a minute off each way, but that'd be pushing, and every second I cut would increase the risk of falling." Art shook his head. "Too long anyway." "Your kid made it up to the cistern platform the other day in no time. Seconds." "Can't see out to the road from there, I imagine." "No, nowhere near, but you can see over to your house and garden." "Well, speaking of seeing, I brought you 2 pairs of night vision goggles, as promised." "Well, that's mighty nice of you. Are you sure you can spare them?" "I had extras, and we have scopes on the rifles, too. That's mostly what we use." "It'd sure have helped me the other night." "You know how to use them?" "Not really." "Okay, let me give you a quick explanation, but I'll have to show you better at night. Bring them when you relieve me tonight for guard duty, and we'll go through it then. The important thing is to avoid looking at light. If someone has a flashlight or headlights, it'll hurt, and you'll lose vision. The right-hand eyepiece is regular vision, like a monocular, 2x. The left lens is the night vision." "They take batteries?" "Lithium, built in. They won't last forever, though, so turn them off when they aren't in use." Sierra appeared at the back door and waved. "Your kid doing okay?" "Kelly said she came over to talk the other day and seemed troubled, but she didn't say why. Said it was a private talk between them." "I hope she's okay," Crocker said. "I think every day might be a little easier for her, but she's not saying much to me. I'm glad she went to Kelly." "If there's anything else she can do, I'm sure she'll be glad to." "I think it'll take time. And don't say it. I know we might not have time. She'll have to be ready when and if anything happens." "She will be." Arch didn't say anything to that. He glanced up at the wind turbines. "You know, until you get to the very top of them,
Maybe climbing them would be a bad idea anyway. You'd be an easy target up there, and you wouldn't have your hands free to shoot back, would you? Good point. Thanks for the goggles. I need to get inside. We're canning today. Life goes on, doesn't it? We can hope, Crocker said, and offered his hand, which he seldom did. Art shook it and left. Pilar turned for the garden, meeting Sierra at the gate. She held 2 empty bushel baskets. "What did Arch want?" she said. "To give us these?" He held up the goggles to show her and hung them on the gate post. "Night vision. Don't let me forget to take them inside." "Oh, okay. So should we pick the end of the berries first?" "Yeah, let's start there." He couldn't help but think how normal the activity was and how different it felt. With the possibility of attack always there, it felt almost wrong to stop and deal with the produce. But the food was the whole point of defending the land. A quotidian act, to pick fruits and can them, but one with its meaning turned on its head after the last few weeks. By mid-afternoon, the kitchen was hot and filled with steam, and dozens of brightly colored jars were cooling on the counters and center island. A half-dozen big mixing bowls were dirty from mixing up brines and other concoctions, and Sierra had to leave to do her second stint on guard duty, taking over from Mitch Morrow. Pilar had an evening shift, and another at 3 a.m. Every day the shifts changed, so that no one person had a bigger burden than the others. Or maybe Arch had done it that way to keep them fresher, more alert out there. He looked around the kitchen and thought how he missed Lisette. He only missed her when he could spare the time to think about it, and he wished she were here and safe, rather than who knew where and in who knows what kind of situation. But right now, selfishly, he wouldn't mind the help in the kitchen. He felt like he was falling behind on his chores. He'd only begun to think through what lowering the turbine would require before Quinn had come over, and he'd be lucky to finish up in here by the time Sierra returned. Thinking of Lisette made him think of Theda, Sierra's mother, probably where she was, living in a lower-tech place anyway. If they suffered a change to less oil, it wouldn't be as much a shock to the social systems. They were hardly a generation removed from oxen farming over there anyway, so they could switch back to it with hardly a ripple. Americans were going to have a much harder time. He wondered if there were going to be acres and acres of wheat and oats and corn that went unpicked this year. He could imagine it, the Midwest, all those thousands of acres of grain left on the stalk, and the crows and jays feasting on it right through the autumn. Chapter 21. As the shadows deepened, Sierra grew more nervous. She wished they could have 2 people on watch at the same time, but of course with so few people living on their road, and so many summer chores needing to be done, they couldn't. She checked her phone, which was useless as a phone but still told her the time. She had turned off the voice function so it didn't give her away at the wrong time, and had to actually look at the screen to know the time. Only 8 more minutes until she was relieved of duty. She had been walking through the woods most of her watch. Now, in her last minutes, she risked coming out to the edge of the forest and peering both ways down the paved road. There was no one there, no sound of cars. She had made it through another watch safely. Kurt Henry came to relieve her at the base of the Quinn driveway a few minutes early. "Hey, Kurt," she said, when he was within a dozen yards. "How's it been?" "Quiet. Maybe we'll never have another problem." He shook his head. "I can hope, right? No harm in hoping." "As long as you keep up your training." "I am. I even got a word of praise from Arch today." "That's good." He shifted his rifle around and said, "You can get home now." For some reason she didn't understand. She wanted to stay with him. Yeah, he was strange looking, but he was quiet. A kind of quiet that she thought had depth to it. Or maybe the word she was looking for was balance. He was self-contained, like he only needed himself and no one else. She wasn't sure why that might draw her, as it seemed logical it would push her away.
But right now it did draw her, maybe because she wanted to be like that. "Why did you put up with this?" She blurted it out before she had a chance to think it through.
"Sorry?"
he said. "I get the feeling you could do just fine alone. Like you'd go up into the woods and build a treehouse or something, and no one would ever find you or hurt you."
"I have a house, a garden, things I'd rather not hand over to some stranger."
"You could though, couldn't you?" She pointed out into the woods. "Make it out there alone?"
"It would be uncomfortable," he said. "Have you ever camped or backpacked for 2 or 3 weeks?"
"Never. Just overnight with friends a couple times."
He said,
and nothing more. "Mr. Kurt, I mean, do you ever get lonely?" She really had no idea what had gotten into her, or why she thought he might answer such a personal question. He stared at her for a long time. She was on the verge of apologizing when he said,
"Years ago, yeah. I trained myself out of it."
"How?"
"A person gets used to anything."
He raised his hand and looked at the back of it, as if the answer might be written there. "I'm lonely. I miss school and my friends. I know how it is to be lonely."
"You don't know how it is. Not how it was for me. You couldn't."
There was no anger in what he'd said, so she wasn't deterred from asking, "How was it for you?"
"My face scares you, doesn't it?"
The bluntness of the question shocked her, but then, she'd been blunt with him, so she deserved it, didn't she? "No," she said.
"You're lying."
"It used to, when I was a kid."
"It scares most people. In my hands."
He held them out, and she noticed for the first time how strangely long and lumpy the fingers were. "Does it hurt?" He stared at her oddly.
"It did."
"Did?"
"When it happened."
"When what happened?" He slung his rifle back over his shoulder and dug in his pocket. He pulled out a worn, thin wallet. Then he reached in, plucked something out, and handed it to her. She took it. It was a photo. In the dim light, it was barely visible. She turned on her phone to shine a light on it. The photo was of a young man, laughing, his arm around a girl with hair blowing across her face, blue sky behind them. "Who are they?"
"That's me."
Her mouth dropped open in shock. It couldn't be him. This guy was really good-looking. His face was normal. She glanced up at Kurt and back down at the photo. Then she concentrated, knowing he wouldn't be lying to her, and trying to see any similarity. Maybe the eyes. But the whole face, the shape of it, the mouth, the jaw, the forehead, everything else was different. "Who's the girl?" she said, for she couldn't think of anything else to say.
"My fiancée. She tried to stick it out but couldn't."
She handed him back the photo. "What happened?" she said softly, afraid she really was prying now, treading on tender territory.
"A tumor. Pituitary tumor. And no health insurance and no money. And that's what happened."
"You mean they could have fixed it and didn't?"
"With surgery, they could have stopped it before it got bad. But I had to work 2 jobs to save up enough money. And it took me 3 years, and so this is what happened."
"I'm sorry," she said, and she felt bad for all the years she'd been afraid of him, though she realized she should feel bad anyway. It didn't matter, did it, if he was born looking like that or it was some disease? Either way, it was hardly his fault, was it? "Really sorry. I guess you didn't marry her?"
"She did try, I'll give her that. But part of what kept us a couple was physical attraction. And when that was gone, there wasn't enough glue left to hold us together."
"That's sad," she said, imagining him being left alone, working so hard to save his money, getting uglier and more misshapen, not able to do anything about it.
I've been as afraid of you as you are of me.
What? Why?
You're a pretty girl. I don't mean anything personal by that. No reason to be afraid of me like you were of that guy in the barn. But you are, it's a fact, and pretty girls are mean. To men who look like me, they are.
I'm sorry. He shrugged.
The world is what it is, Sierra.
I'm really and truly sorry. For me and for all the girls who ever treated you badly.
They usually didn't let me close enough to treat me badly, though you'd be surprised how much an automatic jerk-back, or looking right through me when they were introduced, how much that kind of thing hurt at first.
I formally apologize for all of us.
You can't do that. People have to apologize for themselves.
If they knew you, they would too.
Get on home now. I'm sure your father's starting to worry.
Okay. She stepped forward, returned the photo, and put her hand on his arm, resting it there for just a moment, wondering how long it had been since anyone touched him. Maybe not since the doctor or nurses. Thank you for telling me. I won't tell anyone else if you don't want me to.
It hardly matters either way.
I think maybe it might. She gave him a sad smile and turned away. She made her way home in the deepening gloom, thinking hard about what his life must have been like. Everything must have been normal for him, and then it was all torn away. She felt a little like that herself these past weeks since her graduation, though her situation wasn't nearly as bad as his. Still, she'd gone from throwing her tasseled hat into the air and hugging her friends to blowing the head off a would-be rapist and burying her dog. All that had changed in just over a month. Life was funny in how it could change like that. One day everything is fine, and then it's all messed up. She hadn't wanted anyone to touch her since that night, but when she went in the back door and found her father looking relieved to see her, she walked up to him and pulled him into a long hug. They ended up swaying from side to side, almost a dance, and that made her laugh a little. When she pulled away, his eyes were brimming with tears. She said, "I'm sorry I've been selfish these past few days. Are you doing okay?" Pilar nodded and wiped his eyes. "You must miss Bodhi." "Of course, in more ways than one. But so do you. Have you heard from Lisette?" "Not in over 2 weeks. And now with the cells out, with no internet, I guess I won't. I hope she's okay." "Will she come back here, do you think? We could use the help, and it might be safer here, even with everything that's happened." "I doubt it. She wouldn't come back for me. I hope she's okay, though." "I hope so, too. I hope she finds a way to survive." He turned back to the stove. "You up for some ratatouille?" "Sounds good," she said, though it didn't. Nothing did. But she'd eat. "Let me plate it up. Go on, sit." The familiar kitchen task soothed her. She brought them both plates heaped with the stew. She sat across from her father and said, "You know what?" "What?" "Being an adult sort of sucks, doesn't it?" He gave her a half smile. "Sometimes. I love you, you know. You're the best dad ever." She tucked into the stew, forcing it down past her lack of appetite. When she glanced up, her father's head was bent. She realized he was crying again. "Pilar? What's wrong?" "I love you. More than you could ever know. And I'm terrified I won't be able to protect you. Maybe I should be protecting myself, and the house, and the hens, and the garden. And you," she said. He wiped his eyes and nodded. Then he bent to eat. They were sopping up the last of the juice with chunks of Pilar's good fresh baguette when an alarm sounded in the distance. The silver whistle. Attack. Chapter 22. Dev was helping his mother with dishes when the new shop door alarm went off. They all lunged for their weapons, and he and his mother bounced off each other. "Sorry," Dev said, and reached for his rifle. Then the silver whistle sounded from the road. It meant not that the person on watch had heard the door alarm, but that there was a second point of attack. "Who's on watch?" his mother said. "Not Sierra, I hope." "Kurt Henry," his father said. "Toss me those extra magazines, son. You stay in here, Kelly." "No, I'm coming with you." "Then wear a vest," he said. "You wear one," she snapped. "Come along, Dev." Dev surprised himself when he said, "No, you have Mom. I'll go out the front and back up Mr. Henry." "Do what I say." "I am. I'm doing what you always said, what the book said to do. There are two of you. I'll help Mr. Henry. He's alone and on the road, which is more vulnerable." "Remember the danger of friendly fire," his mother said, putting a hand on his father's arm to stop him from saying anything more. "Signal. Don't get shot, and don't shoot one of us." Dev checked through the front drapes, didn't see any movement, and slipped out through the front door, giving it an extra tug to make sure it locked behind him. Night was almost here, but there was still enough light to see shapes and movement. He squatted down by the front steps and looked all around. He saw nothing, but he moved cautiously, staying low. He headed for a thick patch of pines. Whatever was happening at the shop, his parents would handle, but if Henry had trouble too, he'd need someone to watch his back. Dev spared a moment of concern for Mitch Morrow. Sierra and Mr. Crocker could work as a team, but if people got all the way through to the Morrows, he'd be alone, trying to defend his house with one gun and a pair of aging eyes. His foot came down on a stick and cracked it. Dev dropped fast to his belly, in case the enemy had heard the noise. But no gunfire erupted, and he rose again, moving downhill, whistling the code to Mr. Henry as he approached, to let him know it was someone friendly coming at him through the woods. An answering whistle came from so far ahead. Dev knew that Mr. Henry had retreated to the cover of the woods on the far side, the south side, of the road. He shifted to his right, in case the attackers understood that his whistle had been a human signal and not just a bird call. He didn't want to make himself an easy target. Here under the trees it was even darker, and he moved more slowly, scanning all around. Who was out there? How many? He heard a low voice, but couldn't catch the words. He turned his head and caught the sound again. Strangers. People were out on the main road, talking, and too loudly. Fools. Dev wanted to take no chance of hitting Mr. Henry, so he moved up to his right more, to the last patch of thick trees near the road, planning to shoot nearly directly up the private road. If these people didn't have weapons themselves, if there were only a couple of them, maybe a shot over their heads would drive them off. But he saw the worst possible thing. Several figures already moving up the private road, at least a dozen people, and there were more crawling over the downed tree just ahead of him and to his right. He saw a shotgun in one pair of hands, a handgun silhouetted against the sky as someone balanced with one leg on either side of the downed tree. Henry hadn't fired a shot. Was he waiting until more came over? Not a good idea in Dev's opinion. He might have given the short whistle that said to attack, but he knew his first shot would tell the tale just as clearly. He lined up the guy on the tree and fired. A grunt. The man fell, and Dev moved to the one who had just cleared the tree and fired again. In his peripheral vision, he saw people scatter, panicked. Good. Between their actions and their too loud voices, it was clear that they had no training. A shout from one. "Get down!" Dev picked off another invader, and a fourth one. Then he hunkered down and moved 8 yards to his right, nearer to the downed tree and the main road, thinking of Henry and where he might be, not wanting to accidentally shoot him. He aimed back up their road and saw two figures squatting next to some bushes. He shot for center mass of the left one. Before he could get the second one, it had risen, and its head was slammed back as if a blow from a 2x4. The sharp report of a rifle coming at the same time. Henry. He had shot that one in the head. Dev listened to 5 more shots from the woods opposite, in quick succession. Henry seemed to be dealing with the ones on their gravel road. Dev turned back to the downed tree and checked to make sure no more were coming over. The first body he had shot was still splayed over the top of the tree. He thought briefly about collecting weapons. They didn't seem to have a lot of them, but dismissed the thought. Not until the road was cleared. He could hear gunfire now from his house. He pushed the concern it caused him out of his mind. His folks had their jobs. He had his own. Then he heard a noise behind him, to his right. He turned to it. Getting dark fast now. He flicked on his night scope and spied 2 figures creeping through the woods from the main road. He edged around until he had a clear view and took them with 2 shots. One was down and out, but the other started screaming. A woman. The sound wasn't terror or grief. He'd hit her but not killed her, and she was yelling with pain. Well, too damned bad. Women, men, didn't matter much. They were invading his property and trying to steal from him and his folks. They wouldn't have triggered the alarm on the shop if that weren't so. They'd have yelled, "Anyone home?" and come to the front door, and done it in the daytime if they were asking for help. These were bad people. They deserved a bad end. He moved as quietly as he could, circling around, hoping the screams from the woman would draw more of them to her. But after 2 minutes, though it was hard to judge time with the adrenaline pumping through his system, no one had come to her aid, so he lined her up in his crosshairs and silenced her screams with another shot. He must be nearly out of ammo. He ejected the magazine and pushed a new one home, popping the single round left in the first magazine out. He pocketed both that and the empty magazine, and edged farther to his right, keeping outside the tripwire line. He didn't want them flanking him and coming up from behind on his mom and dad. Every few steps he stopped to check through his scope. He saw something small and short, an animal like a raccoon, not a human, but nothing else. For 10 minutes, he made his way through the woods until he came to a high spot about even with and due west of the rabbit hutches, a spot that he knew well. Another few feet over, and he could see the roadway. He looked out through his scope, and he saw a good deal, more than he had expected. There were 4 cars parked down the hill about 300 yards, the engine blocks and exhaust still pumping out heat. They might not be the best fighters in the woods, but they'd been smart enough to wait until dusk to drive close, and smart enough to stop well short of the private road, so they hadn't given their approach away with noise. There were 2 people standing guard, and there were, he thought, several living people in the cars. Children, he guessed, from the height. He debated shooting into the cars. Maybe not, if those were kids. But the 2 standing guard, they were fair game. He got the first one in his sights, took a breath, let it half out, quieted his mind, and fired. The target dropped as Dev swung his rifle barrel toward the other. That one was moving, ducking behind the trunk of a car, but Dev still had a half second to catch him. He fired faster than he'd have wanted to in ideal circumstances. A second later, he saw a hand come out from behind the truck. He aimed for where he thought the head might appear, but then he realized the arm was on the ground, moving without purpose, flailing, pretty much. A kid in the car was screaming. Then it was hushed. He'd hit the second one too. Not killed him, but gotten him down. The night target practice had fixed the errors he had made a week ago. He kept watching, and the arm kept moving like that. The person stayed down, probably hit badly, or it'd keep moving away to seek cover. For a moment, he debated about shooting out the tires of the car, but he thought it was wiser to conserve his ammunition. Would he want any of them who had gotten past Henry to run back to the cars, to get away? He knew what his father would say. Kill them all. but Dev wasn't sure he wanted to line up a bunch of kids and shoot them at the end of this night. If someone did have second thoughts and got back here to drive the kids on up the hill, as far as Dev was concerned, that was better for everyone. Realize you'd picked the wrong target and get away while the getting was good, and I'll let you leave. His father's voice came to him from inside his own head. Those kids will probably starve to death within a month anyway. Maybe so, but that would be God's decision, and Dev didn't want to play God with a bunch of little kids' lives. He went on another 100 yards, but saw nothing more. The second person he'd shot was still down, not moving at all, dead or unconscious, or playing it safe. The whole time he'd been doing this, he had heard more shots, both from the road and from around his house, and from farther on as well, the Crocker's or Morrow's house. He hadn't been focused on it because he had his own job to worry about, but now he attended to it, trying to place what was happening along their private road and where. He heard a sound he thought was his mother's rifle, if not hers, one very much like it, and he allowed himself a moment of relief that she was still alive and fighting. He backtracked toward the private road, hoping he hadn't left Henry in a bad situation. He heard a rifle shot from that direction and wanted to hurry, but he made himself move slowly, cautiously, checking every few steps for hot shapes moving through the woods. He passed the two he had shot, not much cooler than when they were alive. By morning, they'd be dead cold through the scope, lumps just like fallen logs. May God forgive your thieving souls. As much of a prayer as he had time for. Another single shot from Henry. Dev whistled to let him know he was coming near. Who is it? Henry hissed a moment later. Dev Quinn, he said. I've cleared the woods on this side. He moved more quickly until he broke through the woods to the road. If Henry was risking speech, he must feel confident no one else was nearby. Dev crunched a few steps on the gravel road, and Henry came up and slapped him on the shoulder. Good job. You hold the road. I need to clear the woods on the south side. How many got through? And how? I don't know if any did, but if so, it wasn't via the road. Had to be through the woods, and they might still be coming through for all we know. See you in 15 minutes or so. Dev used the scope to count the dead on the road. It took a few minutes. There were 18, including the one splayed over the tree who'd been the first to die. From the looks of it, Henry had been finishing a few off with shots to the head. That had probably been the last few rounds he'd heard fired. Dev got down behind an old stump and rested his rifle on it, aiming for the downed tree blocking the road. With that body up there as warning, he wouldn't try coming over it, but he knew these were desperate people. Who the heck knew what they'd do? He was lucky none of them seemed to have infantry training. They shouldn't have spread themselves out as they did, for one thing, sending a few in to try and rob the outbuildings, while the others trickled across. They should have hidden their cars better. It reassured him that they'd made mistakes. He heard no more shots from his property, but there were some now from farther up the road, the Crocker or Morrow place. He wondered how Henry felt, leaving his own property unprotected. He worried about the Morrows being so old, and wished Henry would hurry up clearing the south woods, so that at least one of them could go up there and give Mr. Morrow some support. Chapter 23. Sierra and her father got their rifles down from the rack and made sure they were loaded. They pulled their goggles around their neck and packed their pockets with more ammunition. Unlike the Quinns, who had stockpiled all kinds of illegal gear, they were working with 8-round magazines and would need to reload more often. Arch had drilled her enough in doing it blind that she thought she was ready. For that part, at least. Don't leave my side this time, Pilar said. Okay, she said, happy both to have the chance to watch his back and to know someone was watching hers. Barn first, he said, putting his hand on the back door latch. 1 second. She flipped the kitchen light off and realized a hall light was on too. Let me get that light, she said, and ran back to turn it off. Now the house was dark. Give your eyes a second to adjust to the low light, he said. "Okay," she said. Everything looked like snow dancing over vague shapes until her eyes adjusted. That's what she always saw. In 5 minutes, it'd disappear. Her father turned the handle and the door snicked open. Outside, there was enough light left in the sky to see by, at least the shapes of the barn and hen house. The hens and rooster weren't kicking up a fuss, so she didn't think anyone was out there again. Not yet, at least. She and her father circled the barn, but no doors were open. "Back door," Pilar whispered. Sierra couldn't help but think about the last time she'd gone in that door. He pushed her to the side of the door, reached out, and Sierra held her breath while he eased it open. It swung silently and easily, and she realized he must have oiled the latch and hinges since the other night. Smart. He squatted and pulled at the edge of the door, stuck his head around quick, and pulled it back. He shook his head and pulled the night vision goggles up. He groped for the door, and she realized he couldn't see well. The binocular half of the goggles was probably giving him a blur. He peered around again, wearing the goggles, and whispered, "Nobody," and squat walked through. Sierra looked around the dimly lit yard one last time, saw it was empty of people, and pulled her own goggles up. She switched them on and, still standing, swung her head around to look in the barn. There was the faintest glow, and she realized after a heart-stopping second that it was only a wheelbarrow. It had been in the sun this afternoon and still retained some heat, but there was nothing human-shaped but her father just ahead of her. "Let's make absolutely sure no one is in here," he said, speaking softly. "I'll take the left side." They went down the barn, looking behind equipment, making sure no one was hunkered down behind a tiller or wagon or the wheelbarrow, which was on Sierra's side. She even peered inside it, though it'd take a very small person to curl up inside that. When she was to the main doors, she looked over. Her father checked the ceiling, but how someone would get up there, she couldn't begin to imagine. "Goggles off," he said as he reached for the main doors, and she pulled hers back down to her neck, the strap scraping past her chin. In the short time they'd been inside the barn, the world outside had grown dark. There wasn't even a sliver of moon tonight. "Should we go and help Kurt on the road?" she whispered. "Or the Quinns, one or the other. I hate to leave the place unguarded, though. One of us can stay and protect our stuff." You stay." "I don't want you to get—" But her last word was lost in the sound of a shotgun blast from behind them. The Morrow place. "Shit," her father said. "Let's both go. Mitch is all alone." They ran across the backyard, headed for the trouble. Sierra's heart was pounding, and she felt like it might crawl right up through her mouth, but she ran forward anyway. She wasn't going to wimp out this time. There was a terrible screech from up ahead. Not human, but metallic. Then a slamming sound. "What the—" her father said. Sierra was about to stop and pull on her goggles again, when a shower of sparks shot out from just ahead. "They're going after his turbine," Pilar said, pulling her to a halt. When Sierra raised her rifle, he said, "Don't shoot. Not until we know where Mitch is." "There," she said, as a shotgun blast sounded. "I think he's up on his deck, or shooting out the door." "Okay, let's get closer. Stay low, move slow, listen for my signals." Whistling the signal tomorrow that friendly people were arriving, he pushed her shoulder to aim her to the right and veered away to the left several feet, making them a harder target. She walked on, her head pulled into her shoulders like a turtle, except her head didn't work that way, damn it. Remembering what Arch had said about not being predictable, she didn't move in a straight line, but shifted back and forth every few steps. The shotgun sounded again. Mitch was definitely up on the deck. Her father gave the signal to fire, and she brought up her rifle. The sparks were dying down, but they'd still screw up the night vision goggles, so she aimed just below the sparks, hoping she was shooting at bad people. Her father shot first, but her own shots came close behind his. She moved her aim a fraction after every shot. Her father stopped firing, and she realized she was out of rounds too. She replaced her magazine with a fresh one from her right pocket, stuck the empty one in her left pocket, and waited for his signal. Fire again? Move or what? She had no idea if she'd hit anything or anyone at all. There was no more shooting coming from the Morrow house, and she worried something had happened to Mitch. Then the door banged open, and something burning came flying out. It landed, and a spray of flame shot up from the ground. It illuminated the yard. Sierra could see 2 figures standing back from the sparking wind turbine, which was hanging upside down, its support broken or bent in half. That didn't matter so much right now. Those 2 figures did. She took aim and fired, without waiting for any signal at all. The figures split apart and began to run. Damn, she wasn't so good a shot as to hit something running every time. But she tried, leading one like Dev had explained, trying to hit it. She fired 4 times. Then it fell. She thought she had lucked out, but then it got back up, and she realized the person had just tripped. She took aim and fired again, before it could get moving faster. Again it fell. This time, it did not get up. My second kill. She whistled at Mr. Morrow, but her lips wouldn't work to hold a whistle. Too nervous or something. "Mr. Morrow, it's Sierra," she called. "Watch out. There might be more of them anywhere," he called back. "I know. I'm coming," she called, and she flipped the safety back on so she could run with the rifle without risking falling and shooting herself or anyone she liked. She made it to the deck, shoved her rifle ahead of her, and swung herself up the side, saying, it's me, so he wouldn't blast her with the shotgun. "Get inside," he said. "My dad's still out here." She laid down prone on the deck and got her rifle set up, as Arch had coached her, taking off the safety again, looking out beyond the dying flames. There was no more gunfire. "What was that fire thing you threw?" she said, without looking back. "Molotov cocktail, charcoal lighter and a rag and a match," Mr. Morrow said. "Are you okay? I'm going to check and make sure Sybil is safe." Sierra couldn't imagine wasting fuel for something like that, but it had helped them see clearly enough to kill the thieves, so maybe it was a smart use of it. The turbine was hardly sparking at all now. She could taste it, though, as ozone. Then a railing to her left splintered, the sound of a shotgun blast coming almost simultaneously with it. She let out a squeak. She rolled and aimed the rifle to where she thought the shot had come from. She squeezed the trigger. The sound of someone running away came just as her father's whistle did, to let her know where he was. She fired at the pounding feet again and again, not hitting the guy. Keep him running away. Second best. But no. He could run to her house next and break in. She stopped and calmed herself, adjusted her position, and aimed more carefully. Click. She needed a fresh magazine. Her ears were ringing. "Sierra," said Mitch through that noise. "Get back behind the door. You're all lit up out there." "But my dad," she said. "He's behind cover out at the garden. I saw him duck down there when you started firing." "Are you sure he wasn't shot?" "He was fine. Please get in here." "My job isn't to hide," she said, though a part of her wished it was. "Then please at least take to the shadows. Get under the deck." "Wait," she said, thinking it through. The guy she had been firing at was gone. But where? "Okay, I'll come in." "Thank goodness." She scampered in the door. "I want to look out your front windows. Maybe the night vision goggles will work in that direction. We need to think about attack from all directions." She was proud of herself for being able to think that logically and remember something of what Dev had told her. Mitch let her in and shut the back door after her. "Can you turn that light off?" He had turned on a dim light on his stove's hood, not so bright it'd be a beacon to the attackers, but she wanted it totally dark in here. He flicked it off, saying, "You can go in Sybil's room. That'll be good and dark." "Thanks." She went back into the room where the old lady stayed. "Can you shut the door behind me, please?" She readied her goggles on her forehead. "Okay." He shut it, and she slipped the goggles down to her eyes. The pungent smell of urine grew stronger. For a moment, Sierra thought maybe she had wet herself in fear, but then realized what it actually was. Sybil's form glowed on the bed, making it easy to move around her. Sierra bumped into something, reached out, and felt a round shape, cool metal, medical equipment. Lifting her feet higher than normal with every step so she wouldn't trip over anything like wires or tubes, she headed for the window, the shape of which she could barely make out. She dropped down before she got there, in case someone out there also had night vision capability, and she walked the last half-dozen steps on her knees. Pushing aside a corner of the curtain, she looked out. Nothing moved out there, except what must have been an owl in a tree, shifting a few inches on a branch, probably wondering what all the noise and fire and commotion was about. Poor thing. She caught sight of motion to the far right of her vision. Turning her head, she stared, and for a moment saw nothing. Maybe her imagination? Then two figures appeared from behind a patch of bushes, one taller than the other, walking straight down the road, and she could see the glow of rifle barrels. Hot, so they'd been fired. She fumbled at the window but couldn't find out how to open it. It must have some sort of... There it was, a crank mechanism at the side. She cranked it fast, watching the two people coming up the road, walking fast. There were screens on the window, but she could pop them out or shoot right through them. She was raising her rifle when she heard the whistled signal. For a moment, she was confused, wondering if her father had snuck around the front. Then she realized it was coming from the two figures. Holy shit. She had been ready to shoot them, and it was probably, no, for sure, now that she knew the figures were friends, Kurt and Dev. Jeez, she said, and she suddenly felt weak. She slid down to the floor and sat there, her back against the wall, and tried to imagine how she'd have felt if she'd have fired and hit one of them, killed one of them. It had been a close thing, too close, something to talk about tomorrow when they met again to talk over all this, if they all had a tomorrow. She had no way of knowing how bad the attack was, how many there were out there, or anything else. Maybe those guys would know more. She made herself stand up and tried her own whistle. She failed again. Something else to talk about tomorrow. She needed alternate signals if she was going to lose control of her lip muscles every time she was scared. She called softly, "Dev, come up to the front door," and she cranked the window shut. Sidling around the sleeping Sybil, she headed for the front door to let Kurt and Dev in. Chapter 24. Back at the Quinn house, Arch had heard the shots from the road. He was worried about his son, though he told himself he had Arch's training plus the basic common sense Kelly had worked hard to instill in him. He was worried about Kelly, too, though she was right there with him, running for the truck to use it for cover. Gunfire, close, sent them both diving the last few feet behind the truck. Someone was next to the shop, or behind its right-hand corner, firing at them. Kelly crawled around the far side of the truck, and Arch lost sight of her. Trust her, he reminded the part of his mind that only wanted to worry and protect her. He got himself ready, and the rifle, thought through what he was going to do, and then moved. He leaned out from behind the truck's front bumper and fired, pulling back almost immediately, more trying to contain the target than to hit it. Though if he nailed the guy, that'd be good too. What had he seen? Not the man, but something. Something was wrong with that picture. The person fired at them again. A round pinged off the truck. Kelly shot a 3-round burst. As she did, he leaned out again to look while the man had to be hiding from Kelly's rounds. And he saw it. There was a pile of something. Rags, a shirt, something, against the shop wall, and it was on fire. Not much yet, but it was right there against the wood wall of the shop, and as dry as it had been this summer so far, the shop would surely catch fire, particularly if they'd used some accelerant. Damn. Okay, He had to get this guy and deal with the fire before it became a real issue. He had to assume the enemy had friends. The friends could have night vision gear. Could be good shots or lousy ones. He waited until the next exchange of gunfire. First from the attacker, then a second later from Kelly. As Kelly fired, he ran hard for the doors of the shed, putting him out of the line of fire from the known enemy. The door was cocked open. Was there someone in there too? If so, they'd stayed damned quiet until now. Still, he flicked on the night vision to the scope and eased around the front door, scanning the interior. All he saw was a faint glow of heat on the wall with the fire. There were 2 fire extinguishers in here, with 2 different ratings. Either would work on a wood fire. But first he needed to get rid of that asshole behind the shop. He waited for the gunfire to come again, and then he crept forward until he was 6 feet from that corner. A moment of silence, a faint curse. Could be either a woman or a man. And the person fired again. Arch fired straight through the wall of the shop. Even with the rounds he used, he knew he might not hit her or do any damage. Kelly fired just as he did. And then there was a sound. A human sound. A gasp. A woman's voice, he thought. And then feet running away. Winged her, maybe, or just scared her. He ran to grab up the bigger fire extinguisher and ran with it to the door. "Are there any more out there?" he yelled to Kelly before ducking back. No one fired at him. Kelly said, "Not seeing anyone. I'll clear the yard." He heard more gunfire from the road. "Could be more at any time. I'm coming out to put out the fire. Don't move. Stay there and cover me." He slung his rifle over his shoulder and hefted the extinguisher, keeping close to the shop wall. He took the corner cautiously, but no one shot at him. He emptied the fire extinguisher at the burning rags. The shop wall had caught. He sprayed from side to side. Kelly fired again, at what he didn't know, and then he felt weak. He dropped the fire extinguisher, confused. He sat, and then he felt the pain. He'd been shot. God damn it all to hell. He'd let himself get shot. He managed to crawl back away from the fire, which was probably casting light on him. He made it almost to the corner of the shop, and then he must have blacked out. Kelly cursed herself for how long it took her to find and hit the sniper. By the time she had downed the bastard, the fire had taken hold on the shop wall. Afraid she'd be shot herself, she ran to Arch's still form. Her fingers touched his neck, looking for a pulse. She thought she could feel one. She leaned forward, ear to his mouth, and heard a faint breath. Then the stir of air from it hit her ear. Okay, he was alive. Hit where? Her neck crawling with anticipation of being shot. She moved around to let the light of the fire shine on him. She saw the dark patch immediately. Blood, still spreading. Damn. She dug her knife out and cut through his shirt, yanking at the fabric until his front side was entirely exposed. He had been hit low in the shoulder. Lung? She dabbed at the blood until she could see the blood flowing out. No froth, so probably not lung, unless the round had gone bouncing around in there. Why he was unconscious she couldn't say. Shock, maybe. She yanked again at his shirt until it popped out from under him, wadded it up, pressed it over the wound, and then noticed his belt. She unbuckled it, whipped it off, and used it to secure the rough bandage. The fire was growing. They had food in there, supplies, ammunition. Her heart wanted to do nothing but tend to Arch, but the fire had to be dealt with. She'd been proud of Dev for wanting to leave to back up Henry, to do the right thing, but she could sure use him here now. She found the extinguisher where Arch had dropped it and emptied the little bit of chemical left onto the fire. Not enough. There was a hose out here, with a sprinkler head attached, used for the herb garden and a couple of pots of potatoes made up of dirt inside stacked tires. She ran for the hose, made sure the sprinkler was there, and turned the hose on. Thank God Arch was such a stickler about coiling up hoses carefully. Dev had done so, and so it uncoiled easily as she ran it back to the barn, the sprinkler spraying her the whole time. She lined it up then fumbled with the switch on the side that would keep the sprinkler head aimed in one direction. Okay, got it. The water would keep the flames from spreading, maybe not. Back to Arch. She needed to know how badly he was hurt before she moved him. "Arch," she said, close in his face. Then, hating to do it, but needing to, she smacked him. He moaned. Okay, good. A good sign. "Arch, you've been shot. Can you talk? Can you move?"
"I'm fine," he said, groggy. Clearly not.
"Can you move all your fingers? Toes?" He held up a hand, the one on the other side from the gunshot wound. His arm on his injured side lifted a few inches and flopped back down.
"That's numb. You okay, Dev?"
"I'm getting you out of here," she said, and she propped her rifle against the shop wall and reached down to get him by the good arm. No, maybe not. Feet would be better. She went around and grabbed him by the ankles, pivoted him so his feet were pointed at the truck, and pulled for all she was worth. It was hard getting him moving, but once he was, it got a little easier. She pulled him back to the truck. Seemed to take forever, but it was probably not even a minute. Then she said, panting a little from the effort, "Try and crawl under the truck bed. I'll be back in a second." He was out of harm's way, at least from 3 directions. The fire was still burning. Kelly ran into the shop. Where was the other extinguisher? It was smaller. There, by the acetylene torch. She grabbed it, realized she could see the interior wall glowing, and decided to use it in here. Try to keep the fire from burning through the wall completely. She aimed and emptied it onto the wall. The smell of burning wood and chemical flame retardant mixed into a noxious combination. It was a smell to fear. Back outside, she checked on Arch. Only then did she think to signal for her son. She whistled the signal that meant need help. But with the ongoing gunfire out there, he probably couldn't hear her. Arch was breathing, but didn't respond to her asking him how he was. He'd managed to crawl maybe 18 inches from where she left him, so his hearing and mind were working. Scant reassurance that was. She hunkered down by him and tightened the belt around his arm, feeling the shirt. Wet, but not dripping. She hadn't seen any spurting before, so no arterial hit. If there had been, she probably couldn't save him. As he was, she could. Hold on to that thought, Kelly Jean. You can save him. Save the shop, too, or he'll kill you when he recovers. The sprinkler might have slowed down the flames, but it hadn't put them out. She picked it up and wrestled the sprinkler head around, twisting it off the hose. She needed a better stream of water. By the time she had it off, she was really soaked, dripping water everywhere. She looked at Arch's rifle where it had fallen, hers where she had set it down. His was wet. Hers seemed okay. She held the hose aiming away from herself and went to retrieve his rifle and put the strap over her shoulder. Then she aimed the stream of water at the base of the flames, using her thumb to half-plug the hose and guide the stream. It took 5 minutes for her to see any progress, before one side of the fire started to die back. She was lucky she hadn't been shot in the back standing here, but she hadn't been, and she had to get this fire out, totally out, so she could tend to Arch. Dev hadn't answered her whistle. Either he had problems of his own or... Her mind refused to go there. God could not be so cruel. Put out the fire, Kelly. One thing at a time. In another 10 minutes, there were no more flames. She didn't trust the wall not to burst back into flame, though. She ran Arch's rifle to the truck, put it in the bed, went back to the shop, and wrestled on the sprinkler head again, dousing herself a 3rd time. Her hair was dripping rivulets into her face. She realized how thirsty she was as she licked her lips and caught a few drops. Before she put down the sprinkler again, she thrust her face into it and took a drink. Then she positioned it to hit the shop wall. The fire had burned all the way through in a spot big enough to allow a 10-year-old kid to crawl through. But the shop, and everything they had stored inside it, was still standing. She had saved it. And now she had to try and save her husband. She retrieved her rifle and went to him, crawling next to him. He was not responsive. Alive, but not awake. She did a quick look around the yard with the NV scope, making sure no one was at the hens or rabbits or smokehouse, and when she saw no one, she felt all right about committing to tending to her husband. Devlin appeared as she was running out of the house with a first aid kit. "Sorry, Mom," he said. "We had problems up at Mr. Morrow's place." She held out her arms and drew him in for a fierce hug. "Thank God. Where's Dad?" "Behind the truck, half under it. He's been shot." He stiffened in her arms. "Is he dead?" "Not if I have anything to say about it." She let go of him. "Go get us a board from the shop, big enough to carry him on. Now that you're here, I want to get him inside to tend to him."
Chapter 25. Though they hadn't slept even 3 hours after making sure the neighborhood was safe, Pilar woke Sierra at dawn. "Sorry, hon, but there's a lot of work to do today."
"I know."
When she was dressed and seated at the kitchen table, he said, "Are you okay?"
"Tired."
He wasn't sure if he should bring it up.
"You mean, am I upset about shooting people? I guess the first one is the hardest, huh?"
She gave him a lopsided smile.
"How about you?"
"I hate it. I hate every bullet I fire. I hate not having the chance to try to talk people out of what they're doing. I hate that they're so desperate it'd be useless to try."
"The world is what it is," she said.
"I wanted such a better world for you, a better future."
"Maybe things will go back to normal once the war is over, and they're sending us oil again. Right?"
Maybe. Pilar couldn't imagine how that could happen. If oil did start flowing again, if the war ended, or if the nation renegotiated with Venezuela to get some part of their exports, which had been impossible the last 5 years, and didn't seem any more possible now, people would not go back to using it as they had. Prices would be insanely high. Armed guards would be at gas stations, or the government simply wouldn't allow personal use and would stockpile it for police and National Guard and fire trucks and food hauling to urban centers, which would require a dozen National Guard trucks to accompany every food truck he imagined. Or worse, if gas came back and the rule of law did return in its wake, everyone on this road would be arrested, convicted, and jailed for what they'd done this summer. He wondered if the jails were running out of food. Had to be, right? If they couldn't keep Payson or Phoenix supplied with food, why would they bother supplying prisons? There'd be riots in prisons, or the guards would just go home and let the prisoners starve to death in their locked cells. It was probably happening already.
"You're worried about something?"
"No, just thinking about things out there, what it must be like other places."
"We're okay, right?"
"If we aren't hit again. It's a great year for the garden, though if it doesn't start raining soon, we're going to be watering a lot from the cistern. But yeah, we have staples. We didn't lose any more hens. In fact, last night they seemed to focus on the Quinn and Morrow places. Kurt Henry didn't suffer any damage at his place like they did, and neither did we. I wonder why they bothered to tear down the Morrow turbine, though.
No idea. We were lucky. It could have been us again."
"We were lucky, and neither of us was shot. I'll have to go over there and see how Quinn is faring, see if Kelly needs me for anything."
"When I'm done with my chores, I'm going to the Morrows to help him with his garden and hens. If he needs me to help him lift anything, that kind of thing."
"That's good. Tell him that whatever he needs to repair his electric system, I have plenty of components, and I'll help him whenever I can carve out some hours. Probably tomorrow."
"What else do you need to do?"
"After I check with the Quinns, we need to dispose of the bodies."
"You going to bury them all?"
"I hope not. That'd take days."
"Then what?"
He shook his head. "We can either drag them into the woods for predators and scavengers to take care of, or we can burn them. Maybe Kurt Henry will have a third idea I haven't thought of. I don't know."
Sierra finished her breakfast and stood. "Thanks for cooking. Don't worry about the meals the rest of the day. I'll make sandwiches, wrap them up, and leave them on the counter. You can grab one whenever you have a minute, okay?" Thanks, son. She left the house, her step lively, her shoulders squared. If she was troubled by what had happened last night, she wasn't showing it. Resilience of youth, perhaps. Pilar had suffered from depression in his teens and early 20s. He hadn't been troubled as an adult, and he suspected all the physical labor and daily outdoor work on his own land had helped keep it at bay all these years. But this morning, he felt the ghost of it just ahead, like a trap, a pit trap of sadness and exhaustion that he could easily slide into again. Like falling off a log, he said to the empty kitchen. But he couldn't let himself go there. Sierra needed him. His neighbors needed him. The damned hens even needed him. Though he felt 50 pounds heavier than he had yesterday, he made himself stand up and wash the breakfast dishes. Dev watched his mother bathe his father's wound. His dad was pale, and his face was pinched. It must hurt, but he didn't make a sound or complain. "I think you'll be just fine," his mom said. "It's still in there. There's no exit wound," she said. "I don't know if it can stay in there." "It can stay," she said. "Better to dig it out now than a week from now." "Let's see what happens," she said. "I'm the medic, right? Bullets are inert. This one can't hurt you more than it already did. I wish you'd take a pain pill." "It won't get infected." His father had never sounded so fretful to Dev before. "Probably not. Soldiers live long lives with lots more shrapnel than this in them." She rebandaged the wound, which was really gross looking, and patted his father on the cheek. As she passed Dev, she said, "Breakfast in 10 minutes. "Son," his father said, "come sit." Dev didn't want to sit on the bed and make his father hurt any more than he obviously already was. He pulled up a step stool from the wall by the closet and sat on that. "I'm going to need to rely on you more than ever." "Yes, sir." "Do you think you can handle it?" "I'll do my best." "Good. You might have to do things you've never done before." Dev thought he already had. He'd killed, he'd buried, he'd hidden the tracks of their killing. He'd taken the training and theory he'd been given his whole life, and for the first time really put it into action. And they'd won. Not without cost. His father had been shot, but they'd won last night. To his father he said, "I'm ready." "Obey your mother." "I will." "And ask Henry, or even Crocker, if you need help with anything around the property." "Okay." "Good." His father shifted and winced. "I wish I could move this damned arm more." "It'll get better." "As long as it doesn't get worse. Now don't keep your mother waiting." Dev moved the stool back to where it belonged. He paused on his way out at the door, looking at his father, lying there in bed with the white bandages. He thought about telling him he loved him, but that's not the kind of thing you said to Arch Quinn. "Don't worry," he said, knowing it was what his father needed to hear. "I'll get everything done." In the kitchen, his mother handed him a spoon, a pill, and a saucer and said, "Smash this up for me." Dev figured she was going to sneak it into his father's food. The first time he tried to smash it, the pill flew off the plate and skittered off the edge of the kitchen table. Dev crawled around until he found it, just under the refrigerator. He did better the second try, keeping his hand around the pill so it couldn't go anywhere. "When you're done, put it in there," his mother said, putting a steaming cup of coffee on the table. Dev finished the job while she cooked up eggs. "I doubt your father will eat these, but I'm going to sit there and try and make him," she said. "Can you eat alone?" "Sure, and I'll clean up." "No need for that. I want to stick close to the house today in case he needs me. Don't bother with the garden at all today. Tend to the animals and take your guard shifts. When your father falls asleep, I'll go out to the garden and weed and water and harvest. Do you know what to do?" "Animals first. Then I need to find Mr. Henry and figure out what to do with the bodies out there. And then I want to look at the shop and figure out how to fix it, what I need, if we need anything." "We should. Thank you, Devlin. I feel bad about leaving you two last night." "You shouldn't. How many did you kill on the road?" "Over a dozen." Better that than letting them come up here. You did your part. It wasn't you that got your father shot. You know that, right? Yes, ma'am. It's a load off my mind knowing I can count on you. Always, he said, and got up to give her a quick peck on the cheek. Go on. Take care of Dad. He shoveled down his breakfast, eggs, and cornbread with honey as fast as he could, rinsed the plate, and went outside. Rabbits first. They seemed agitated still. All the noise and shooting, or maybe it was the fire. Animals hated the smell of burning wood. The chickens were fine, too stupid to remember there'd been trouble the night before. He collected the eggs in a wire basket and set it on the back porch. The hose was still out. He touched the charred edges of the hole in the shop wall. He'd need to saw out the bad section and then patch it. He'd prefer to have his father's expertise, but Crocker was good at this sort of thing. Dev would come up with a plan, tomorrow maybe, and check their supplies. He'd explain it to Crocker and ask him if he'd forgotten anything important. Long before his father was out of bed, the wall would be repaired. He trotted down the road, meaning to walk up to Henry's, but the man was already there on the road, on his guard shift. He had taken the body off the top of the downed tree and dragged the bodies closer together. He said to Dev, "You shot a couple in the woods?" "Yeah, and 2 on the road, but I don't know if they're still there. Maybe their people took them." The cars were gone. They had been by the time he'd returned to the road to check. "Let's go get the casualties, however many there are. Here, I banged together a stretcher this morning." He had an oiled canvas stapled over 2 dowel rods. Rolled up, it looked easy to carry. Dev led him into the woods and they brought back the woman's body, then went back for the man's. "What are we going to do with them all?" "Burn them. Our road is wide enough we can do it without risking setting the whole neighborhood aflame. The main road would be better, but we don't want to risk the sheriff coming along." "Or anyone." "True. I saw a good fat branch that we just passed. Let's start building the platform with the biggest dead wood we can find." 15 minutes later, Crocker came up. "Pyre, huh?" "I think it's best." "Okay, let me help." In silence, the 3 of them worked together and built a square platform, knee-high. "I want to check their wallets," said Crocker. "See where they're from." Dev let the other 2 do that as he kept tucking in smaller branches and some dried moss and tufts of brown grass he found, kindling to get the fire started more easily. Phoenix, Tempe," said Henry, "and a wad of cash in one of them." Crocker said, "I have Phoenix as well, and 2 from Mesa, 1 from Gilbert, 1 from Apache Junction, also some cash, but not a lot. So with all those different locations, they probably didn't know each other before they drove up here." "Nope," said Henry. "Don't look like each other, so it's not an extended family either. Died together, though." "Does it bother you? Ever?" "Does what?" "Killing people." "It bothers any thinking man, any sane person. But I try to not think too deeply on it, if you see what I'm saying. We did what had to be done." "Here, Dev," Crocker said. "Take the cash back to your mother. Probably won't be good for anything right now, but it might be again one day." Then Crocker and Henry took each body, 1 at a time, and slung them up onto the platform. When they had 8 bodies on the platform, Mr. Henry called a halt. He took out a lighter and lit some of those small branches and strands of moss, working his way around until the fire was going in 5 different places. "I'm still on watch," Henry said. "I know you both have work to do. I'll deal with this." "Sierra's taking care of the crucial chores," Crocker said, "and she's helping Mitch." He was staring at the fire, licking its way closer to the bodies now. A finger of flame appeared on the loose shirt of the woman Dev had shot in the woods, and it spread quickly. "Synthetic fiber," Henry said, nodding at it. "Like my lighter, made from petroleum too." He held up the lighter, a blue plastic one, the color of the morning sky. "By the time you're my age, Dev,
This stuff'll all be gone. Nothing but scraps of plastic trash you might find by the road."
"You think so?" Crocker said.
"I bet my life on it."
"Maybe I should say a prayer," Dev said, as the clothes of the person next to the woman started smoldering as well.
"By all means," Crocker said.
"God, forgive them for trying to steal from us. Have mercy on their souls. Let them meet their families in heaven, and find a place for their children to rest in this world, if you can. In Jesus' name, amen."
"And have mercy on us for killing them," Crocker said.
"I thought you didn't believe in God," Dev said to him.
"I think it's a good day to hedge my bets on that topic," he said.
Dev didn't understand what he meant, but he let it drop. His mother said it was best to avoid talking about religion with people unless you were in church, or talking with people you knew from there. "You can stay on watch if you want," he said to Henry, "but I think I should go through the woods and double-check first, just in case."
"Should we do 3-hour watches again?" Crocker said, glancing from one to the other.
Dev realized he was offering him the courtesy of being a full partner in the decision. He appreciated it. "I don't know how my mom is going to feel about taking a watch for a few days, and not with my father so hurt."
"How's he doing?" Crocker asked.
"Okay, I guess. He's in pain, and he lost some blood. He looks pretty pale."
"I'm sure your mom knows what to do for him."
Dev nodded. "So anyway, 3-hour watches again?"
"Assuming Kelly isn't ready yet. There are only 4 of us. No 5 with Morrow," Henry said. "Maybe we should divide the day into 10 watches, 2 hours and 20 minutes each. Everybody gets a day watch and a night watch. Women, same as men."
The hesitation was clear on Crocker's face.
"Your daughter is tougher than you know," Henry said to him.
"Good. That makes one of us."
"Okay. We all agreed?"
Dev nodded and checked the time on his phone. "I'll take the next watch. I'll be back in 2 hours and 20. He set an alarm.
"I'll take the 3rd, said Crocker, "and write down the schedule for all of us."
Henry said,
"You'll both have to add bodies to the fires these burn on your watch."
"Right," said Crocker, his voice faint. "There are a few more on the Morrow property."
"Oops, forgot about that," said Henry. 3?
4, I think.
Henry looked around.
"That's 37 dead total,"
Dev said. 39 dead, counting the 2 on the road, but they only had 15 weapons between them, or 15 that they left and we collected. The bodies on the road hadn't been there when Dev had checked again after helping get his father inside the house last night. He and Henry had walked through the woods most of the night, watching for trouble. Whether the absence of the bodies on the road meant their surviving friends had taken them away in the cars, or scavengers had gotten to them, he couldn't say. If the latter, it could have been coyotes. Bears, probably not at this time of year, as they had plenty to eat. But maybe it was bears, or mountain lions. Dev wondered if, as the world changed, as cars were no longer a threat, as people ran low on ammunition, if that'd make the wild predators braver around humans, if they develop a taste for human meat. It could be that in a year, they wouldn't have to worry about people, but about wild beasts. Upon further consideration, Dev realized it really didn't make much difference. Hungry beasts, hungry people, one was almost the same as the other.
Chapter 26. Mitch Morrow watched Sierra Ash walk away. Lovely girl, inside and out. So nice to come and help him out today. He wished he'd had a chance to teach her in university, her and Devlin both. Sierra might have more native intelligence than Devlin, but Devlin was one hard worker, and often that meant more in the classroom. Growing up quickly now, both of them, and growing up faster after last night. Anyway, he had more problems than he or either young person could solve. His entire electrical system was bollocksed up.
Yards of cable insulation had melted, exposing raw copper. The wind turbine was damaged and would not spin to the pressure of his hand. It wouldn't spin again, not without a major repair with welding equipment. He didn't have that, or the skill to use it. The solar panels were still intact, but they relied on the same system of cables. He had some in the garage, but he doubted they were enough. He had never planned for this level of damage. Electrical system cable was not like any old wire. You needed, for his system, 3/0 cable. It wasn't even carried at the hardware store in Payson, if that was still open, which seemed doubtful. It was a special order item. It might be true that Crocker or Quinn had extra, but he wouldn't sponge off them because he had planned poorly. It had been sunny the past few weeks, with no sign of the start of monsoon yet. Usually by this date, they were getting the gathering of afternoon clouds, even if they didn't drop any moisture. The afternoon clouds being an early sign of the daily showers that would last for a month or two. So far, though, this year there was nothing. For electrical supply, this was good news. The storms got so bad that the Crocker wind turbines had to be shut off and locked down, though his turbine's design could take more wind. With the sun out every day, the solar had been generating plenty of energy. Last night at sundown, all his batteries had been topped off. He had enough battery power to last 4 days without additional input from wind or sun. And Sybil needed electricity. The CPAP took juice, and the oxygen delivery system, and while he had a small generator, if he didn't get his electrical system repaired, Sybil would not be able to breathe for long. In a week, she'd suffocate. It'd be a bad death. He'd been thinking about this since dawn, when he'd come out to discover the true extent of the damage. Possibilities were, as he saw it, the following. First, beg for supplies he should have had himself. Possibility 2, impose himself on one of the 2 families by moving Sybil in with them. They'd feel compelled to help and to feed him, and to do more than they should. Possibility 3, a little locked box inside a safe, with drugs he'd long known he might need. Euthanasia, the good death. Could he? Did he have the courage to do that to her? The heart? The selfishness? The generosity? He didn't even know what it would take from him, weakness or strength, kindness or cruelty. He went back inside to talk it over with Sybil, what he'd give for her sharp mind and wit and perfect balance of optimism and realism right now. But he didn't have that. He had this shell in the bed, Sybil still, but not Sybil whole. For an hour he watched her, held her hand and talked to her. Some of the talk was aloud, some of the talk was only in his mind. He found himself getting hungry and wanted to laugh at himself for it. Such a stupid, base human need. He still had a half bottle of the wine he'd opened the other day. He opened up a can of artichoke hearts and put on a steak, both treats, not meant to be eaten every day. He ate alone, drinking up all the wine, and writing a letter as he finished the steak. He was a little tipsy by the time he was done, but he'd already made his decision while he sat at Sybil's bedside. The wine had not made it for him. Not possibility 1 or 2, and he didn't have the courage for possibility 3. He had decided on a 4th choice. The locked box was the answer, but he'd used 2 syringes, not 1. He cleared the table, washed the dishes, dried them, and put them away, and set the letter he'd written against the salt and pepper shakers in the middle of the table. Then to her sick room and the syringes. He loaded 3/4 of the solution into one, and 1/4 into the other, and then he systematically swallowed a half bottle of pain pills, one at a time, as he started her IV. He couldn't live without Sybil, and he couldn't see a reason to live in this world, this horrible new world, where strangers attacked you and you shot them dead. He'd die with his civilization. He felt it was apropos. He kissed her one last time, then loaded the biggest dose of drug into her IV. He turned on the drip, and then he climbed in next to her and shot the rest of the drug into the purple old man vein on the back of his hand. And that was all he knew of this world. Chapter 27. After Crocker relieved him on watch, Dev checked on his folks. His mother was in the garden. "Your father is sleeping. Be quiet if you go in." "I can grab a drink from the hose," he said. "No need. I brought out lunch. It's in the shop on the big table in a cooler. Give me a few minutes to check on your dad and I'll eat with you." "Okay," he said. He took the time in the shop to clean his rifle, hearing his father's voice in his head lecturing him about the importance of maintaining your weapons. He was right about that. This rifle had done a lot of important work this week. His mother stuck her head in the door. "He's still asleep." "That's good. I drugged him." She didn't sound a bit guilty about it. "Probably for the best," Dev said. 5 more minutes and I'll be ready. I'll set it up under the apple tree." They had 4 fruit trees. Cherries were coming in, but the apples would still take several weeks to ripen. Together they ate a lunch of deviled eggs and a vegetable salad with sugar and vinegar. His mother had made up 24 deviled eggs, and Dev ate a good 18 of them before his mother said, "You'll make yourself sick." "Sorry, I've been so hungry. You've been doing a lot. I should have made bread, but I didn't have time." "Don't worry about it. I can make something from a box if you want me to. Biscuits or cornbread or whatever." "You have enough to do. I'll get some bread baked today, though it might be quick bread and not yeast. I'll be inside checking on your father anyway." "Is he going to be okay?" "He'll live," she said, and a worry line appeared between her eyebrows. "But?" "I don't know how he'll heal up. I think maybe there's nerve damage, but maybe it's just from swelling." "Why? What's wrong with him?" "He can't lift his arm more than a few inches off the bed. If it were anyone else but your dad, I'd say it was the pain, but he'd power through pain if he could." "Thank you for being honest with me," he said. "You need to know the truth, don't you? If you're to protect yourself and the property." Dev still appreciated that he was being treated like an adult, whatever the reason. He wasn't too worried about his dad. Either he'd heal up or he wouldn't, and Dev couldn't do a thing about it either way. God might have a hand in that, and Dev would pray for his dad, but then the two of them, God and Arch Quinn, would need to work that out. "When will you know?" 2 or 3 weeks maybe, and he might get the use of it back by working at it. Physical therapy. So he might be a lot better in 2 months. 2 months was a long time to have one of their fighters out of commission. "Let me know if I can help." "You're helping, doing more than your share, and I appreciate it." "If you don't need me for the next hour, I thought I'd go over and check out the Morrows, make sure they don't need anything. Sierra, too. Crocker is down on the road right now standing guard, so she's alone." "That's thoughtful. But only if you don't need me. Not right now." Dev left his mother to the garden work and went to the Crockers first. Sierra was in her garden, harvesting. Hey, Dev. How are you?" Tired, to be honest." He sniffed his shirt sleeve and realized he smelled of burning meat. Burning human meat. He didn't get too close, though she'd be taking her watch and smelling it soon enough. "Wanted to make sure you didn't need another pair of hands." "I'm okay. Thanks for asking. Is everything okay out on the road?" "No signs of intruders on my watch." "I hope that's the last of it." "And if it's not?" "I'll cope," she said. "Man, we are knee-deep in squash here. You guys need any?" "No, we have plenty." "I think I'll have to read a cookbook in bed tonight to figure out what to do with all this." "You cook?" He thought he'd heard her say she hated cooking. "I'm trying, but I'll never be Pilar. Or my mom." He blushed. "No offense." "Not offended. She is a good cook. Really good at baking sweets. When this is all over, I'll ask her for some lessons. She'd like that, I think. In winter, maybe, when there's less to do." He rested his rifle against a wheelbarrow while he stretched his back. "Going to the Morrows now." "See you later," she said. Thanks for stopping by. It was, he reflected, as friendly as she ever was with him. Maybe things were changing between them. On the other hand, he cared less than he had a couple months ago, when he was looking at her through the binoculars and wanting to see her naked. Of course he still wouldn't mind that, but not by peeking at her. If one day she wanted to... A thought to explore another day. Too much else to do right now. Mr. Morrow wasn't in his garden. Dev looked at the torn-down wind turbine and wondered if it could be repaired at all. Then he saw the burned cable. Not good. They'd have to get this fixed quickly, within the week. Maybe the day after tomorrow he could carve out enough time. Maybe all the men could work on it all afternoon, while Sierra stood a double watch and they could get it done. They had extra cable at home, if Mr. Morrow didn't have any. Needed quite a bit. He'd lay all new and cannibalize this bit for what might be used later. 40, 50 yards should do it. He knocked on the back door. No one answered. Well, he couldn't be far, could he? Couldn't drive out of here. Dev circled the house and saw no signs of anyone. He came around to the back door again and tried the latch. The door opened. Mr. Morrow? Are you asleep? He might be napping. Feeling nervous about the intrusion, Dev stepped into the kitchen. He saw an envelope sitting up, leaning against the salt and pepper shakers. His name was on it. Dev opened the envelope and pulled out a sheet of paper. It was thick paper, unlined, and it was full of even, small writing, somewhere between handwriting and printing. It began, "Bury us under the crab apples." He dropped the paper and ran back to the bedroom where he never went, and he saw them, both of them, in her bed. Mr. Morrow had a needle in his arm. So did she. A long tube in her case, ending in a needle buried under the skin. He checked Mr. Morrow, trying to open his eyes, then feeling around his neck for a heartbeat. He was gone. So was she. Dev kneeled by their bed and said a prayer, begging God to forgive the sin and remember what a good man Mr. Morrow was. When he stood, he felt a tear fall off his chin and realized he'd been crying the whole time. Poor man. He went back into the kitchen and looked out the window. The broken turbine, the garden, beyond them the crab-apple stand, no longer in bloom but in full rich green leaf. It was such a beautiful day. It seemed wrong to die on such a day. With a heavy heart, he sat at the table and read the letter to the end. The first bit was all about how he couldn't bear to live in the world as it was. He said nice things about his neighbors, including Dev, and then the last half of the letter was about Sybil and how much he loved her and couldn't bear to let her go. It made no sense to Dev. He'd killed her, right? If he couldn't bear to let her drift away, how could he manage to push her out of life? He reread it, and as he went through the early part, he grew angry, not at Mr. Morrow, but at the marauders who had driven him to this. Any bit of guilt he had over shooting those people or leaving their orphan children evaporated. Not one of them was worth Mr. Morrow. Hell, not one of them was worth Mrs. Morrow, and she hadn't spoken in years. Stupid thieves. Deserved whatever they got. At the sentences about him, he tried to feel warmth, or comfort, or pride, or something good, but he couldn't. Damn. He was crying again. He was glad his father wasn't here to see it. The end of the letter was sweet and bitter. She wanted the crab apples. I told her they weren't even edible, not without a barrel of sugar. But she loved the flowers so. She was like those flowers. Beautiful. I'm the old crab in comparison, but she loved me anyway. I don't even know why I deserve such a love. We were together in life. Keep us together in death. No coffins or anything like that. Leave us touching, Dev, deep under those trees. Damn it, he said, and he wiped his face again. Okay, get it together. He had read a last request. It was up to Dev to honor it. He went into the barn and found the spades and a honing stone. He grabbed a pickaxe too in case he found rocks or roots fighting against him. He carried it all back to the trees and started digging. An hour later, Kurt Henry came up to him.
"What are you doing?"
he said. "Digging graves," Dev said, and then he burst into tears. Mr. Henry let him cry without touching him. There was something comforting about the way he stood there, not trying to hug him or anything, just watching him quietly. Dev got control of himself. "Sorry."
"Sybil Morrow?"
"Both of them." He told the story in a few choppy sentences.
"I see."
Mr. Henry was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and let it out audibly.
"Here, let me take the pickaxe and break up the ground for you."
They worked in silence together for another hour. "My mom is going to start wondering where I am, I guess," he said.
"She knows where to find you if she needs you."
"I guess I should tell her about them."
"Tell you what, let's get this dug and bring them out here, and then we can get everybody here before nightfall for a service. I'm sure everyone will want to say goodbye."
"Right," Dev said, and he looked at his hands. "Should have grabbed gloves."
"Blisters?"
"Yeah, but they'll heal."
"Outsides generally do heal quicker than insides."
Carrying the bodies out was something Dev really hoped to forget one day, but he feared he'd be having nightmares about it for a while. They lay them side by side, just as Mr. Morrow had wanted. "Should we bury them?"
"Just cover them. I guess it's time to tell everyone else."
"Can you tell the Crockers? I think Sierra's out on the road by now, keeping watch."
"Okay. Meet you back here in a little while."
Soon, everyone but Dev's dad, who his mother wouldn't let move, had gathered for the service. They all said a few words, and then they all took turns filling in the graves. Sierra plucked some crab apples from the nearest tree and buried them in the loose dirt. "Maybe another tree will grow up from them," his mom said. "They'd like that, I'm sure." They'd all read the letter by then. She put an arm around Dev as Sierra took her turn filling in the grave. One by one, they all turned away and walked slowly up toward the house. The next day, the pyre on the road had burned itself out. There were shards of bone among the ashes when Dev relieved Crocker for his daytime watch period. With only 4 of them now, they were back on 3-hour watches, one at night, one in the day. He was a few minutes early for his day watch. Crocker said, "I hate to be insensitive, selfish, pragmatic to a fault at a time like this, but this ash would be good for our compost piles." "You're right. I'll get a wheelbarrow," Dev said. "And a shovel," Crocker called after him. "Not spades, the square ones. I'll deliver it around to the houses while you're on watch." Dev turned. "What about the Morrows? You going to skip it?" "No. There too. We can use the food from their garden." "He'd want us to have it, I guess. And he already put a lot of time into it. Seems a way to honor him, to not let his effort go to waste. I wish he wouldn't have done that. He didn't mean plant a garden." Crocker understood him right. "I know, Dev. Would you, if Sierra got sick? Would you kill her and yourself?" "I honestly don't know. I hope I never have to find out. I know I wouldn't want to live on if she was gone." "Nobody would want to, but don't we have an obligation to go on?" "You angry at Mitch?" Dev hadn't thought of it that way. I guess I am, a little. That's okay. Normal to feel sad, and guilty for not seeing it coming, and angry, and hell, a lot of things. Anything you feel is okay." Dev did feel a lot of things, and some of it didn't make much sense to him. It was small comfort knowing it was normal. It didn't relieve any of the feelings one bit. Chapter 28. 3 nights later, Sierra was on guard duty, wearing the night vision goggles, trying to get more familiar with switching from one eye to the other, when they were invaded yet again. There were crashing sounds, and she ran into the woods toward them, needing to see if it was man or beast. Voices came through the woods, anxious, one shushing the rest. Running back to the private road, she blew the whistle as she ran, knowing the Quinns and her father would hear it. Kurt might be too far away. Sierra stopped before emerging from the woods and scanned the road. No one was there, so they weren't coming in this way, but from the main road, probably the direction that Payson and Phoenix were in. If it was another 50 people, they were in deep shit. But she'd do whatever she could, go out fighting if it came to that. She crossed the road and checked the woods on that side. They were harder to get through, more scrubby. She scanned and held her breath, listening. A distant owl's hoot from the far side of the main highway was all she heard. Back up the road, she heard a friendly whistle. Pilar. "All clear this way," she said, as she emerged from the woods to find him standing in the middle of the gravel road. He came close to speak softly. "Where are they then? You're sure it's people?" "Definitely people. They were up that way. Might be headed for the Quinn's rabbit hutches, if they didn't turn around by now." "You want to stay here or go? One of us should keep the road secure." "I'll go," she said. "You stand guard here." "You sure?" "I'm fine," she said, and she was surprised to realize she was fine. Buzzed, but not terrified. She ran up the driveway to the Quinns and used their truck as cover as she scanned the yard. She saw motion. A person. She whistled as she raised her rifle, getting ready to fire if need be. The figure stopped, and she heard a whistle in return. Dev, she thought. His mom was a lot slighter, and his dad was still in bed, not feeling well. He slipped from cover to cover, hunting under the shadows of the woods, moving away from her. Checking all around her first, she slipped up to the porch. "Sierra, what's the trouble?" Kelly's voice startled her. "People over that way." "How many?" "Not sure. I heard them walking, and then voices. Maybe 2 or 3 voices, but there could be more people. Pilar has the road covered." "Okay, I'll keep watch from the porch." "I'll back up Dev," Sierra said. "Thank you." Sierra scampered from the porch and headed to the small orchard of fruit trees. She saw the figure move again. Damn, but Dev was good at this, hardly visible at all. Near the rabbit hutches. He made a clicking sound, a signal. It took her a second to remember what he was saying to her. Left. Of him it meant. Stay left. Guard the left. Shoot to the left. He'd take the right side. Okay. She shifted around until she had a good look at the woods that stretched ahead, from just left of the rabbit hutches to the clearing in front of their house. She couldn't see any strangers coming. Couldn't hear anything either. Not voices, and not the fall of feet in the woods. She scanned the woods ahead. Nothing. Only Dev, a green figure far to the right, entering the trees, his shoulders hunched and elbows cocked up. Because he was looking through the night vision scope, she realized. He moved forward, slowly, carefully. She did the same, taking her side, focusing on her responsibility, trying to stay as quiet as he was. Realizing she was holding her breath, she let it out, softly, and tried to breathe normally. Her heart was beating fast, but it wasn't the pounding of terror. She was afraid, sure, but not frozen with it. Easing past trees, she moved deeper into the woods. This was good in here, safer. No one could see her, not even from behind, but with the goggles she could see everyone. But no one was there. Not a single glow of a warm body showed in her goggles, except for Dev, who appeared for a flash. He was getting ahead of her. She clicked the signal for take the right, mostly to let him know where she was. Behind him. His voice surprised her. "I have nothing. Nothing here either. But there was. I heard them talking." "Okay. Maybe you should go back to our road then. Make sure they didn't come around that way. I'll go out to the main road." "Okay," she said, and she turned her back on him and quickly retraced her steps. As she approached their house, she signaled Kelly so she didn't get shot. "Anything?" Her voice came. "Nothing," she said. Then she said, "Dev's fine," knowing Kelly would appreciate hearing it. "Going back to the road now." She trotted down the driveway and heard Pilar's whistled signal and returned it. The identifying sound and an all clear. "Nothing up there now," she said. "I have something," he said. Her tension ratcheted way up in no time. "What? Where?" "Heard a car go by." "I didn't." "I think it was electric or hybrid. I only heard the tires on pavement, not a gas engine." "Maybe whoever it was left." "Maybe." "Just a car full of people then." Her tension swooped back down. It was like being drunk or something. How fear and relief made her feel. "Stay alert," he said. "We can't be sure what's going to happen. Maybe that was a scout and there's more to come." While all three kept watch for the rest of Sierra's shift and on into the next shift, the people didn't come back. "Maybe they were checking us out," her father said, as she made ready to go home. "Maybe they were just relieving themselves," she said, "and doing it here was a strange coincidence. But blow that whistle if anything at all happens. I'll wake up." Chapter 29. 2 days later, Dev had something new to worry about when his father started talking strangely to him when he went to take breakfast to him.
"Have you fixed the roof?"
his father said. "What's wrong with the roof?"
"You have to get up there and fix it." "No, I will." He struggled to get up, looking angrily at his bad arm when it didn't support his weight. "Mom?" Dev called, trying to hold his father down on the bed without hurting him. "What?" his mother said, coming in, wiping her hands on a dishcloth. "I think he wants to climb up on the roof." "Arch?" she said, moving around to the other side of the bed. Dev let go. His father was still struggling, but somehow he had gotten tangled up in the sheet, so he was fighting it, and losing. His mother felt his father's head. "Give me the thermometer, would you?" "Where is it?" "Over there, in my medical kit on the dresser." Dev found it and brought it over. "Stick it under his armpit on his bad side." She made shushing sounds to his father. A minute later, they had a reading. 103, Dev said. "Okay, I need aspirin and antibiotics." "Which kind?" "Amoxicillin, the heavy dose too. He must have an infection. My own fault," she muttered. "Should have had him on them the whole time." Dev pawed through the bottles until he had the right ones. The label was in Spanish. She must have gotten them in Mexico last time she went a few years back. 400s or 200s? 4s. Let's see if we can get him to swallow these on his own. "Don't talk about me like I'm not here. The roof," he said, and then he stared at her in confusion. "What's wrong with the roof?"
"Nothing, hon, it's fine. You fixed it. Time to rest. Can you swallow this for me?"
"Don't talk to me like I'm your son."
"My son has more sense than you. Here's your water, and the pill. Put it in your mouth, Arch. This one. Then these two. There you go." Dev was watching this with mounting concern, or delayed concern. "Cold cloth, Dev. Use a dish towel and soak it." He got the cloth and helped his mother take off his father's pajama top, and then watched as she bathed him, face and neck and chest. "There's an ice pack in the freezer, one of those soft ones. Get that for me too, please." She stuck that under his dad's armpit where the thermometer had been. Then she gave Devlin another series of commands as she cut off the bandage and checked the wound. "Looks good," she said. "What do you think, Devlin?" He leaned forward and examined the bullet wound. It wasn't as swollen as it had been. There was no green, no red streaks running from it. The things she had taught him to look for that meant trouble. "It looks okay to me, too," his mother said. "So what is this, Arch?"
"What's what?"
he asked. Suddenly, he sounded quite reasonable. "You have a fever."
"I probably caught a head cold."
His mother looked doubtful. "From who?" she said.
"I don't know. Maybe those bodies we buried yesterday. Or was it the day before?"
The 3 bodies had been buried weeks ago. "Longer than that," Dev said. "Are you okay, son?" his mother asked. "Feeling fine," he said, though he wasn't. He was worried for his father, not just because this was his father, and he loved his father, and his mother loved his father, and he didn't want to see her hurt, but with ruthless practicality. He was worried because they really couldn't take the loss of one more person. 5 people couldn't hold the neighborhood against another group of 50 invaders. They were lucky they only had the one casualty from the last battle. "You hang in there, Dad. We need you." "Dev, why don't you go feed the animals?" his mother said. "I have your father." "You sure?" "I'm sure. Just go on now and do your chores."
"Do what your mother tells you," his father said.
"Yes, sir." He did his chores, but his mind wasn't on them. He accidentally let the rooster out of the enclosure, and then had to waste almost 15 minutes chasing him around. He was pecked hard for his effort. "I wish we didn't need you," he said to the rooster, who had never been a particularly pleasant creature. But if they wanted new hens every year, a rooster was a necessity. Everything came down to the same equations. If they wanted to survive, then all these bits had to fall into place and keep falling into place. The animals, the crops, defense, some of it he could make happen on his own. But other pieces, like no large coming up the hill and attacking again, he couldn't control at all. Like only 5 healthy defenders left, he couldn't fix that right now. So what was there he could do now? What hadn't they done they might do? What might he set into motion to prepare for the next attack, especially if it came before his father was well? By the time he was done with his chores, he had a few ideas of how to improve their chances of surviving. 15 minutes later, he had the other 3, Kurt Henry, Pilar Crocker, and Sierra, at a meeting on the road. "We have some lights, motion sensor, like the alarms on the doors. Should we put some up?" Crocker said. "Wouldn't that do the other people more good than us? They'd be able to see where everything is." Sierra said, "Though I could glance out the window and see them too." "I wasn't thinking right by the houses," Dev said. "More like in the woods. Shine lights on them as they approach."
"You'll get a lot of deer setting them off," Henry said, "even if you're having them triggered by movement at human shoulder level."
"Yeah," Dev said. "I can't figure out a way around that." "I don't know that it'd wake us up anyway," said Crocker.
"It'd help whoever was on guard," Henry said, "even if you couldn't hear them or see them. Just the fact of the light going on would help you."
"I was thinking of sleeping with the curtain up," Dev said. "Maybe the light would wake me. I might train myself to it. We might be able to rig up a remote alarm of some sort," Crocker said. "Depends on what your father has in his stash. If there's a motion sensor on those, we could disable the light. Instead, we might be able to figure out something to do to remotely alert us. An alarm would go off in either your house or mine. Or both. My dad's sick, so I don't want to wake him up. Maybe in my room for now," Sierra said. "If you only do it one place, our house makes more sense. Only one of us would be out here at a time on watch." "Let's go see what equipment you have," Crocker said. "I think it's a good idea to rig up something. Not lights. Come on, Sierra. I don't know much about that stuff. Let me stand watch and Kurt can go with you and help better," Henry said.
"You should take the opportunity to learn."
She shook her head. "When we're safe, I can learn to do more things. Cooking better, this, maintenance on the turbines, whatever. For now, I can stand guard." Dev felt a kind of pride in her, and some pride of his own for his part in helping to train her to defend her home. She'd done the hard part, moving forward despite being scared, but he'd helped. She caught him looking at her and gave him a smile. Crocker said, "Thanks, Sierra. Let's the rest of us check this stuff out and see what we can rig up." Chapter 30. Pilar waited until Kelly said Arch was feeling better and went over to visit. He was propped up against several pillows, sitting half up, his arm taped in a sling, and then that wrapped to his body with elastic bandaging. "Hey, Arch. How are you feeling?" He shifted and then winced. I'd do better if I could remember not to shrug. It'll come. Healing is slower for the likes of you and me. Not like the kids anymore, are we? No, it's going the other direction. They're getting to be more like us. Dev, for instance. He's doing great. All grown up. You'd be proud of him. He needs to step up. He has, Pilar said, wishing he could find something to say to make Arch see that he could ease up on the boy. No, the young man, not a boy any longer. He's come up with some good ideas. One he brought up, I need to talk with you about. I already broached it with Kelly. What's that? We need more people, especially with the morrows gone. Arch frowned. Then his expression eased. The house is just sitting there empty. And there's a garden to tend. Kurt's on it right now, but that's stretching us pretty thin. If only I hadn't gotten myself hurt, Arch said. Hardly your fault. Look, I have to admit, I let my friendships in town lapse while Lisette was living with me, but not enough time for relationship, the property, and keeping up other friendships. But you and Kelly have church, so maybe you know someone. How do we get in touch with them? No internet, no cell service. We'd have to risk going into town, or out of town to start with. Do you know anyone on other roads like our own? Down the hill, up the hill, wherever. You know southwest of town there? That neighborhood where a lot of cops and firefighters live? Well, that might be a good place to look, if they didn't shoot us before we got within a quarter mile. That's a real problem, Arch said. Another is that to go looking, with any chance of being safe, you'd want 2 people. That'd leave only 3 to defend our homes. Definitely a daytime operation. Right. He shifted and winced again. Hurts, huh? I'll live. Didn't think so a few days ago, but Kelly is a hell of a nurse. A hell of a lot of things. Nurse, soldier, cook. You're lucky to have her. It should be me, said Arch, the one who goes looking for more people to join us. If my arm doesn't heal up right, I'll be the expendable one. No, you're not expendable, not in any case. Get that out of your head. For one thing, the knowledge you have, that's really important. Your training helped us repel a superior force, but with you out of action and Mitch gone, as Dev pointed out, it'll be hard to fight off a similar-sized group a second time. The next bunch might be better organized, better armed. I hope not. As soon as I can drive, I'll go. Alone, so only one of us is at risk. The least useful one. Pilar was surprised to hear him so down on himself. Ego had never been Arch Quinn's problem. He said, choosing his words carefully, You know, with one arm, you're more of a man than most of us are with 2. Arch barked a laugh. You don't believe in that stuff. About being a man, being about physical strength and gun skills and so on. Maybe I do now. Been a hell of a month. It has been. But we're alive, in no small part because of you. Everyone pitched in. Speaking of kids, yours is on the way to becoming a good defender. I know. Pilar felt more grief than pride over it. It wasn't the life I wanted for her. No. Who would? But it's a life they'll have to live. I'd like to say they'll have to live this way for now, but I think maybe it will be forever. Pilar feared he was right. Chapter 31. Dev was measuring the hole in the shop wall when he heard Sierra whistle, the pattern of sounds that meant possible problem. His rifle was in the bed of the truck, not 15 steps away. He ran for it, grabbed it, and ran through the woods by the driveway, staying behind cover. He was almost to the road when a whistle sounded again. False alarm. But he heard voices, 2 voices, female, and he crept forward. At the tree blocking the road, Sierra was talking to someone. Dev shifted and saw it was another girl her age, one of her friends, the one from the graduation birthday party? He didn't think so. He moved closer but kept to the trees. "I'm scared," the girl said. "My family is all dead. All of them. And Rudy." Her voice caught on the name. "I'm so sorry," Sierra said. "We've lost loved ones too. I'm really hungry. There's no food. People have eaten their dogs and cats and even horses. They could ride the horses, get away. To where? Phoenix is burning. Tucson has no water. You'd have to go up to Flag and find food. And they've got the highways blockaded to keep strangers out, both before Cottonwood and before Flag." "Yeah?" Sierra said. "What else do you know about what's going on?" "Isn't that enough?" The girl leaned her head on her arms. "I'm so tired and hungry. I can do something about the hunger." Sierra had a waist pack on, and she reached into it and dug out a waxed paper-wrapped bundle. "Homemade bread, roasted red peppers, and hard-fried eggs." The girl snatched the bundle and began to eat, gobbling the food. Sierra watched her until she was done. If she was waiting for thanks, she was disappointed in that. All the girl said was, "Is there any more?" "Sorry, no. That was my lunch." "You have plenty, don't you?" The tone was resentful. "Because we worked for it. We planned. We can't just give it all away to you." Dev left then, detoured out to the main road and checked it both ways, making sure the girl had indeed come alone. No one else was there, and there were birds singing from across the road, so he didn't think anyone was hiding over there. He checked anyway. On the way back, he saw the girl come out of their road and stop, look both ways, then turn left, moving on up the mountain. He wondered how long she'd last out there. She was moving in the right direction, away from population centers. Briefly, he thought about shooting her in the back. But no, Sierra had made her decision to let the girl go. She had more information about the girl than he did. If she believed the girl was a threat to them, she'd have shot her herself. He went back to the house and scooped up a handful of oatmeal cookies from the counter. His mom had made them just an hour ago. He went back down the driveway and onto their road, whistling to let Sierra know he was coming. "Hey, Dev," she said. She was leaning over the tree, watching the main road. "Who is that girl?" "Nobody. Someone I used to know." "Cookie?" he said, coming up and offering her one. "Thanks." She leaned her rifle against the tree and held her hand out. She bit into the cookie and caught the crumbs with the other hand. "Man, your mom sure knows how to bake." "She does. I hope the sugar holds out for years." He cleared his throat. "Did you think about asking the girl to stay? We need more people." "I don't think she'd be useful, tell you the truth. I asked her if she could shoot. No. Can? Garden? No. Mechanical experience? She didn't have any skills. I mean, she's safe, but she's untested in battle. I didn't think she'd be a good addition. Is that okay? That I decided that on my own?" "Totally okay. Did you warn her not to tell anyone about where we live?" "I didn't." She looked guilty. "But I don't think she will tell. I hope not. She's not a bad person." "No problem," he thought. Considering the direction she was aimed, he could take the chance. Truth to tell, without a weapon, he didn't think she'd last long out there anyway. Sierra said, "Did you hear everything she said to me?" "I heard the first bit." "You missed what she said about Payson? That people were hungry?" "No. That it was invaded, more or less. People, mostly men, from Phoenix came in, well armed, and took over the town in just a couple of days. People were killed on both sides, but then ammunition ran low. The invaders shot anybody who resisted, and then people started giving in. Some kind of deal got made to allow the shooting to stop. But they're not good people. She said it's not safe for young women there at all. She's walking to a cousin's in Show Low if she can." "That's bad news. Did she say how many?" "It had to be a few, didn't it? To take over Payson?" "Or what kind of weapons? Was she talking about automatic rifles or rocket launchers or something along those lines?" "She didn't mention explosions, just gunfire." Sierra studied his face. You think they'll come up here next?
When they've run through whatever supplies they can find there.
They're totally out of food?
She said she was hungry.
Not out. It's just under control of these Phoenix guys. They decide who eats and who doesn't.
We'll have to have a meeting about this before sundown.
Okay. Right now?
It can wait a couple hours, I think. When your shift is over, tell all this to whoever relieves you. We'll meet back here at sundown.
Kurt's on guard next.
Know where your father is? I'll tell him, and I need a hand with a project.
At the turbines or in the garden, more than likely.
I'll find him. See you later.
Thanks for the cookie, Dev.
Come over later and grab another if you want.
Thanks,
she said, and she took her rifle in hand and went back to patrolling the neighborhood. Dev walked toward the wind turbines, spinning lazily against the blue sky. Maybe one day, when he got to be his father's age, the blades would quit spinning. Some bearing would wear out, or they'd run out of lubricants, or a part would break and there'd be no replacement. Of course, their solar panels wouldn't last forever either. Over time, they'd make less and less power. Eventually, they'd have to hand pump the water, to sleep when the sun slept, to render fat from animals they shot to burn in oil lamps. That's how people lived a long, long time before cars and electric power plants were invented. When the history of humanity is written at the end, Dev thought, the Industrial Revolution, cars, everything that oil had wrought would end up in a blip in time, surrounded for tens of thousands of years on either side by humans hunting and growing crops. But as long as they could defend against attacks, there'd be game in the woods for a while yet, and trout in the streams. Their rabbits and hens would breed and continue to provide them food. The earth would provide for them, as they'd provide compost for their gardens. His parents had chosen their land well. They'd prepared for this time. No, not